shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50,
Mobile infantry
where
made me the
courage
man I am
remains, with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to
Mobile infantry made me the
deal.
man I am today.
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccino's horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold
Mobile infantry
the
made me the
line.
man I am
Their
today.
determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Leak! Leak! We're at LeakCon 1. Well, LeakCon 2. We're at a significant level of LeakCon, people. I don't mean to alarm you, but we have got some leaks. Hell, it was only a matter of time. The moment that 11th edition got announced, we all knew that the leaks were going to be coming, and they have been coming thick and fast today. Oh my god. So I've got guys, I have so much to talk about. I actually have leaks and beefs on like multiple fronts. This could be one of the bigger streams, one of the bigger streams of the year, and it's only bloody March. It's basically April, but yeah. No, it's not an April Fool's. Yeah, so I've got Warhammer 40k 11th edition leaks that have been circulating around. I've got some some Age of Sigma, New Edition, The Last World leaks. I've got some, and then I've got some beef. I've got some lore beef, and I've got, I don't mean to alarm you, but there's also been another quality control logistical fuck up from GW on another pre-order. So we've got like 4 layers of beef and hype and just everything. It's like a lasagna. There's just multiple layers. It's like an onion. It's like an onion. There you are. So loads and loads and loads to talk about. Very, very exciting stuff. And I am going to share with you everything that I know. I'm going to share with everything that I know. And of course, if you're not able to stick around for the inevitable 8-hour bloody stream, you know what I'm like, then I will be chopping this up into lots of stream highlights as well. So, and they'll be going out throughout the rest of the week. So even if you don't get to watch the whole thing here, you'll be able to see it as it comes out through the rest of the week. It's like the sneak preview. It's like a sneak preview, and then you get, and then if you want to, you can wait for the videos to come out and all that kind of stuff. So so there we go. So yeah, it's a big day today, and it's great. So yeah, I'm very, very excited. Can't wait to get into it. Loads of stuff to share with you. Loads of stuff for you guys to comment on and to give us your hot takes and all that kind of good stuff. So without further ado, let's just get like straight fucking into this. So okay, roll call then super chats. I mean, we could do roll call if you want. We'll do roll call, but I reserve the right to sack it off if it's too busy. So, all right, Cyrillic dude's call for it. Roll call, baby! Who is in the stream? Let's have a look here. We've got Jawa, Wargamer Fun, a ton of Rombos, Christopher McCann. It's gone fucked. Spriggs has fucked it. Look, we haven't got time for roll call, god damn it. There's important beef and important leaks. I'm just going to say welcome to all of you. Welcome to all of you. You can all do your own personal roll call. Right, Cyrillic dude. Right, that's it. Right, Cyrillic dude, I'm blamming you. That's it. You can't rush. You can't rush a beef master. You gotta let him cook. There you are. He's gone. I only timed him out for 10 seconds. But yeah, but guys, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you fantastic, beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. I hope you guys are excited for the leaks and for the beef as I am. And yeah, don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that kind of stuff if you've not done so already. Look, I know it's cringe asking, but it's important. And let's get into some super chats and then let's get into the leaks. All right, so let's have a look here. We will be going as quickly as possible, of course, because we know that I know that a lot of you are like, more, just get to the leaks. I know I'm going to, but must also respect the sacred covenant that is the super chat. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership. Well, for one gifted membership. And then he's just come in with another 50 gifted memberships, baby. Hype Train, baby. Yeah, buddy. Hype Train. Beef Engine. Let's go, baby. Yes. Holy shit, man. Can we all get an 07 down in the chat, the salute emoji? Can we all show some gratitude and some respect for Whispering Monk for coming in with 51 gifted memberships, like an absolute fucking giga, Chad. I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman and a scholar. My God, thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, keeping us freshly stocked with new beefy conscripts. Thank you so much for being an absolute fucking hero, man. Big fucking 07. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, bro. It's going to be a good one tonight. Can you feel it, boys? My God. All right, Whispering Monk. I believe my soul has never been purer. My ears have never been cleaner after that one. Amazing, man. We've got Meryl. Thank you for the gift of membership. Spriggs. Thank you for the super chat. Sod 11th edition leaks. What about the K-47 teasers? Look, you'll get your K-47 teasers at the end if there's time. All right. But and I love K47. No one washes its balls more than I. But when you've got 11th edition leaks, you gotta cover them. You've gotta cover them. Now, if there was some conflict leaks, I'd be covering them. I was gonna say, you know, Jim wants to or Pete wants to pop into my fucking emails and be like, yo, here's some fucking leaks for K47. I'll fucking talk about that. All right. But right now we got 11th edition to talk about. Okay. I want to say a big thank you. But we will, if we've got time at the end, we'll talk about them. Because I would like to talk about it and then make like a stream highlight out of it. I want to say a big thank you to Locust Talent. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Battlebot and Adepticon in stream discussion. I saw this coming before, man. We'll have a look at what you picked up from Adepticon. We might have to come back to the battle report in tomorrow's stream or something, man. But let's have a look. Stuff I bought from Adepticon. Nice. Got the Panzer IV, the Naxera, Universal Carrier, Hollywood Tiger, Churchill Crocodile, and the German Panther X. Nice, that's cool. Always need more weapon teams and stuff. That's awesome, man. I thought there was some pictures down here as well. Yeah, that's cool, man. Nice. I love it when they get that statue out of Adepticon. It's so good. That's awesome, man. Dude, thank you so much, bro. We'll come back to the battle report maybe a bit later. It might have to be tomorrow's stream because we've got to have a busy one today. But, dude, thank you so much, man. 07. We've got the Whispering Monk. Thank you for 37 months. X-Force, baby. Yes, Triple X-Force. Are we there yet? Long live the fighters. For us. Well, on the one hand, I am going to say for us. On the other hand, I'm going to say I've got some beef with the Space Wolves today. I got wolf beef. I got wolf beef today. I've got some beef about the new Yarrick law that's been put out. Don't get me wrong. I'm hyped for Yarrick coming back. I'm hyped. But the law that they put out for him today was awful. I think it might be some of the worst 40k law that I've read. It just didn't make sense. It was like... It didn't make sense. It contradicted GW's own law they've put out in the past. I am so convinced, Whispering Monk. I am so convinced now. And I'm so convinced that GW was meant to kill Yarikov. And they have literally brought him back because of fan backlash. You guys will see. It's one of the big bits of beef. I read you got clapped bad. Well, yeah, kind of, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Like, I was reading, I had to read like each paragraph like twice just to get my head around it because I was like, this is just like, I mean, I recognize these words are English, but these sentences are just like, what? Yeah. It's crazy, man. All right, Tiki, thank you for the support, man. My crusade starts tomorrow. Wish me luck. Banzai! 4 on Banzai. Thank you for the support, man. I hope you have a good game with the Gene Stealer cult, bro. Sky Ranger, thank you for super chat. Leeks are the vegetable of choice beside beef. Yeah, you've got to have your beef and your leeks. You've got to have your meat and your veg. There you are. Board Baobab, thank you for super chat. Hey, my parents gave me my birthday present early. Intro discussion, Code Red leaks. Code Red, wait. Okay, no, I thought you said you had leaks, but no, this is your birthday present. Nice. Deathcore Krieg, baby. The Krieg flag is so nice. Yeah. Just the way how lovely and embossed it is. It's so good. Yeah, man. Looking good. Hey, Krieg Control is cool as fuck as well, man. It's such a shame they made it FOMO. It'd be great if it was still available. Yeah. All right, what do we got here? Have fun with that, man. I hope you enjoy building and painting it up, man. Krieg is cool as fuck, and the Krieg Control is a great box. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. Rattleton Cup. Ever since 11th edition was announced, we all know that shooty armies like Tau, Guard are in the trash. Hail our melee overlords. Praise be to the melee overlords. They finally just given them what they wanted. We can't shoot them. Melee armies are finally getting what they want. We're just literally not allowed to shoot them until they fill us in and kill us. Praise be. I'm exaggerating a little bit. What have we got here? Major problems. I don't want beats. I want major problems. Always. Hype, leak, beef, repeat. Hype, leak, beef, repeat. You're so right. You're so right. Ryan Master, thank you for the 41 months, man. A hobby update in stream discussion for Russ and the All Father. I can't see it, man. I don't think the pictures have loaded in yet. I don't think the pictures are loaded in. I'll make sure you post them in stream discussion because I can't see him. I can't see him there, man. All right. But for us and for the Old Father, amazing, man. What have we got here? Wolfrey8890. Thank you for the 3 months, man. Yarrick lives. The Legion endures. Yarrick does somehow live. Somehow. I was happy when he came back. I wish they'd come up with a better story for it. I think the big news is Perturabo getting unveiled today. Well, his lore being unveiled. Yeah. I thought you were sick. Nah, wasn't quite as sick as I made out to be. What have we got here? Law Castellan, thank you, Super Chat. I've got more beef with the Yarrick law than a cattle ranch. Also, I need leaked photos before I trust them. Okay, we've got leaks. We've got some leaks. You gotta be all right. We've got some leaks. Yeah, but no, the Yarrick law is terrible. Like, I know you guys want the 11th edition leaks first, but the Yarrick law, man. I mean, I almost feel like we have to start with the Yarrick law. I'll put it to a vote. You guys can choose. What should we start with? 11th edition leak discussion. Age of Sigmar new edition leaks. Custodes. Another GW logistical fuck up, or Yarrick beef. Yarrick law mega beef. Well, just beef. I won't exaggerate. There you go. You guys can vote. I mean, I reckon it'll be the 11th edition leak discussion, but we'll see. All right. What have we got next? There you go, Logston. I got it in a poll. Hinty, thank you for the 44 months, man. 07, mate. 07 back at you, sir. Thank you for your long-term support and for being an absolute giga chad, mate. Call sign Jackal, thank you, Super Chat. Do you know if we're getting the old vehicle squads and platoons back? I wound playing only one game. I think 90th game, and I miss having both. So I don't think we're getting that back. So the reason we won't get platoons back and we won't get squadrons back is because the force organization of the game no longer requires it. So the reason why platoons and squadrons existed is because everyone had to play using the force organization chart, which only gave you like 6 troop choices and 3 heavy support choices and all that kind of stuff, right? And because obviously a guard heavy support choice is not going to be as good as like a Space Marine heavy support choice in many ways, or troop choice or whatever. What GW did is basically allow the guard to legally cheat. They were like, okay, you can take more than one troop choice in a slot. You can take more than one tank in a slot. There you go. But now that we've got the freeform list building of Newhammer, there's no point in having platoons back. You can build a platoon of the old days and a squadron of the old days just fine. The only difference is, I guess, if you wanted to take, like, back in the day, you could take like squadrons of like multiple squadrons of 3 Leman Russes, so you could have like 9 Leman Vanquishers, whereas now you can't do that. You can only get a max of like 3 Vanquishers. So there are some reasons why it could make a comeback, but generally speaking, I think I don't think there's much demand for it from a gameplay point of view, but I obviously want it back from a vibes point of view. Yeah, so hopefully it will come back, but I hope it comes back in a way that's like I just hope it comes back for vibes. Yeah. So there we go. All right. We've got a commit tax fraud. Thank you for the 8 months, man. Don't commit tax fraud, by the way. I hunger. Let's dig in. I hunger. That reminds me, strange, far out reference, but this is how my brain works. When I hear someone say, I hunger, it reminds me of Homeworld's Cataclysm with the Beast. You know, I think that's the first thing that you hear the Beast say. Or maybe he says, I'm free. But it's either I'm free or I hunger from like minute 1. Yeah. There you are. We'll get, look, every topic that's in the poll we will get to tonight. It's just a case of, you know, how quickly we get to it. Based on like, just how quickly we get to it. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Bit of Steel, thank you for super chat. What's your take on the new Commissar and her ride? I'm down bad. I think the new Commissar is cool. Yeah. And so bit of a controversial thing to say because a lot of people they see they see the new Commissar and they're like, bah! but and let me tell you, I would absolutely be in team if Yarrick wasn't coming back. If Yarrick wasn't coming back. If this was based and look, I'm gonna say it. I think she was meant to replace Yarrick. I am 110% convinced. After today's law reveal, I am 110% convinced she was meant to replace Yarrick. But I think that they saw the backlash with like Ursula Creed and Yarrick dying and stuff. And I think they basically swerved at the last minute and were like, just give them both. Just give them Yarrick and give them Commissar Graves. But so here's the thing. But I'm okay with that. I am absolutely okay with that because I don't mind GW giving us new characters. Just get over this weird thing where you have to kill off the old characters. Like, look, Disney tried that and no one liked the new Star Wars characters. You know, so the fact that we're getting Commissar Graves and Yarrick back is fine. Like, that's absolutely fine. And what do I think about a model? I think the model looks good. I actually think the model walking around on foot with the Power Fist, I'm not that bothered about. But the truck, I think, is great. And the guys in the back, I think, are great. And I think her standing on the pulpit, like, drive me forward. I want to hit with my sword. Great. So, yeah, I really like the model, and I like the fact that I can enjoy the model and the new character without having to have like waiting for the other shoe to drop, right? That's what I like about it. So yeah, so basically, Bit of Steel. I'm a big fan of the new Commissar. I'm a big fan of. I actually quite like the lore direction they've taken in. I like that she's. Not noble bright at all, but like actually like just a commissar that just bangs, fucking kills people, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I like the new commissar, and I like the mini Fortress of Arrogance. I like the lore. I just and most of all, I like that she's coming out in conjunction with Yarrick, not replacing him. That's the main thing. Yeah. All right. So, what do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm taking over for just a minute because your GW beef. I'm giving you your hype pill of K47. A new K47 song for your Fireflies is ready with music requesting a play and watch before the main course of K47 Flames of Freedom. Cosmic, dude, I can't. Thank you very much for the support, man. Nothing can stop the hype train. Nothing can stop the beef train. But like, I don't want to be playing music like just like bring in the stream to like a screaming halt to like play the song, man. So I will happily play it as many times as you want in the hobby stream tomorrow and all that kind of stuff, bro. And I'm really looking forward to it. Don't get me wrong. And I'm really excited for it. And I've taken that hype pill and I've banged it up my arsehole like a suppository. I'm ready for it, man. But we got to keep the pace up today. All right. We got a lot to get through. So, dude, thank you very much for the support. Lambast me verily. But we will get to the conflict hype at the end of the stream. There we are. Merly Bird Productions, thank you for super chat, man. Hello, Mr. Glory. Just bought a massive Steel Legion lot, but never painted back models. Any tips? Painting them is fine. When you finish painting them, make sure you seal them with some varnish, either spray varnish or matte paint on varnish. I'm not sure what's best. I've only ever used the spray stuff because they chip like mad. So the painting of them is fine. It's the aftercare which is important. So you've got to like make sure you spray them. Yeah, make sure you varnish them. Yeah. There you are. But also, welcome to the Steel Legion. There you are. Welcome to the Legion. Starbucks Meg, thank you for support, man. Evening, sir. Give me your top 5 guard tank vehicles. Okay, yeah, that's okay. No worries. Chimera, Baneblade, Lemur's Battle Tank, Lemur's Vanquisher, Lemur's Executioner. I was going to say all 5 Lemur's, but I thought I'd mixed up a bit. There you are. Okay, if I'm not allowed to say different Lemur's variants, I'm going to say Lemur Rust at the top, followed by Chimera, followed by Baneblade, followed by Macarius, followed by Basilisk. There you are. Danky Kang, thank you for becoming a channel member, sir. Thank you for the support. Aegis, did you see thank you for the 2 months, man. Did you see the K47 Japan teasers from Adepticon? I did, and we will be getting to them at the end of the stream. Yeah. Sword, L10, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Weird how some years ago we got a bunch of catcher characters and nothing, and now we have a kill team of dudes hunting a super predator bug and they're not a catcher chance. Seemed at one point your infantry was almost here. Dude, no one can understand what goes through GW's mind. Like, why would you release a Catachan Colonel model and just not have him on general sale? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Why would you release Ripper Jackson and not make her a unique character? Why would you not? Why did you make Hell's last and then put it straight into Legends? Like, you just can't. The mortal mind cannot understand GW's mind. It's like trying to understand, like, it's like trying to peer into the warp without a Gellerfield. You just can't understand it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, like Games Workshop, they make so many strange decisions. And it's best not to. I have found trying to understand Games Workshop's methods just makes you angry. It will just continually make you angry. And so the best thing is just to understand that you are. Best thing is just to come along for the ride. Just go along with the ride, baby. There you are. All right. So newbie, thank you for super chat. Hobby update stream also hyped for my Iron Warriors. Well, for Perturabo. Yeah, man. Let's have a look. I've actually got let me do your hobby update, and then I've got the update from Ridemaster. Evening all, finish off the second command squad. That's 2 platoons done. We'll post pictures of them another day in parade style. GW 100% meant for React to die, but we the fans made them rethink otherwise. Bit shitty law reasoning, but glad we got the old angry man back. Dude, totally agree. Totally agree, man. But the big one is my boy, Perturabo is back, baby! I asked a GW staff member about him when Reign of Iron came out, and he stated I would not be disappointed. For once, GW didn't lie to me. I am hyped. That's it. I'm 100% going to pick up 2 Iron Warrior combat boxes to refresh my Iron Warriors. I'm sorry, my brothers and sisters, but I'm within, I'm without. Yeah, no, Perturabo coming back. I mean, I'm not as bothered about it because I think I presumed all of the Primarchs are coming back eventually, even the ones that died. Like, Guys, they're going to bring Sanguinius back. Like, they're going to bring Sanguinius back. It's going to happen. Might be a year from now. Might be 5 years from now. But every Primarch, all 18 of them, fuck it, all 20, they're going to bring the lost ones back as well. All of them will come back. Ferrus Manus, yeah, he's coming back. Like, it's happening. Like, all of the Primarchs are coming back. Like the Sanguinor will just become Sanguinius returned. Like, it's that simple. Yeah. Horus will be back. I guarantee you Horus will come back. Like, GW makes too much money off releasing Primarchs not to bring them all back eventually. Lost Primarchs will be revealed. I love... Okay, I don't love it from like an actual point of view, but I love making myself angry with this fan conspiracy theory. Okay, and this is like, it's a joke but the thing is, you can't bring this topic up without people getting angry. But I'm just gonna say it anyway. The Lost Primarchs will be used to make female Space Marines. It's gonna happen. I don't want it. You don't want it. But that's what's going to happen. It's going to be the forbidden research. Karl's going to find it. That's how they're going to use it. That's how it's going to be used. Yeah. It's 100% how they're going to do it. Like, there you are. This command squad looks amazing, by the way. Really good job, Sir Newbie. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, Perturabo is looking pretty cool. He looks quite big. Like, look at this Qatari guy down here. He's so dead. Oh, man. But yeah, Perturabo is coming back. They're all coming back. Yeah. He's chunky. He is very, very chunky. He's chunky yet funky. Yeah. If GW does that with the Lost Primarchs, I'm 100% out. Well, I don't know when they're going to do it, but it's gonna. Look, it might be 5 years from now. It might be 10 years from now. Who knows? But if they were to do female Space Marines, that is exactly how they would do it. Yeah. Now, the worst retcon, Lost Primarchs will be aliens. Oh, man. I don't know. I think that... I think they're equally as bad. Yeah, I don't know which one's worse, but I think it's equally as bad. Yeah. All right. What with the goon marks? Fuck's sake. What have we got next? L10, thank you for the super chat, man. I think Graves could be really cool if the lore is really good for her. Well, she's fucked then, isn't she? Unlike Lord Solar, only thing I don't like is her vehicle doesn't look like it can navigate a speed bump with that dozer front, let alone a backfield. Dude, it doesn't navigate the speed bumps. It goes through them. It's a plow. It's not going to go, oh no, we've got stuck on the speed bump. It's going to go through the fucking speed bump. That's what it's gonna do. Yeah. And who knows? Maybe the plow, maybe it's got like some pretty like bouncy suspension. So it's like, when it's like, it's like a bouncing car. So when it hits at the speed bump, it's like, maybe that's how they do it. Yeah. It's the minivan of displeasure. Yeah, she's got a fucking lowrider. Exactly. Oh, man. There you go. There you are. Shit's on hydraulic. There you go. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, I do hope that they do some half-decent lore for her, but Games Workshop's not very good at writing lore anymore. Yeah. Truth be told, the Games Workshop's not very good at writing lore anymore. Yeah. It reminds me of that old 40k out of the Inquisition towing prisoners through the streets. Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. The drink is just some cordial. It's nothing fancy. All right. Driving straight to the manager. Had you ever been good at writing law? Yeah. No, I was saying this earlier in Discord today that actually I used to be really into the law. GW definitely. Look, we're getting slightly off topic because we want to get these 11th edition leaks, right? But GW is definitely worse at writing law now than they were in the past. Definitely. Like, but I mean like 10 years ago. Like the last 10 years of law have been worse than before then. But I really think that Games Workshop, it's just so it's always been very writer dependent. Because, you know, back in the day we had stinkers like CS Goto and Matt Ward and stuff like that. So I think that 40k law has always been a bit hit and miss, but it definitely seems like, I mean, I genuinely can't remember the time they released a law thing, anything law related, anything that was not regurgitated from the past, but anything that was new that was actually good. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's definitely resting on some laurels. Yeah, they're definitely resting on some laurels, which is kind of interesting. All right. Titus. I haven't read any Titus lore, to be fair. Titus was good in the video games. I don't know what he was doing in his book, though. Yeah. But I'm sure there is good lore that has come out, but it seems very few and far between. Yeah. Let's have a look. Anyway, what have we got next? Alec Dunlap. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Started collecting a year ago. Didn't know there were cycles. Should I even bother to learn 10th edition rules or just paint 11th? Just paint 11th. There's no point in learning the 10th edition rules now. The game is going to be here in 3 months, man. You might as well just start fresh. So you haven't got... The problem I've got, man, is I've got so many rule sets going through my head these days that I barely even fucking know the rules anymore. So, best thing to do is just wait until paint, get really hyped for 11th, and then just learn from 11th. Yeah. All right. Atomic Activity, thank you for the super chat. Totem Core in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I discovered that if you use spare arms and heads, you can kit bash once with Totem Core to make 25 zombies. I mix them with German veterans. Yes. Can I just say, I am really loving the return of making kits go further. Like, it definitely feels like something that we've missed in recent times. But the fact that the Style Trooper kit, if you're clever, you can get 15 Style Trooper out of one box instead of the 9 that are advertised, and you get 25 Totem Core out of the 20. Well, it would be 50 Totem Core out of the 30 that come in the box. Yeah. It's really cool. It's really, really cool, man. That is the beauty of cross-kit compatibility. That is the beauty of cross-kit compatibility. Chris K, thank you for super chat. Hail Mordian, stuck on duty. Hobby update in chat. Let's have a look. There we are. Need some water slide applications and a bit of weathering but I think we're in a good spot. Half done with the Bruin as well. Nice. Oh man, it's looking really good. Oh, it's looking really cool, man. Really, 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 really good effort, bro. Holy shit, man. Nice. I just remembered I need to show off Ride Masters models as well. Hey, here they are. Cool. Yeah, he did a super chat before, but his picture didn't load in, so I said I'd go back to them when they loaded. I like the I really like the helmet swap there. That's really cool. Nice. Excellent work to Ryan Master and excellent work to Chris K. Amazing, man. All right. All right. You degenerate bastards. Is it time? Is it time? What do the people want? The people want the 11th edition leaks. All right. Well, we've caught up on all the super chats for now. Obviously, any of the super chats that come in, we'll do after we've got to these leaks. But we've had some big fucking leaks come in, and Auspex Tactics has made a video doing the rounds and all that kind of stuff. So we'll be checking all the different sources out for this for these leaks and everything. But yeah, it should be. I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot to get our teeth into here. I think some of it's beef and some of it's hype. All right. So let me have a quick drink and then let's get into it. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures and Alpha Centauri, it's happened. Leak! Leak! We have had some leaks for 11th edition. I knew it. The moment that 11th edition got announced, we knew the leaks were going to be coming thick and fast. And, well, here they are. So, we had obviously some of the rules that have been revealed by Games Workshop themselves, and now what seems to be coming out is more details around those rules, especially around the way missions are going to work and the way detachments are going to work. So let's get into this. So I've got a couple of different sources for this, so I'm just going to bring those up now. All right. So the first one that I saw was on Warhammer Competitive subreddit, and it said 11th edition rumors taken with a grain of salt. And there's a picture here, which is basically a series of like screenshots from a Discord where these leaks took place. And there's a bit of a TLDR, but there's also more stuff that's coming out within this thread itself. So let's have a look at the stuff that came from the Discord, and then let's get into some of the other little bits and accoutrements that are coming around this. I think this is going to be the first of many, and I do think that a lot of what we've seen here is, I think, even if it's not entirely accurate, I think a lot of it is going to be pretty accurate. Yeah, but obviously it is rumors, so who knows? It could all be total bullshit. So it says here, so of course primary missions depend on you and your opponent's matchup, and there are 3 layouts per mission, starting out with 5 mission types in total. So that means that there will be 15 layouts in total. So that's quite interesting. So basically, for those that don't know, the missions and the layouts are no longer fixed. It's no longer, oh, let's play Hidden Supplies or let's play Terraform. It's going to be a case of, I've brought this kind of list. Let's say like I've brought a defender list, and someone else goes, oh, well, I've brought like pure aggression. And it's like, okay, well, let's check the matrix on what mission this means we could get. And then, okay, this is the mission that we get. All right, now we need to see what kind of layout is going to be for each mission. And so that's, I'm gonna be honest, I like this a lot. I like this a lot because it's going to really freshen things up. One of the big problems that 11th edition, not 11th, that 10th and to a certain extent 9th edition had as well, is that it just became a game of standing on circles. And every mission felt the same. Like, oh yeah, the circles go here, blah, one in yours, one in mine, 3 in the middle. Oh, hidden supplies, now 4. Ooh, stand on the objective, get 5 points. Blah. Like it just became so repetitive and so boring after a while. So it's really nice to see that you could go into a game and have no idea what the mission is going to be. Okay, let's work out the mission. What kind of list have you got? This one. What kind of list have I got? This one. Okay, the Matrix says we play this mission. Okay, now what's the layout going to be? Okay, well, but you know, we don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but the idea of not knowing what mission you're going to play is, I think, really good, especially at a tournament setting, because for a tournament setting, you from just from a fun, immersive perspective, you know, you want to be able to turn up to imagine listening to a tournament report, like one of mine or what other people do, and you don't know what the missions are going to be. Like, it's not, oh, it's okay, it's a UKTC, it's the same 5 missions every time. Oh, it's WTC, so it's the same 5 missions every time. It's like, oh no, like, this tournament report, I played this round 1, but the next tournament, I played something else round 1. Like, it would be actually really, like, fun and really interesting. And yeah, is it going to cause, could it, here's the thing, could it cause a little bit of, I think the concern people have with this is that it's going to cause timing issues. But I honestly don't think it's good. I don't think the missions are going to cause timing issues. The layouts, having to adjust the board layout each time, that could cause some problems, but only through the lens, because you've got to think like, you've got to rearrange the table every time. You've got to spend like 10 minutes at the beginning of the game rearranging every table. Now, the funny thing is that already happens at a lot of tournaments anyway, because terrain gets nudged and everything, so we've got to measure it all up and all that kind of stuff. There's already an element of that, especially on like, well, and also with like UKTC. Yeah, there's already a huge element of that anyway, which is the first thing. But the second thing that I think is, but what people are worried about is they're looking at this through the lens of there being loads of terrain on the board. But what if we're on more immersive boards now? So what if there's only like 6 or 7 pieces of terrain rather than like 15? What if there's like 1 bit per 6th? I mean, 1 extra bit chucked in, 1 or 2 extra bits chucked in there. If you've only got to rearrange like 8 pieces of terrain, bang, 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 that's like 3. That's like 3. That's like 4 bits of terrain that each player's got to do. It's not going to take very long at all. It's not going to take that very long at all. So I really hope that it leads to less dense boards. And I really hope that, especially with the whole 15 inches, you can't shoot the enemy if they've not shot kind of thing, you know, the sort of lone op, pseudo everyone's getting lone op bollocks, right? So especially if it leads to that, leans into that, because between us needing less terrain, because you don't need to hide everything because you've not shot already, plus the fact that the layouts might need to be simplified. Not necessarily simplified, but the layouts need to be undensed. Is that a word? Like the boards become a little bit more open. I'm really okay with this. I am going to be, but I actually have a bit of beef on this already. There are already tournament organizers who are going, we're just going to fix the layouts and missions for each round. And I'm like, no, you fucking fools. No, stop ripping out the variance from the game. I know tournament players are like, we must have less variables. Everything must be certain. Why are we even rolling dice? This unit should just do this amount of wounds. But no, resist those thoughts. Resist them. Like, I will be unbelievably happy if we get this. I'll be unbelievably happy if this system works and TOs don't just go, no, we're just gonna lock it in. I really hope. But here's the thing. On the other hand, I will have no issue with TOs fixing missions in place if this system doesn't work and it's dog shit. right? I'll have no issue with that. The one thing that one bit of beef I've got here. Secondaries are the same though. Boo! Boo! Secondaries are boring. They should have separated secondaries and primaries. They should have separated what we back in the day called what do we call it? Like, wasn't open war? But what we had, we used to just call it like main game and maelstrom of war. I really hoped that they were going to separate those, because nothing is less immersive than having a unit of corn berserkers who want to be like, rah! And then it's like, oh, we need to go set the teleportomer up. Why? Well, it gets us points. Did you ever play Dawn of War 1? I'm very certain that those corn berserkers at no point ever had any interest in any of their voice lines. Their voice lines were break their backs. I am not your bootlick. That was their lines. Their lines were not set up the teleporter, Homer. We must go over there and get some points. Like, no. So yeah, I'm disappointed in that, to be honest. Well, it will still be different, though. Like, every detachment has a moniker to determine your missions. Then the TO determines if you are playing on layout A, B, or C. That's kind of linked to the top one there. No big psychic stuff initially, but they are putting more psychic stuff in the codexes. Ooh! Interesting. So psychic is back. Just not yet. Just not yet. Okay. Just not yet. There's not much more to read into that. But I like the idea that they're bringing psychic back in some capacity. But I don't know if I still would have some. That's very vague. So we're gonna have to be mildly titillated, but I don't think we can get too hyped on that. The next one is big. If true. New detachments are able to be combined as we know it. You get 3 points for your list, and each detachment is worth a certain amount of points, which can also be balanced. So, one of the theories I've seen with this is, to give an example, it would be like Grizzled Company, or if you're Space Marines, Gladius would be 3 out of 3 detachment points. So that's the only detachment you get. But if you're, let's say, running Guard, and it was like, okay, well, Siege detachment is like worth 1 point. Mechanized is worth like 1 point. And Bridgehead is worth like 1 point. Then you could run those 3 detachments. Or maybe, if Recon was worth like 2 and Siege is worth like 1, you could combine those 2 detachments. So I thought that was really interesting. The big question is going to be, will the shitty detachments get better, or will people still take Gladius? Because or Gladius or their equivalent in their faction. Because often the best attachment for each codex is affecting all the units in that codex. Like Grizzled Company affects everything in the Guard. Gladius affects everything for the Marines. Invasion Fleet affects everything for the Bugs. Right? So I do wonder if we'll see much of a shift, or will it be that it's like, I could combine these 3 detachments, but Gladius is still just better. Interesting. What the reaction that I've seen from some of the people in the competitive subreddit and other places has been that they suspect that combining 3 weaker detachments will be the way to go, because there'll be unintended there'll be unintended buffs that will come out of it. So basically, they'll be able to break the game with it. Also, there's an element of being able to like stack different abilities, stack different detachments. What in the past, being able to like stack multiple different overlapping rules has been more powerful than having one good rule. I think though both of those presumptions is going to predicate on the fact that you can have a detachment and then use its stratagems in some sort of stackable way with other detachments as well. And I suspect it'll be a case of the units in that detachment are the only things that can benefit from that detachment. But then that might, like you said, there could be some unintended crossover here, because look at, for example, Siege Company with the Guard. That detachment rule doesn't affect any units. It gives you some off-map artillery. And so you could be like, well, what if I took all of my tanks in this detachment and then use Siege Company to use Smokescreen on those units from the other detachment, essentially getting me cross-compatibility without being restricted on what units can use it. And there's an element as well as what is the minimum tax going to be per detachment? Is it going to be where you take like minimum one character per detachment? Or is it going to be, you just pick 3 detachments that affect your whole army, and then you just take your army in the army list? Like it's going to be very interesting to see how they do it. Is it going to be you build a detachment and put units into that detachment, and then that's all that gets affected by it? Or you have your whole army and you just go 1, 2, 3 detachments. Here's my list. All of that affects all of this. Like, it'll be interesting to see how they pull it off. Macon, I mean, GW can't balance detachments already, and now they're trying to balance combining detachments. Press X to doubt. Yeah, see, I know where you're coming from, and I agree. It could be very spicy. What about orcs? Some of their stuff will be broken together, or Tyranids. I mean, it depends on what units get affected by the detachment rules. If it's a case of, here's your list, here's 3 detachments, all these 3 things all benefit everything in your list, it's probably fucked. If it's this detachment here, these units are in this detachment, so they benefit from these rules, that's different. A good example of this would be if you just say recon plus Grizzle. Let's say hypothetically you could take recon and Grizzle Company. You probably can't, but hypothetically, let's say you could. Would that then mean that every unit in your army gets the benefit? Every infantry unit in your army gets the benefit of cover and reroll 1s to hit, or I know your officers get +1 to wound, +1 order, I should say, or is it going to be these units are in the recon detachment, so they get the buffs, but the officers in there don't get the extra orders, and the units in there don't get the reroll 1s because they're not in the Grizzle Company part of your list? So it's going to be interesting to see how they do it. Yeah. But one thing that's very certain is list building is going to be getting a big shakeup, especially if they have different detachments, are like mini armies. So you can't just put detachments at the top and then it affects everything in your list. So you can't have like combined arms and grizzled combined or whatever. It's going to be like, okay, these units are in the grizzled part of my list. These units are in the combined arms part of my list. If they do that, that's going to really radically shake up list building, but in a great way, in a way that I would support. I would rather that different companies in your army essentially benefit from different rules, because that way, if you want to go mono, you can go mono. But if you want to spread things out and try and take advantage of it, you can do. Yeah, and also it'd be really cool. It'd be really cool to see that in the list building stage, but also on the tabletop. Give some good hobbying opportunities as well. Like, okay, I've put all of these Cadians, all of these models are painted in this way, they're in that detachment. It'll be interesting to see how they mix it up. But it's big either way. Missions are decided by what keyword your detachment have versus your opponent, kind of similar to the Maelstrom stuff earlier, currently, and each mission's 3 layouts. Strats, there are some exclusive and some generic, but mostly the latter. 1-point attachments are typically things that only affect one type of unit. So, Hammer of the Emperor is a 1-point detachment. Oh, this is so fucked, isn't it? So, Recon's going to be 2 because it affects infantry and it affects regiment and walkers. Hammer's going to be 1 because it only affects squadron. Mechanized will be 1. And Grizzle Company will be 3, but Combined Arms will be 2. If Combined Arms is anything but 3, it's cooked. Combined Arms is going to be 2 because it affects squadron and regiment. Oh my god. We've no idea. It might affect 3 because between those two things you're affecting nearly your whole army. But hey, it's not affecting your Baneblades or your Ogrins. Grizzle Company does. I can absolutely see Combined Arms being 2, Recon being 2, Grizzle being 3, everything else being 1, except for Bridgehead, which will be 4, even though you're only going to get 3 points. Because Bridgehead has to get nerfed again and again. Yeah. I'm sure Siege for 2 will be a 3-pointer. Because you get 3 different... Okay, Siege is going to be 3, because you get 3 different kinds of artillery to call down, don't you? There you are. All right. Now, for those of you, that has the potential to be super. But here's the thing: even if it comes out scuffed, it'll get fixed very quickly because GW will literally just go, "Oh, that's meant that one's everyone says 2 broken. That goes up to 3. That one's shouldn't be 2. It should be 1. This goes down to 1 because they can tweak that up and down very quickly." Yeah. I want to make something clear. 11th edition will be broken on release. 10th edition was utterly broken on release. Just wait 2 weeks to a month and they'll fix the big glaring problems. And then you can get down to playing the game properly. Yeah. Now, we've got some extra information here. So this is what... So here it's talking about kind of like how the Maelstrom stuff is. So here you go. So this is the Maelstrom Mission Matrix. So this isn't a leak from 11th edition. This is from the Maelstrom campaign that came out in 10th edition. But remember, Games Workshop always tests things out at the end of one edition to see as almost like a hint for what's going to happen with 11th edition. So we got that with Arcs of Omen at the end of 9th going into 10th. Turns out GW's hidden some little sneaky things inside the Maelstrom and some of these narrative campaigns that they're doing. And maybe all this narrative stuff that they're doing with the Cadian Gate and with 500 Worlds and with the Maelstrom and now with Armageddon. Maybe this is an indication what's 11th edition going to be like? Very narratively focused. We don't know. It's Games Workshop. Who fucking knows? But it could be an indication of what they've got planned for 11th. 11th, maybe 10th is the competitive edition. 11th is going to be the more narrative edition. Who fucking knows? But this is an example of how they do the mission matrix. So you can see here that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 kinds of list you can build. A rapid raid, a planned strike, an ambush, or a hold prize list. And then depending on who's got what determines the mission. So if both players have got rapid raid, and then it's loot the dead, that's the mission you play. If player A has rapid raid, but player B has planned strike, then it's to the victor, but player B is the attacker. So you work out who's the attacker, who's the defender in this. And then, here, okay, I've got a rapid raid style list. I've got an ambush style list. Okay, we're going to play the trapped mission, and player B is going to be the attacker again. Okay, well, I've got player A's got a rapid raid style list. Oh, well, I've built a hold prize. It's a hold the line kind of list. Okay, the mission's going to be hold at all costs. Player A is the attacker. I really like this. It's very simple, but I will say this. If people can read this table, we should be bringing weapon skill versus weapon skill back and initiative back. Gentlemen, the tables will continue until morale improves. Ironically, morale will improve very quickly. If you can go, it was never that hard. It was always bullshit. People were like, oh, you had to check all the tables. Fuck off. Yeah, so much better having this kind of stuff. A tale of tables. Yeah. The Canorian, reading a table once a game is using the reading a table 50 times. Bro, if you haven't got the weapon skill versus weapon skill thing after 50 times, it's time for you to go and play a different game. Weapon skill versus weapon skill is super easy. Is your weapon skill higher than my weapon skill? Yeah. All right, you hit me on 3s, I hit you on 4s. Is my weapon skill higher than your weapon skill? Yeah, all right, I hit you on 3s, you hit me on 4s. Is our weapon skill the same? Yeah, all right, we hit on 4s. It's just like, you know the whole to wound thing? Oh, is my strength higher than your toughness? Okay, you wound me on 3s. You know that? That's basically the strength v toughness table, just without the table. Just written out. It's the same thing. Yeah. So we've got we can see all the different missions here. So we've got loot the dead, to the victor, trapped, hold at all costs. And then we've got risk and reward and extraction and dawn raid. And then we've got high stakes and heist. And then chance. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possible missions. 10 possible missions. That's pretty good. If this system comes from Maelstrom over to 11th edition, this looks great. I love how I love this one here, chance engagement, where it's like both lists are designed to dig in and like defend, but they've bumped into each other. Like, yeah, that's like, like it's not one person attacking the other. It's two battle lines that have been drawn, and maybe like there's two patrols that have gone out and bumped into each other. Like, oh fuck, we've got a mission that needs to be done. Yeah. Plot twist, Mordian, they're all 2 to 4 turns long. Well, we haven't seen that yet. Yeah. Let's hope not. Let's hope fucking not. Oh god, no. But this looks really good. And if you're at a tournament, you just go, okay, what kind of army do you have? Oh, I've got a rapid raid. Okay, I've got a hold prize. Okay. Check the table, hold at all costs. Boom. Sick. That's the mission. 2 seconds. Really easy. So I really hope this Maelstrom mission matrix actually does make it to 11th edition now. And remember, GW has already confirmed that a system like this is going to be in place, because they said what list you take and what list your opponent takes determines what the mission's going to be. So we don't know it's going to be exactly this because this is from the Maelstrom thing. But we do know that a similar system to this is going to be in place for 11th edition. And also, what's kind of cool is they can update this matrix to keep things interesting. So if it turns out that like lots of people, or they could update this matrix for different seasons of 40k. So it can be like, okay, we've been playing for a year now. Let's update the mission matrix. Now, not all of these go away. We'll keep the best ones from here, and the ones that didn't work, we'll replace those with some different missions. So I like it. There's some more bits and stuff coming through here, but a lot of the stuff that's in this thread is about people saying that they think there's going to be some problems like balancing the detachments. We have got another leak here. This could be a problem. Two-inch engagement range. Combine that with the new roll your dice, then see how far you go. And it sounds like we're getting very close to having very reliable charges. And people are saying that's what is done in AOS. And as a result, I can really believe it. Because we know Age of Sigmar is the test bed, is the mining canary for 40k. And who's in charge of creative design for 40k now? Phil Kelly. Who? AI. Phil Kelly. Phil Kelly was in charge of the AOS creative design for the last 5 years. So I think it will. I actually believe this. Yeah. 200 engagement range, charge end base to base. Fly allows ignoring terrain at -2 penalty cover is -1 ballistic skill. That's actually okay. To be fair, 2-inch engagement range, but charge must end base to base. Ooh. So that's base to base, and then everyone within 2 inches behind. Ooh, actually, I might be okay with this. I might like it. Mordian, that stops the you can't fight my guys in the building. Ooh. Will it though? Or will it just be, well, you can't get base to base with me because I'm behind this ruin now. And there's a millimeter. I don't know if it will stop it. I don't know if it will stop it. There'll have to be a thing where it's like, yes, but if the enemy is base to base with a ruin, then you can be, if you can make contact with the ruin, then you can fight them. Yeah. I think it means you have to fight. I don't know if you'll be able to stop the fighting through walls thing. Yeah, it seems like it'd be even harder to get through walls. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So fly allows ignoring terrain at a -2 penalty. Oh. Every edition it swings back and forth. Back and forth. Oh my god. So in 8th and 9th, I think you could just fly over terrain as if it wasn't there. And then in 10th, obviously they made it where you had to take the distance into account. And now they're basically saying, oh, it is there, but you'd have to take a 2-inch penalty. Oh my God. Yeah. It was too much of a nerf for flies. This feels like a decent compromise. It does. I'm not even really against the change, to be honest. It's just funny how it's constantly changed. Yeah. I wonder how that will affect infantry going through the ruins, though. I bet they'll still be able to go through. Yeah. If you've got a jump pack, you'll be able to choose to go over or through. Cover is -1 ballistic skill and stacks with stealth. Break out the flamers, boys! How meta incoming? -1 ballistic skill and stacks with stealth. Recon detachment plus siege detachment meta incoming. I'll have cover. When I'm in cover, I'll have even more cover. And then I'll be -1 ballistic skill. And I'll then put smoke shells on top. -2 to hit guardsman incoming. Oh. Wow. So, but how will this affect recon? Wait. How will this affect recon? Because recon gives you the benefit of cover. If you already have the benefit of cover, then you get +1 to that save. Let me check the rules around it. I've got my book here. Okay, let me check. Let me check the ancient scrolls. So recon says, while such a model has the benefit of... Sorry. Ashton Walker and Regiment models from your army have the benefit of cover. While such a model has the benefit of cover for any other reason, improve the save characteristics of models in that unit by 1. So, it will actually, rules as written, stack without any FAQ being needed. So, it means that your infantry is going to run around with the benefit of cover, which will be -1 to hit, which kind of makes sense. They're all camoed up. Oh, I actually quite like it. They're not tougher. They're all like camouflaged up. And then if you're also in cover, you then get +1 to your save. So, and then if you can combine that with smoke shells, you can get stealth. Because I'm pretty certain smoke shells gives you stealth. Yes. So you could have a unit of guardsmen with take cover on them. So take cover is going to give you +1 to save. Being in cover will give, because of recon, will give you another +1 to save. So that gives you a 3-up save. Then you'll be -1 to hit because of the benefit of cover. Then you'll be another -1 to hit because of smoke shells. So you're going to have guardsmen with a 3-up save, -2 to hit at range. Oh man, that ultimate guide to collecting pure infantry videos come out at a great time, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh, look, the guardsmen are in the walls. They're in the goddamn walls. Instead of, it's going to be the aliens from Alien, like maybe they don't. Maybe they don't show up on Alien Vision. And the guards and like Marvo coming out of the walls and like picking the alien up and be like, ah! Oh, how the turntables keep turning. I really hope this is true. It would be amazing. For like I will say this, for the first time since 3rd edition, I feel like Katachans would be genuinely represented. Yeah. Ursula Creed is the alien queen. Nid's begging to be virus bombed from orbit due to a battalion of guardsmen. I am the Nidrax. I speak to the trees. Why are the trees speaking Katachanese? Like the lictor's like sneaking through. The lictor's like sneaking through and sees like a couple of guardsmen like playing in the clearing, and it's like I've got him. And then suddenly like Marbo comes out the hedge to here, and he's like, and the lictor's like, clever human. Clever guardsman. Even Nidri knew not to mess with the Katachan compound. Nidri. Even Nidri knew not to mess with the Katachans. This is the meme that keeps on giving. Warrior to the turban goes, no, stay out the long grass. Oh man, I really hope this is true now. The memes will be incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. Oh, absolutely incredible. Yeah, this is... I am very excited for 11th edition. Just for this. Just for this. Next to Muldoon Lictor is a Krieger's gas mask popping out the bushes. Yeah. Space Nam, absolutely. The Lictor. They come out at night, mostly. Oh, man. Ah, oh, this is so good. I'm trying to paint, but I can't keep my brush straight. The guard, well, the guard finds a way. Oh my God. Amazing. So yeah, I mean, we've got some, that's most of the rumors I think I saw on Reddit, but I'm going to check out Auspex' video. Obviously, going to link it as well, because, you know, Auspex is an absolute hero who deserves, I mean, he doesn't really need any shout outs from me, to be fair, but obviously if I'm referencing his video, it would be churlish of me not to reference it. So, oh, give me 1 second, I just need to itch my nose. There we are. Godlike Poet, meme and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Catachans with the new cover rules. Timid Vanguard units. Oh man, that's actually amazing. That's actually peak. Oh my God. Yeah, I think Swords and Allspecs has covered pretty much the same stuff. Well, we'll double check it, because Allspecs often does have other bits. Let's have a look. And then we've got some super chats we need to catch up on. Okay, but yeah, okay, there's a bit here that I missed. The layouts have changed a bit to make infiltrators / scout turn on pressure a bit less. So I imagine that means the terrain has become less dense. That's big. I did say they were going to make the terrain less dense. I predicted all of these changes were done in aid of making the boards feel more open and to make other kinds of cover more viable. Yeah. Also, they said changing the attachment for missions was a thing they can change as well. Like if they need to nerf the attachment instead of nerfing units, one attachment sins. Ooh, that's quite good. That's interesting. I like that. Hey, that addresses two big concerns with from 10th edition. Terrain being too dense and scout infiltrator pressure being a bit of a problem. And being able to, nerf detachments independent from units. Yeah. It's really cool. Really, really cool. I wonder if there's anything... Okay, yeah, so he's basically going through how the mission selection works. Gazebush said each detachment will have a force disposition, which says broadly how they want to make war, kill stuff, steal stuff, claim land. Missions get generated by the combination of both players' force dispositions. What the rumors claim, these force positions go into a grid determined the mission being played. There are five main prime missions that can get generated. So maybe each army will be able to play them all, specific one depending on opponent, or maybe some will be locked out. Okay, so 5 missions. So the Maelstrom one has got 10, but this has 5. Okay, interesting. Presuming it's not made up of course. Of course, it could all be bullshit, yeah. The game does get repetitive, absolutely. How new detachments work. Games Workshop said 70 new updated detachments. Yeah, we know this. So you're going to have one to support one army element and one to support another. Maybe they will combine in some way, having more than one per army. What the rumor claims, attachment of a point system of 3 points per army. Attachment will cost points. Big, powerful Jones ones might have 3 and only taken alone. Versus ones make locked, but yeah, this is exactly what we talked about. Yeah, that's fine. No big saga changes. Layouts have changed there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, charge would be base to base. The charging base to base could be big. So yeah, so that is pretty much all of the leaks that we've had today. But again, it's important to reiterate that it could all be bollocks. But I really hope that it's not bollocks purely because of the memes that the Catachans could have. Also, someone in Reddit did point this out, and I think it is worth mentioning. It's also noted that the core rule missions are very different compared to the current 25-26 pack. It could be that after the first 0 to 6 months, we get a new event pack which streamlines it so events can run the same terrain setup round to round, but then armies play their own preferred style. E.g., everyone plays layout 4 in round 1, but World Eaters are playing the table while GSC are playing to mess around hiding places around the board. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Often the core rulebook missions, like Open War and stuff like that, often they are very different to what comes in like match play guides and the equivalent thereof for like 40k and stuff. So I do think that's a really, really good point. Like we're seeing this through the lens of the beginning of the edition, but how it starts out could be very different, even just 3 months from the launch of 11th edition. You know, people will start off with the core missions, but then basically straight away go into playing the other ones. Yeah. So there we go. Now that's how it's always, that's how it's been, I think, through 8th, 9th, and 10th. Yeah. So it's been bringing it all together. I think that is some very interesting leaks that we've had. And I actually have to say, overall, I'm pretty happy with them. The rumors that the boards are going to get less dense, that there'll be the ability to to bring back deep army building is good. The mission matrix I'm really keen on. Yeah. The mission matrix I'm really keen on. So overall, I take all of this as hype. Well, the vast majority of it. There's always going to be a few flies in the ointment, but I give this a solid 8 out of 10 on the hypometer. I do. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Are you feeling pretty... after seeing these leaks / rumors, are you feeling more excited or less excited for 11th edition? I'm feeling more excited, but I'd be curious to know where you guys fall down on the fence, as it were. It does seem like a lot of people are saying more excited. That's a good point. We could do a poll. Okay. Are you feeling more excited for 11th or less excited after seeing the leaks / rumors? More. You can't have about the same, because if you do a poll and you give people like a middle option, everyone picks the middle option. So no, you got to pick. You got to pick a side. There you are. All right. So we'll let that run for a little bit. Less worried, less excited. Much less excited. Oh, Mystery Monk. That's fair enough. I think the upcoming beef is the 70 new updated detachments really being 5 new detachments and 65 updated. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. When there were like 70 new detachments, I was like, no, so that's where Grotmus went. You know, it could be 65 new detachments and 5 updated ones, with it being 5 from Grotmus. What if they took 5 of the detachments that were meant for 11th and gave them to us for Grotmus? Because the Grotmus reaction was so poor. That could be a thing. Because Grotmus was never meant to have the detachment. They were, oh shit, here you go. Or am I coping? Am I putting more fucking hype rocks in my copium pipe? All right, let's catch up on some super chats here. And I know we've had some big ones come in, so I'm gonna do all the super chats now, so that I'm gonna do all the super chats now. So let me have a look. I'm gonna start with let me have a look here. There we go. So I'm going to start with L10, my boy. L10, thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Holy shit. That is a $100 super chat. Woo! L10, thank you very much for your patience, sir. I apologize that I made you wait before I got to you. I just wanted to make sure I was finishing the segment, man. Bro, thank you so much for the support. Wouldn't combining detachments just ruin the purpose of different detachments being the expression of different flavors of an army? Or in our case, regiments? Just seems like doubling down on a bad idea. Go back to Force Org and Doctrines, for fuck's sake. I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from, but let me say why I'm okay with it. Let me explain why I'm okay with it. In the past, we had different detachments for like in 8th edition and 9th edition, we had different detachments that you could take. Like you could take like a battalion detachment or whatever, or you could take, or if you got like a special one, like you could take the Hammer of the Emperor detachment and the Emperor's Conclave detachment and all this kind of stuff. And you could have different, and you could have different armies and different regiments working together. Or you could choose to just go mono. I'm going to take one regiment. But there was the choice. So those who were like, I'm going pure Cadian or I'm going pure Mordian could. But they weren't forced to. And what happened with 10th is Games Workshop was basically like, we're going to force everyone to basically take one detachment, one regiment, but instead of like calling it the Raven Guard detachment or like the Mordian detachment, we're going to call it like the stealth detachment or the recon detachment. And so that way you could have your Ultramarines you could plug them into one detachment and not be like, oh, well, these Ultramarines represent Raven Guard. Actually, no, these are just Ultramarines just in this detachment. Because that was always a big thing in previous editions where people were like, well, I want to run my Ultramarines as Ultramarines, but occasionally I might want to like try out a new detachment. And you had a bunch, and it was never really a problem because I always ran my Mordians whatever they needed to be. But you had a bunch of people online who'd be like, well, if they're not painted in the right colors, then they should not be used as that regiment. If you do not have Ultramarines, if you have got Ultramarines, then you must always play them as the Ultramarine detachment. And what's interesting is GW actually encouraged this massively as well, being like, no, if they're painted as Ultramarines, when they ran their own events, they were like, if they're painted as Ultramarines, they should use the Ultramarines chapter tactics. And what's funny is I think I know why Games Workshop changed it. L10. And when I say this, you're going to go, yep, light bulb moment, right? Scales falling from eyes moment. Why because the problem with that is that everyone stopped painting their armies like Ultramarines. And instead they would paint them in their own colors. And then they could just detachment hop as they needed. But Games Workshop doesn't want you to paint your guys as the Goon Marines. They're like, no, because they want you to paint them under their colors. Because then you're using that's like, not copyright, but what would Games Workshop rather you did? Paint your Space Marines as Ultramarines for brand recognition. Or you paint them in a custom color. It's more marketing friendly. Exactly. There you are. Probably not true. I'm definitely need the tinfoil for that one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there was ever a stigma against having a successor chapter you put thought into. Is when you change your army time, it feels disingenuous. Yeah, it was mostly a problem when Blood Angel, let's say Ultramarines had been really like the top dogs, and then like a new update would come out and suddenly Blood Angels were the top dogs, and you went to a tournament and you saw a sea of people going, yeah, these Ultramarines are actually Blood Angels. Like, it never actually bothered. Like, here's the thing, no one ever cared. People were like, yeah, of course. But I think there is an element of, there's always going to be a certain kind of Warhammer player who's going to be like, no. And I do get it as well. I do get it a little bit because, you know, I'm someone who will collect a certain regiment. I will collect the Steel Legion. I will collect the Mordians. I'll collect the Black Templars. So I do actually get it. But at the same, and I will hold my hands up and say, in the past, I was one of those people that was like, no, if you paint them as Kriegers, they should be Kriegers. But I have evolved from, I realized I was being difficult. So now I'm much more like, I don't care. Like, as long as but I think the reason sometimes it was a problem was when you could combine different regiments. So it was kind of like, oh, well, these Cadians aren't actually Cadians, they're this. These Kriegers aren't actually this. And it's like, bro, what am I even looking at? Like, that's the, I think that was the issue. So I think I was always okay. I've been totally okay with it in 10th edition because your whole army is basically under one detachment. So it's fine. Like, I don't care if your Ultramarines are being played in Gladius or if you're playing them as Dark Angels in Wrath of the Rock. I actually just do not give a shit because I know that every model is basically going to be affected by these rules. But back in the day, it was more of a, I think back now that I think about it for longer than a second, I'm trying to remember like why I used to have a problem with it in the past. It used to be like, well, I don't fucking know which one's in which detachment, bro. And they all look fucking similar to me, and you know. So yeah, there was definitely there were issues with it in the past. But yeah, going back, it's definitely a step backwards. They've definitely basically stepped back to more towards 8th and 9th edition, for sure. The thing is, L10, the big question is, I'm coming back to it. I'm coming back to L10. Don't worry. I'm coming back to it. Everything that we've been talking about the whole discussion, the whole debate, really it comes down to this. And it's the same question and the same issue that I've been leveling against multiple parts of Newhammer. Is this new way of doing things actually better than simply just going back to like the old ways with the benefit of hindsight? You know, why not just go back to the Force Org chart? But, you know, maybe a modern, you know, a Force Org chart with quality of life improvements. Weapons, is this fix to hit thing really working, or is weapon skill versus weapon skill the way it should be? Is initiative actually, was initiative ever a problem? Or ever since we got rid of initiative, have we now come up with a convoluted system of who fights first when actually initiative would just be better? So I know you've got all of this like, oh, well, this was better than 9th, or this incorporates bits from 8th, all this other shit. And actually it's like, what if we don't look at this through the lens of Newhammer? Ever since this detachment bollocks, the new way of building armies came along, and ever since the old Force Org went away, have we ever actually fixed the issues, the issues from the Force organization chart? Because the Force Org chart lasted 30 years. One of these Newhammer ways of building your army has never lasted longer than 3 years, and sometimes not even that. So it's like every single time they they have these new systems and they bend themselves into knots trying to get them to work, when actually maybe the answer is right in front of us all. So, L10, since it's coming back action, I just have such low tolerance for bad ideas like these. Bad ideas like these aren't impossible dilemmas. GW just sucks. I know what you mean, man. Yeah. I know what you mean. It's like you see this and you go, this is good for GW. This is good for them. This is good for them. Yeah. Relatively, it's still shit, but it's good for them. I understand what you mean. Yeah. Oh, man. L10, thank you so much for your very, very generous support. Thank you for going above and beyond and supporting the channel, man. And great to have you back in the streams, bro. And I just want to say that I really appreciate the... I think it's a very good talking point. Are we just tying ourselves in knots? Are we just doubling down on this concept, trying to get it to work? Or is the answer way more simple? Like people are like, no, it's people are like it's more complicated. And it's like, no, it isn't. Yeah. Yeah. Towels says, stop being longbeard and embrace change of audience. No, I'm not a chaos worshipping Zinch bastard. Nostalgia is the most beautiful lie, and what is dead is dead. Long live the king. What is dead, eh? Say that to Yarrick. Mic drop. Ultimate win. Fatality moment. There you are. All right, what do we got next? We have got some more super chats coming in. I'm just checking them out. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. 2nd and 11th edition Primark meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Where is it? The hidden reason why the 2nd and 11th Primarks were... I didn't expect that to be a video. I need to rewatch Space King. Look, you guys don't want to hear it. I guarantee GW's keeping those hidden Primarks in the bank for when they want to introduce female Space Marines. It's going to happen. I don't want it. You don't want it. But that's the way. If they're going to do it, that's the way they're going to do it. Yeah. What do we got next? Simple Logic. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Actung Nate, thank you for renewing your channel membership. And thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Hey! Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the extra platoon to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you. Thank you for your very generous support, sir. There you are. We also got Hexen Gaming. Thank you for the 19 months, Memflex man. X-Force, baby. I wonder if people will tailor lists to get missions. Ooh, I mean, yeah, 100%. There'll be some way where, like, if you take this kind of list, it will always end up with the mission that you want. You know it's going to be fucked, man. 100%. But it'll only be fucked out. Here's the thing. And I'll say this to everyone who's in the stream right now. You should expect 11th edition to be broken on launch. You should expect it to get fixed very quickly. Yeah. The Courier, thank you for the 18 months, man. X-Force. Video suggestion, 4th edition 40k play guide. It's not a bad idea, but I get the rules wrong in 4th edition all the time. So I need to get a little bit better at the rules before I before I make that video. It's not a bad idea. Hexen Gaming, do you think... 1 minute, let's check here. Do you think the GW app might implement a tournament feature for 11th edition? So when you get paired, it looks at the list and tells you the layout plus mission. I mean, that would be amazing. If GW doesn't do it, then absolutely something like the Tabletop Battles app will do it. Yeah, absolutely. I think it will be. I think for a lot of people it will be necessary. But yeah, we need someone somewhere needs to make that tool. Whoever makes it first makes bank. Yeah. But I did hear Canorian's right. I did hear there was going to be some updates to the 40k app that were going to do a lot of this stuff. But if GW is doing it in their app, it's going to be fucked and it won't work. So just expect someone to do it for free. Yeah, in a free app, that'll be 10 times better. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat. My happy day in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Valve has created S and Box, and let me tell you, this is huge. It's a game engine that allows creators to export their game that they create directly to Steam royalty-free. This cripples Unity and Unreal Engine for trying to go the royalty subscription route on creators. Also, RAM is going to get a hell of a lot cheaper because Google announced a new algorithm that reduces AI memory requirements by 6 to 8 times, as well as companies like OpenAI found to be completely unsustainable. The best part is that investors are finding out that the AI bubble isn't a bubble, but a black hole when they thought they could squeeze us regular folks for our cash. Also, BlackRock is collapsing because they have over-leveraged their capital while frivolously investing in things that don't make money, and investors are noticing and trying to pull out their capital. But BlackRock had to put a cap on how much investors can withdraw, signaling that they might not have the money. Like, they spend all of it on dumb stuff that doesn't make money. Now, while that is really not good for the world economy, I just really hate BlackRock for trying to buy up all the single-family homes, keeping them from hard-working normal people. Also, I've downloaded so many STLs I had to break up my 8TB external hard drive store it all. Today is quite the happy day for me. All I'm going to say is that the people are winning. I'm not a political channel. But I will say, I like it when the people win. I do. I'm not a raging socialist, but neither am I a degenerate capitalist. I am, relatively speaking, a normal person. And so, whilst I'm not overly informed on several of the topics that you've raised there, I have a passing knowledge of them. And that's all sounds good to me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a raging socialist. Now let me play the Soviet anthem. Do, 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 do. But I think I've said this for a little while. I think that you hear so much, especially with politics, you hear so much about the left this, the right that. But I think that those are, especially in the online space, the social media space, and the news, even just like normal news, I think that those are tiny, tiny minority opinions that get massively inflated. And I think that the truth is that the vast majority of people actually sit nowhere near those two things, sit nowhere near the things that get talked about. And the vast majority of people are like just normal people who have to go through life dealing with these absolute fucking lunatics screeching at them. And again, I'm saying this is on all sides. I'm not a both sides kind of person. I'm like an ent. I don't take a side because no one's on my side kind of thing, right? But I feel like the vast majority of people go through life basically having to tolerate the bullshit of the really like loud, overly reported bits, groups, bits of information, takes, politics, whatever it might be. And it's like, just eventually it gets to a point where like the normal people just end up just winning out. Sometimes it takes decades, sometimes it takes centuries, but eventually it ends up working out. Yeah. yeah, exactly. People just don't want to be fucked with. People just do not want to be fucked with, and they want a fair deal. And that's all life has ever been. Yeah. So yeah, all of that sounds really good. And I think for years we've seen, it's funny, it's like for years we've seen, I think it go, yeah, it's just normies. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I think the normies went out eventually. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. RAM prices were never going to stay that high. Of course they weren't. If I had to go, I'll go through and give you a hot take on each one of these things. I don't know much about video game creation, but I presume if Valve does it, it's good. Because I've been playing Valve games since I was like 7. And they've always been decent. Like they've always, and so and Valve is almost the Valve slash Steam is the almost perfect example from a video game point of view of a benevolent dictatorship. Like Valve basically sits on the entire industry, and they could fuck with us an unreal amount. The amount of power they have, they could fuck with us an unreal amount, and they just don't. Because why would they? Yeah. The one time I think Valve stuffed up was Artifact, which was like a card game. But here's the thing. I don't even think, from what I understand, Artifact wasn't bad. It's just it wasn't Half-Life 3, and everyone really wanted Half-Life 3. I don't know if that's true. So yeah. RAM going down in price. I mean, I've been building computers for years. There's always spikes in hardware and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that going down makes sense. The AI bubble being a black hole. I think there's going to be, my opinion on AI is this. It's both incredibly powerful, but also useless. The thing is, for 99% of people, it's going to be useless. And for the 99% of businesses, it's probably going to be useless. At least for the next 10 years. Because it just imagines things. Like, how many stories have we heard now of businesses being like, oh, we'll fire all of our accounting staff and just get the AI to tell us what the numbers are at the end of every month. And the AI just goes, here are some numbers. And the business goes, sick, look how much money we've made. And then they actually look into it, it's completely wrong. Yeah. So I think AI for a lot of companies, it's just not the tool it's just not the magic bullet they thought it was. But I do think that there will be a very niche, or not even niche, behind the scenes. I think there'll be some very powerful AI tools that get used by like governments and extremely I say like probably governments and government related companies, for example. I think that's how it'll get used, for example. But I think for what a lot of people think, what they think is AI is just a search engine that looks like an AI. Yeah. Exactly. Kanorian. It's not what AI can do, it's what they think it can do, and they trust the answers they get from it. Yeah. So yeah, so the AI thing, like, I think AI is an incredible tool, but only for like 1 or 2% of people, only for 1 or 2% of industries. Yeah, like and then for the rest of it, it's going to be getting the AI. It's good, like what do we like? This is the two areas AI is used for, right? Right. So, on the one hand, AI is going to be useful because it's going to like on the one end of the spectrum. These are the two ends of the spectrum where AI is useful. Okay. The middle, where everyone thinks they're going to use it, is complete dog shit. That's where all the companies trying to replace humans with AI, and it's gonna continuously bite them in the ass. Okay. There are two areas where AI is going to be useful. One is, like we said, top end, shadowy shit that the government uses it for, that militaries use it for, all that kind of stuff. Like that's and we won't see it. Like when the government had like GPS for 30 years before we knew about it, right? Like that's where AI is going to be good. And the other end is this end. 1 minute.
Right?
1 minute.
We need to build more data centers. AI needs it.
To cure cancer, right? We're curing cancer. Right?
We need to build more data centers. AI needs it.
To cure cancer, right?
That's...
We're curing cancer.
that's they're the two they're the two areas where AI is useful. It's useful for memes and it's useful for overthrowing governments, and that's it. There's no everything in between. It's basically just a bad search engine. Yeah. There you are. All right. What do we got next? Oh, the whole BlackRock thing. So, I don't know much about. I'll be honest. I don't know much about BlackRock. The only time I ever hear about BlackRock is when people say that BlackRock's been making companies go woke, but I don't really know anything about it. I always get them mixed up with Blackwater, the mercenary PMC company. I'm like, wow, their industry's changed a bit. That's because I used to play a lot of video games. But yeah, I mean, it makes it, to be honest, it does make sense. There's been a lot of I don't know much about it, but if they've been buying up loads of homes, and then I don't like it when companies buy up homes. Like I've always said, like if I could, and obviously I'm not, life is life at the end of the day. But if I ever end up selling my house and moving up the market if possible, I would always try and sell it to like I'd always try and sell it to like a real person. Because when me and Mr. Mordian bought this house, it was our first like self-starter home, right? And I've always wanted to the person that sold it to us basically, I won't get into it too much, but like I'd like to pass it on if possible. Obviously at the end of the day, money's money and all that kind of stuff, but if possible, I'd like to make sure that I sold my house to a real person. Yeah. And I think it's only a little thing. It's only a little thing, but it's kind of what I said. It always comes down to the normies. And there's a little bit too much of fuck you got mine in the world these days. So yeah, if possible. But I don't hold myself to it. I just like to think that I'd have the opportunity to do that. Yeah. So yeah. That's Mordian's cold takes on a bunch of stuff. All right, Ishmael, what have we got next? We've got Kraken Attack. Thank you for becoming a channel member, sir. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Azalea's Experiment. Thank you for super chat. Some silliness in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Found some damaged models for my last crusade. Oh, the guy's broken in half. Medic! That's kind of funny. All right, yeah. I like that, man. That's awesome. Whenever someone says medic, that scene always goes through my head as well. Nico, thank you for the super chat, man. 40k Vietnam edition with those new cover rules sounds cool, but I'm done buying books that get FAQ'd week after week. Long live Conflict 47. Banzai! 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 Nico, I totally agree, man. Isn't it crazy Guys. Isn't it crazy that this Friday we had an update for Conflict 47? Multiple armies got updates. We even got some points changes for the Japanese. And it didn't cost anyone a penny. Because all your rules are free online. So you just went on and just looked at them. Yeah, baby. Major problems. Thank you for super chat. Hold the line. In a defensive mission for the guard, the age defense line will become the meta. That's well to die on. Hold the line. Aegis Bear incoming. Aegis Bear incoming. Major problems. I hope so. I actually really enjoyed it when I used my Aegis in a tournament at the end of last year. Yeah. Verado, thank you for the 21 months, man. With hidden mechanics and cover leaks. Death strikes, question mark. Oh my god, you beautiful evil bastard. Death strike letter incoming. Once again, my investment of triple death strikes has proven its worth. I'm not targeting you. I'm targeting the board. You just happen to be near where I'm targeting. Actually, true point though, Frado. Like, Death Strike meta incoming. Death Strike meta incoming. Love that. Solarius, thank you for super chat. Subfinish Old World in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Where are you, Solarius? I don't see it, bro. I don't think the pictures are loaded in. You might have to... Oh, there you go. I found it. The Hearthguard, the Hearthguard are complete. Nice. Dude. Old World Best Board, man. Hey, they've come out all right, you know. They've come out all right. Cool. It's amazing, like, a brick of 29s like that. That's all you need, like, just because they're so bulky and, like, full armored and everything. Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool, man. Yeah. I think they've come out very nicely. And it's great how just a brick of like 20 infantry ranked up like that with shields and everything can just look so right on the board. Yeah, man. Love that. Love that. That's cool, Solarius. What have we got next? Femboy Breeder. Finally resuming my World Eater army. I feel like you're collecting the wrong Chaos Legion, mate. Cosmic, my boy. Thank you for the super chat. Some pictures of stream discussion from my Adepticon. Be there next year. I will be there next year. Don't worry. Let's have a look, man. Adepticon was great and fun to all Krieger up again. It was great meeting some of the new channel members. I hope to see you next year, Tim. I will be there next year. Don't you worry. Hey, that's cool, man. I actually have cosplay as well, so I can cosplay up at Adepticon. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Caden's Understeel. Nice. That's kind of cool. It seems like there... Why is there a pair of trousers? He's a jean stealer. It seems like there's a lot more people getting dressed up at Adepticon this year. Like the last time I went, it felt like most people were there for the tournament, so there wasn't really enough people there for the dressing up. But this year, it looks like actually there was a decent amount of people that were putting the con in Adepticon, which is cool. Yeah. The lower decks, thank you for super chat. Sir, the mine is cold. There are wolves after me. They're not wolves. They're turnip squigs. They're fine. Just don't let them bite you, and you won't have to worry about the turnip-based poison. You'll be all right. Average White Shark, thank you for the super chat. I think the Hippogriff rule will center our mobility since says the one rule not presented by other armor, either shoot and move or advance and shoot. If they give the Hippogriff move, shoot, move, I will personally wash Kevin Roundtree's bollocks. Whether he wants me to or not. All right. But if I think it'll be advance and shoot. Yeah. I think it'll be advance and shoot. And I think that's a perfectly fine order for it to have. Or maybe auto advance. No, I think it'll be advance and shoot. Yeah. Macon, thank you for the 7 months, man. God likes poet meme discussion. It's too good. I think we saw it before, Macon, but I'll happily show it off again. There's a couple in here, I think. Let's have a look here. Yeah, Tyranid Vanguard units. Categorize the newcomer rules. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, that. I saw this one as well. Nids, there's something in those trees. I cannot wait for the Guard Katachan memes if the cover gets changed the way everyone says it is. Yeah. It's gonna be good, man. Woodham, thank you for super chat. Paying my dues. Thank you. I don't know. Wait. What? Did I win the bet? Do we know the price of the new Defiler? Wait, do we know the price of the new Defiler? Did I win the bet with Woodimp? 88 pounds? Is that true? Victory! Victory! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Ah. Victory. There you are. Well, I didn't even know, Woodimp, so you could have got away with it. But you're a man of honor. So, thank you for the support. And that's interesting. I thought it was going to be at more than 100. But, I mean, 88 is still very expensive. Oh, no. Man, I bet you could print a lot of them for 88 pounds. Yeah. It's steep, but not as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be 100. By the end of 11th, it will be 100 plus. Yeah. Expensive, man. That's interesting to know, Woodham, though. Appreciate it, man. What have we got here? Letters from Links. Thank you for super chat. Worried about balance plus quality assurance. WTC will be a mess. Yeah, it's... I mean, I wonder if GW is trying to wrestle back some control from UKTC and WTC. Because it's like no one in the UK plays GW's format. And knowing GW, they're not going to be happy about that. Yeah. Balance and quality assurance. Well, we actually have a story about, not about balance, but about quality control. There's been another fuck up. GW fucked up another pre-order, guys. But we'll get to that later in the stream. But yeah, no, I mean, dude, the balance is going to be fucked from the beginning, man. It's 40k. Stop trying to balance it. Well, no. Never stop trying to balance it, but stop worrying about the balance. Yeah. Anthony Williams, thank you for the 16 months, man. X-Force. I'm excited about that Guard Battalion box. Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, Guard Battalion looks good. I expect it to be sold out in 0.1 seconds. It will go live and it will sell out. Yeah, straight away. Mad Larkin, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Hey, he rejoined the chicken shit outfit. Amazing, man. Also, thank you for the super chat. Have we talked about indirect with the new targeting restrictions? Do you think we can ally factions with the detachment rules? Ultras and Dark Angels, Primarch pairing up? I see problems everywhere. Also, Mad Larkin, thank you for renewing the membership. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. My God, sir. My God. Big, big support. Massive, massive 07, mate. Triple 07. All the salutes. I'll say it again. 11th edition balance is going to be ultra gigafucked. Day one, it will be broken. Day one, the game will fundamentally be broken. And the balance will be extra crunchy, hyper gigafucked broken on top of it. It's guaranteed. Like, do not expect anything else. Do not presume anything else. That is how it will be. For that is how it has been at the release of the last 3 editions of 40k. I mean, think about the beginning of 10th edition when Eldar could guarantee like 40 plus mortal wounds that spilled over and like ripped through an entire unit. That was something that was broken on a core rules level and on an Eldar level, right? So it's going to be absolutely fucked. And there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to essentially understand that's the way it's going to be. And then understand that it will get fixed in post, essentially. So, dude, why are we okay with it being messed up? Why can't we demand them do better? Okay, so don't take my attitude to be one of I'm okay with it. It's more like, of course, I want the game to be better on release. Right? Of course. And of course, we should hold GW to a high standard. Right? Of course. They're a £7 billion company. Of course. Right? But what I'm saying is that that is what you should expect. And so when it happens, don't get too bent out of shape. But at the same time, demand that they do better. It's like I fully expect to see 11th edition drop and a whole bunch of people crash out about the game, being like, "Rah!" and all that kind of stuff. And maybe it's a bunch of people that haven't been through it before. Like, it's people that started in 10th, like mid-10th, and are experiencing edition change for the first time. Like, but it's going to be like that scene. Exactly. Demand better, but lose sleep over. Don't sleep over it. Exactly. It's going to be like that scene in Mr. Bean. You know, the one when he's on the simulator and his friend's next to him. I'm going to be on the simulator. I'm going to be covering all the chaos. Of course I am. We're going to be having beef streams and hype streams, flipping, flopping from one to the other as the changes come in thick and fast. All right? But I'm going to be there, and chat, you're going to be the guy next to me. And I'm going to be like, brace yourself. That's going to be. And there's going to be, like, some, you know, there's going to be, like, guys flying off, like, crashing out, like, ah! Like, some guy, you know, someone's going to be, like, trying to cling on. I'm going to be, like, pushing him off, like, back to Sigmar with you. And like, that's how it's going to be. But you don't have to be like okay with it. You don't have to let GW off the hook for it. You just kind of have to be sort of there for it, ready for it, and trust, not necessarily trust, but hold GW to the standard where so it makes them fix it. Yeah. That's how it's that's the way it's going to be. So yeah, like, don't worry about it. Like, don't lose sleep over it is the big one. Don't worry about it. It's going to be fucked, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun talking about how fucked it is, and then when it gets fixed enough, it will then be fun playing it. This is the part of the 40k cycle. It's all part of it. There you go. What have we got next? Via Raid, thank you for super chat. Torn between keeping with Tiny Legends, Blitz Legion, and head swaps, or waiting to eventually get the GW Steel Legion overhaul. One will be heroic scale, one will be true scale, so hard to mix and match. Okay. Let me just check something here. There you are. I'd go with Tiny Legends, mate. Dude, you're waiting 2 years? Nah, man. You're going to wait 2 years. And the style that Games Workshop comes out with is going to be very different. Like, if you are looking at the old Steel Legion models, if you are looking at the Tiny Legends models, and you like that style, then that's the style you should buy. Because the style Games Workshop is going to come out with is going to be radically different. And here's the thing, it's 2 years away from now. If you end up really liking the new GW models that come out, then buy them. It's fine. And no, there won't be any issues with mixing and matching them. It'll be totally okay. You can always, you know, you'll just end up with more models. You're a war gamer. It's not a problem. Like, you can't be worried about what models might look like in 2 years' time. Get the models you want now, enjoy them now, play with them for 2 years, and then when the new models come out, enjoy them as well. Yeah, so you're overthinking it. I'm not telling you to mindlessly consume. You're obviously not doing that. You're being very discerning on what you choose to buy, which is very good. What I'm saying is, don't deny yourself 2 years of fun because of what might happen. Yeah. PJ the Silent, thank you for the super chat. Hello. Well, you're not so silent, are you? But thank you for the support, mate. And hello to you too. Campbell, thank you for the super chat, man. I had 6 Borgwins painting today. I shall share with you Discord link. Wait, you had 6 Borgwins painting for you today? How did you get them to handle the brushes? Their fingers are too big. I'll take this. Come on, if you want to share the painted Borgwin pictures, put them into the discussion and we'll take a look. Lord Prayer, thank you for super chat, man. 11th summons me back. New regiment for Tantalus, the Tanith first. Give me those invisible killer rules. Victoria Miniatures Border World, the way to go for Tanith. Probably. You've got Victoria Miniatures. You've got Anvil Industries. And you've got the new Scout models that GW's putting out for Kill Team. But they'll be expensive and probably frustrating to build. I think Victoria Miniatures or Anvil Industry is probably your best bet. Yeah, probably your best bet. But Lord Pre, also Lord Pre, you were asking how to change your name because it's put it back to Marcus. Go to YouTube, click on your little avatar in the top right hand corner and go to YouTube Studio, and then go to customization, and that's how you can change your name back. That's how you can change it from Marcus to Lord Prayer. There you are. 11th summons me back. 11th, look, it's looking like it's going to be decent, but we don't know until we get some proper big leaks. What we're getting now is rumors and some pretty decent leaks. But I'm just going to say, I'm going to say it. If someone watching the stream happens to, slide into my DMs and, leave a copy of 11th edition's rules, and then turns away, and they turn back, and there's rules still there because it's digital, then that would be okay with me. You know, I'm just saying. Just saying. I don't have them yet, but if I got them, I would leak them instantly. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I hope that we do get a good new edition, Lord Prayer, but we don't know yet. New editions are always a good chance to get a new army. Yeah, yeah. And be good to get it for Tantalus as well. I need to do a big Tantalus update soon. Yeah, yeah. What do we got next, man? Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat. Something from GW flying low in stream discussion. Let's have a look. This is flying under the radar. Got in one article for one community. I wonder if this means more allies and different kinds of allies in 11th. The article also mentions more force fields, and I'm afraid this means more vulnerables. Could also be nothing, but I doubt it. Also, if I grumbled or whatever, I'm kind of sick, and it's hard to form coherent English. It's the medium of text. It's totally okay. On a war world like Armageddon, you will find yourself fighting alongside whatever allies you can get. In this battle, the Blood Angels are battling shoulder to shoulder with the Ultramarines, seeing warriors in different chapters fighting alongside one another that shows the scale of war gripping the planet. Could allies return? Allies are really bad. If they bring allies back, the game is fucked and can't be fixed. Oh, man. It's impossible to balance allies. No soup. No soup. Ultras and Dark Angels, Gilliman and the Lion. No! 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 Das ist verboten! If they bring allies back, it's fucked. I want to play Guard and Templars together. Skeletal Commissar. You do not know what you're asking, sir. You do not know. Fuck it. Fine. Bring them back. Ignorance is bliss, after all. But don't say I didn't warn you. What do I know? What do I know? Sometimes you have to let the kid stick the fork into the plug socket so they learn not to do it again. And sometimes you need to give the wargamers an allies matrix so they realize never to ask for it again. Okay. Fine. We'll bring the allies back, combine different detachments. You want to have a Tau detachment with an Eldar detachment? That's okay. That's fine. You see, you guys are all thinking about this through the lens of, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I could ally like my Guard regiment with like my Black Templars? Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. Really narrative. And what do you think the local Tau player is going to do with that? The local Eldar player. What do you think would happen if you took the competitive cutthroat mindset that has been cultivated over the last 3 years of 10th edition and threw the doors open to allowing people to make whatever broken combos they wanted from all the different factions? Yep. No. You guys want this now. So you can have it. But don't say I didn't warn you. People say, oh, put a limit on it, 25% limit. Even a single flood spore can wipe out a civilization. It would be bad. You are correct. I am aware. The game will be broken within 6 months anyway. That's true. That's very, very true. Hey, if we get allies, I can't see them bringing allies back, but we'll see. Fun Jacob, thank you for super chat. 11th edition guard meta video explanation in stream discussion. Let's have a look.
But I've been in your head before. I know how you think. I'm the only man who can contain you.
Wanna know the only problem?
What's that, Blark?
I'm already gone.
He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn wall.
Yeah. I love it. All right. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to tag Evan in it. There you go. All right. Wolfenbach, thank you for the super chat, man. Don't worry, I'll be working with the military to help defend them making an AI to defend America. I think I shall name it Allied Master Computer. AMC? I feel like there's a joke there that I'm not quite getting. Or is that a War Games reference? Wait. Is that a War Games reference? Or is it something else? It sounds like it might be it's the other. Is the antagonist from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? Ah, okay. Fair enough. I haven't seen it. I'm sorry, Wolfenbach. I didn't get the reference. I haven't seen it. Yeah. But chat got it at least, so there you go. Trevor, thank you for super chat. I have worked in AI and honestly think this is the best take on AI I've heard from someone outside the tech industry. Trevor, I'm just a normal guy. I was a normal guy. I just say it how I see it, and apparently that's quite good at making predictions. You know? But yeah, I mean, like, because here's the thing, I've used AI to like try and search things and stuff, and I've used AI to try and search things and all this kind of stuff, and I just always end up being bad. Like, not, you know, it rarely gives me the answer that's very helpful. Yeah. You are normal, relatively normal, relative to something extremely abnormal, or even more abnormal than I am. Yeah. Yeah. Metric Steel, thank you for 15 months. Third edition Katachan ambush is back. Close enough. Welcome back, Codex Katachan. Yeah, I agree, man. We've got Osroth, thank you for the super chat. Zukovoy Makari in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, wait, what's this? I'm seeing Osroth. I'm seeing. Okay, here you go. Zukovoy Makari terrain piece I made for a bunch of different STLs. Also, not Makari, Maraki. I just need to shade and weather. Maybe if I use it, I won't get to use the arm rule till turn. I won't forget to use the arm rule till turn 3. Hey, that looks amazing, man. That looks so cool. Yeah, man. The people's glory. The people's glory. Brilliant. All right. Nice. It looks epic, bro. I can't believe you put a little mini poster of the people's glory. That's amazing. Oh, that's cool, man. I feel like I saw some other pictures of it down here, but maybe not. No, there you go. I really like that, man. That was cool as fuck. That was really good. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, yeah, Javo. Oswald, that was cool, man. We've got a few more super chats here, then let's get to the next bit of beef and everything. Nico, thank you for the super chat. How to deal with Catachans video in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Yes. I can't show it on screen, unfortunately, because it will get the stream blocked because it's copyrighted material. But it's the scene from Predator. For the so chat knows which scene it is. The scene from Predator where they're all like, contact! And you know, they're firing and machine gun and everyone comes in and they hit, they're like, if it bleeds, we can kill it, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a great scene. One of my favorites of all time. I watch it again and again and again. I'm just a shame I can't shut off, man. I apologize. What have we got next? Scout Sergeant Zaku, thank you for the super chat. Speaking on Death Strikes and Manticores, I finished mine recently. I'm working on Valkyries. Also working on my Steel Legionary for Magfest and Adepticon. Hey! That's cool, man. Let's have a look. Finished my Death Strike / Manticore combo. They can play either Death Strike or Manticore datasheets. Easy to do by swapping out the weapons on the rear of the vehicle. The camera scheme is of the Palace Armoured Regiments conducting operations on the Agri / Shrine World of Hagia. Approximately 770 M41 during the events at World Crusade. I love that book. Honor guard. Nice. Hey, that's cool, man. That's a cool color scheme. Nice. Yeah, the green and blue is really... Yeah, look at that. Dude, that's cool, man. I like it. Really, really, really well done. Very, very clean. And a great reference, sir. Great reference indeed. We've got Metric Steel. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, when did you start growing a third eye on your forehead? I noticed it ever since you've been getting so many of these predictions right. I don't know. It worries me sometimes. I don't know if I can control this power. I can tell you this. I haven't had any leaks. I've just been... I think it's just pattern recognition. I think I've just been playing Warhammer long enough now that I no longer see the numbers. I no longer see the matrix. I just see, you know, blonde, brunette, redhead. That's all I see. So... And you know, it's one of those where I also don't just go off. I just report what I see. That's it. If I see something doing well, like, I report on that. If I see something doing badly, I report on that. If I see something if I'm like, this is going to be fucked, because last time they did this, it was fucked. Like, Games Workshop operates in some ways in a very very predictable manners, and it's because they're a company. They've got processes that they follow, and once you've been within their shadow, you've been next to their bloated form for long enough, you begin to understand what the outputs are going to be, because you know the processes that they must be going through. Yeah. So it's literally just, what did GW do last time? They'll probably do it this time as well. Yeah. 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 So it's literally just looking at what GW's done in the past and applying it to the present and the future. Yeah, but no, nothing other than that. Nothing other than that at all, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Adepticon pictures of the big game. Enjoy in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Here's Adepticon stuff from Pockets game. Me and Jenny were opposing teams. 3 Gar players, one with air mass drops, the other massive armor, shadow swords, and Baneblades, and me, a small armored fist team with the Mackie V and the shadow sword, and a Titan. I got to fight the Titan that fought last year for some payback. Also crushed a tower with a Titan and cut down a Thunderhawk with a chain fist. The Gar was a glorious display. They tried everything to stop us, including Chaos Air Raid, stopped by my Hydra and the Titan. Our opponents fought like demons and kings, but we are the Guard. We are his true finest, and secured all 3 boards on our side. What a great game, and bravo to Jenny's Niz, giving Dark Games a run for their money and pinning them down. Can't wait for the next and great time for the Mackie V killing Titans. Nice. Let's have a look. Wow, that's cool, man. Wow. The Guard will not be denied. That's so cool. Wow, that's a lot of air power. Look how much Guard there is. It's literally Guard versus everyone else. That's amazing, man. I love how it's basically Guard versus everyone else. That's so cool, Cosmic. Nice. That's cool. 1,099 points of Nids, held down 2,800 points of Dark Angels. That's pretty good, Jenny. That's pretty good. Yeah. Simple Logic. Thank you for the super chat. Hold it right there, Trooper. Pictures in stream discussion. Trying to find it now. Is it this one? I can't see it. Oh, here you go. Tanith Commissariat Corps is finally complete from left to right. Phase Kiel, Hark, Gaunt, Blenner, and Lud. Also, further down, POV, the Shadow Sword is about to roll 4/6 and hit you with 48 mortal wounds. Hey, that's cool, man. I'm loving the Commissar conversions. Nice. All right, let's have a look down here. Shadow Sword, you say? 48 more wounds. Amazing, man. That's cool, bro. Nice. All right. Bremer, thank you for 26 months, man. Next month, my 3D printer will finally go bruh. Check stream discussion. All right. Next month, I will finally set up my 3D printer. I already bought STLs for Station Forge. I will paint the Steel Illusion and can basically play every edition of 40k, 3rd and 4th preferably. And one-page rules Grim Dark Future with them. And at the topic of allies, I think the option to combine attachments is as bad as the old ally system. So you look at the Station Forge guys for the Guard. Yeah. I mean, potentially. If combining detachments falls into the same realm as the old ally system, it could be bad. Yeah. It could be very bad. Yeah. I agree. Allies is fucked. Allies is fucked. Pseudo allies is fucked. Anything allied related is fucked. If they bring it to 11th, it's fucked. Beyond fucked. Especially with the minds that they've cultivated the last 3 years. All right. Colin Walker, thank you for the super chat. In your latest video, you proposed squatting custodians. Counter proposal: make us an army where units are 3 man or less, and you're happy about it. Colin, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to allow it. You're getting squatted. And I'll tell you why. We've already got that army. It's called Imperial Knights, and I hate them, and I want to squat them too. I'm sorry. But it just... Am I biased? Yes. Are you going to be happy about it? No. But Knights, allies, fine. Custodians, allies, fine. Standalone armies, not fine. There you are. The Legend, thank you, Super Chat. A trio of shorts for your perusal in stream discussion. Okay, let's have a look here.
My dumbass taken all the 40k things revealed.
Can I make it full sized?
Whoever
Oh, you dickhead. Like, oh, God, it's so annoying. They've updated YouTube recently. It makes me terribly vexed.
One Long Island.
Okay, right, let's have a look. Right.
My dumbass taken all the 40k things revealed with fewer. Whoever drew this the night before, I hope you got paid overtime. Oh, it's gonna be fun trying to hide him behind terrain. If you want to be a Chad, just run double melters. Even 40,000 years in the future, we still use Brownings.
Yes.
Pretty neat. Am I the only one who gets Killdozer vibes from this?
Yeah.
Is so peak, but it is the silliest shit I've ever seen. All this needs is a British flag. Somehow Yarick returned. I get some of these boxes, but why is Deathwatch here? Hey, you was in Bolt Gun. Oh, you're still around? The team's just gonna make all the cool big models now, aren't they?
Yeah.
You all should have been Kato-chans.
Probably, yeah.
Helen, please. Is this tap water with a splash of rum? I don't know how to make anything. Can I have that 40% tip now? One Long Island, please. Dwarves in my wall! Fucking leave, man! Come on! There's
Those are quite good, actually. All right. All right, nearly caught up here. Ganol Smoke, thank you for the super chat. Mordian, is life in Britain really like this? See stream discussion. Is chat going to subject me to more anti-British racism? It's 10 minutes long! I'm not watching a 10-minute long video. Unless it's really funny. All right. The truth about being British. Let's have a look.
Being a British tyrant, I'm subject to an immense amount of torment from the foreign lands. So I thought I'd try and depict how you utter aliens think we seem to live. So this is a day of how the world views Britain. So you wake up to your custom cuckoo clock that has the Queen erect out of the wood wielding a sword.
Yep, got one of those.
Good boy for waking up to another glorious day of gloom. Bloody brilliant, that, he mutters. And before he even sits up, he slams the tea alarm off, the kettle that's run off an automatic timer next to his bed because hydration must come before consciousness. And of course, as he sits up, he cracks open his bedroom window to let in a gust of fresh, legally mandated morning misery. The neighbour across the street is already mowing his lawn aggressively while muttering about taxes. It's 5:47.
Bro, every day my neighbour mows his lawn. I think it's fucked in the head. Every day. I kid you not. Every day. Between like 3 and 4 o'clock, this motherfucker is out there just mowing. I'm like, it can't have grown that much. It can't have grown. It's like, it's not a big lawn. Don't want anyone to think I'm living in like some grand country estate and this guy's got to keep on top of it. It's like every I'm like, bro, I'm trying to record. I actually factor him into my recording now. Like, I kid you not, I factor him into my recording.
AM, and he's trimming the balls of the earth. He yawns in the Queen's English, because everyone here in the UK speaks like they're auditioning to document the sex life of a rare bird. The room, like the rest of the nation, is an elegant shade of grey, as if someone set the country's NVIDIA digital vibrancy setting to post-divorce. He heads to the bathroom, grabs his barbed wire toothbrush, and proceeds to squeeze a nice lump of Marmite on it. He brushes away gracefully.
I've recently had quite a lot of dentist work done, so this feels quite accurate to me.
Can't go wrong, he says while the
Not in the morning, in the
layer of
afternoon.
aggression
In
onto
the
his tongue.
afternoon,
The barbed wire knights his gums down to their very core. He then washes it all down with a tea. Just another Tuesday for our pal Rufus. As he wipes his mouth with a towel so stiff it could be used to breach castle walls, he glances at his reflection and gives himself the traditional British pep talk. Could be worse. Jobs are good.
That's too real. Look in the mirror. Could be worse. Literally, I've said those words to myself.
Right, old chap. But not a single person out of his Britannic bubble has a fucking clue what he's going on about. He makes his way over to the next checkpoint, the shower. He steps in, grabs a crumpet, squeezes a salt and vinegar shower gel onto it, and proceeds to caress his pits and chest like he's just spent a night in the streets of Paris. Hygiene achievement now unlocked. It must be time for another cup of tea. He opens the fridge and alas, no more bottles of water. Is that genuinely the only joke you American knobheads
Yeah,
have?
the
It's
bottle of water thing. No one even says bottle of water. Everyone says bottle of water. Yeah.
like a British person saying, well, at least when I went to school, it wasn't like playing a game of Search and Destroy on Nuketown. It's just not that good. He puts on his shorts, a dressing gown, and some vintage suede loafers and heads outside into
the dressing gown. Look, right. The dressing gown game is real. I love wearing my dressing gown on stream. I love, like, dressing gown game is real. I love it. If you don't have a dressing gown in the UK, you're doing it wrong.
the relentless British rain, stands in a full T-pose and just allows the heavens to fill his electric kettle naturally. Why waste water when the plumber of the sky is consistently busy
Plumber
committing
of the
adultery?
sky.
Once filled, he carries it inside, still in T-pose for balance of course, sets it on the counter,
T-pose to
plugs
T.
it in, and I know I said it was an electric kettle, but funnily enough, kettles don't run on electricity here. Electricity is a common misconception, similar to how Google says Richard Hammond is a journalist. They run on the static energy collected from a century-long national depression, so he focuses and allows every...
I don't think people in the UK are particularly depressed. Most people are quite cheerful. Or at the very least... See, here's the thing. British people are probably some of the least depressed people that I know. And I'll tell you why. Because every single British person maintains a high state of morale by daily, every day without fail, reminding themselves that we are better than the French and the Germans. So no matter how bad it gets, it's like, could be worse. Could be French. So you don't actually ever get that sad because could be worse. Could be French.
Inactive neuron in his brain to connect to the British hive mind, so he can of course enjoy his second morning brew. 5 to 20 minutes later, depending on the brand of the kettle or whether the England football team have qualified for anything this year, the kettle rolls to life like Johnny Vegas farting in a bath. As the steam for anything this year, the kettle rolls to life like Johnny Vegas.
This man here, obviously the mouth is being done for comedic effect, is a national hero.
Vegas farting in a bath. As the steam rises, it briefly
unironically
the face of David Attenborough, whispering a rather exquisite confectionery, before fading away, a blessing for the day ahead. Tea has been secured. It's time to get dressed.
Monkey. The tea monkey, they got rid of the tea monkey, and I refuse to buy PG tips until they bring him back.
He's thinking something like today, you know, just maybe a full set of chainmail armor, and you fought mental health and illegal...
You don't need the chainmail armor unless you live in London. You're fine outside of London.
Immigration was the only thing weighing us down, eh? Oh, where am I, you ask? Oh, this is the Chamber of Cancellation. You just missed it. Me and Philip Schofield just did the egg and spoon race without a spoon.
If I find myself in a cave with Philip Schofield, give me the gun. I'll do it myself.
Or any eggs, in fact. The metal clanks loudly as he steps onto the street, blended, of course, with
I'm
the
not
sound
waiting for him
of
to get
everyone
me.
else doing the exact same thing. When neighbours pass, they clink swords together in greeting, sounding like a high five with Tin Woodman. On the walk walk to the bus stop, he complains about 3 things. The heavens, alas, are shedding their tears once again. How his comically small, tiny little umbrella just isn't cutting it. Oh, and the fact it's gone above 6 degrees, which technically qualifies as a heat wave. So half the street is dressed as some sort of medieval Bonnie Blue. A fox casually trots across the pavement.
The moment a single ray of sunshine comes out, it's like, oh, get your shorts out.
Wearing someone's stolen slipper. They exchange eye contact, both silently agreeing not to speak of this encounter ever again. Toodle pip, Mr. Fox. May our paths cross
I've seen a
again
few
in better
foxes.
circumstances. He reaches the bus stop and joins the end of the queue.
I'm going to come across extremely arrogant. I don't use buses. The moment that I could drive, I did drive. If I had to get on a bus now, something would have gone seriously wrong in my life. Spriggs, you work from home. Oh yeah, and my entire life I've worked from home, have I? Ugh. Obviously not. Bro. Fucking hell. Someone shoot that guy.
That stretches halfway to Glasgow. He then realizes that he's in the queue for the actual queue.
I don't use public
yes.
transport.
When the big
Why would I use public transport? I don't like the public. Yeah. Why? I'm like, look, why would I wait? Or why would I work to someone else's timetable? If I want to go somewhere, I'm going to get my fucking car and go. I'm going to get in my car and go. Like, I'm not using the fucking bus. I will use trains, though. Trains are okay. It's just buses. I'm not anti-public transport. I'm just not getting on buses. Do you know why buses smell like piss? Because people piss on them.
red double-decker bus arrives, he boards it, apologising to the driver for absolutely nothing. Sorry, my existence was facing in your general direction, Squire. He taps his hobnob biscuit on the card reader, it beeps, and then he proceeds to dunk it into his 1-litre travel cup of tea. The bus is full of people loudly pretending they're quiet, a group of lads in the back acting like they're gangsters, even though each one is legally required to carry a ceremonial
So
sword.
true.
One of them is swinging his sword and attempting to cast Excepto Patronum, so he can make it through another day, I guess. Another is loudly talking about how he went to Spain and how the locals absolutely love them, while the sunburn consumes his face like a Spanish tourism riot. A couple next to him is arguing about the royal family, completely and utterly obsessed with the topic. On the other side, someone's reading Jeremy Clarkson's autobiography like it's holy scripture. The whole bus smells like ready salted crisps, because any form...
They don't smell like ready salted crisps. Buses smell like piss. Consistently, they smell like piss. Like, I'm not, look, right. I'm either driving or, to be honest, I'm going to be honest, right. I don't even really get trains anymore. I used to get trains, but I don't get trains anymore. But I used to get trains when I could expense trains. That's the thing. When I lived my corpo life and I climbed the greasy pole of the corpo ladder, I would get trains willy-nilly because it was free, essentially. Like the company paid for it. But now I don't. Now that I have to buy the train ticket, I refuse to use them because they're so expensive. I'm like, no, thank you. I'll just drive. Because like again, and here's the thing, I quite like driving. Like I quite like driving. Like I don't mind doing a long journey. Yeah. Got like the only time I use a train is to get into central London. Buses can fuck off. But I look, I'm just not going to London. I'm just not going to London. Like I have no reason ever to go to London anymore, and my life is so much better for it. London is well shit. Don't fall for the propaganda. Oh, London's great. Oh, it's where it's all happening. Oh, it's a shithole. some nice buildings in areas where you're never going to work. Like,
of flavour is considered suspicious. Cheese and onion? Oh, good heavens, no. Far too spicy for me, old chap.
No,
oh,
cheese
and
and onion's
they
great.
definitely don't say potato chips. That's like talking to an American about the twin fish fingers. The bus lurches violently.
But I'm not going to make that joke.
He has hit a pothole large enough to qualify as a National Trust heritage site. No one reacts, of course. Indentations in the head from the handrail within a bus is common amongst us Brits. He arrives at work within 45 seconds because time in Britain is similar to like the Nether in Minecraft. Every 80 seconds outside of the UK is 1 second within. That's how stop motion animation was created. A grey building next to another grey building under a grey sky, surrounded by a grey pavement that's somehow
Hey, it's not all grey. Look, there's bricks on top of the grey. Absolute architecture.
Manages to be slightly more grey. Grey is our anatomy, but of course we have colourful characters like Derek, who's currently munching on a shepherd's pie outside the front door. Once inside, he refuses to speak any language other than English. The Polish intern says something like, I don't know, "Morning, mate, want a cup of kurwa?" And he simply responds, "Sorry, mate, I don't speak any of that foreign shit," and proceeds to lob a tea bag at him. During lunch, he pulls out his
There's a certain generation of person who absolutely is like that, but less so these days. But my quite elderly, it's just too spicy for this channel. I had an elderly family member who one Christmas went absolutely fucking ape, saying, "No one asked me to be multicultural," and it was quite funny, to be honest. I'll be honest, I found it hilarious.
Canary and cement sandwich, a meal so flavourless and stale.
I found it hilarious. All my female cousins thought he was the Antichrist.
That you may as well call it Mrs. Brown's bap. A co-worker asks him, are you alright, mate? Not because he actually wants to know if he's alright, it's just like being nice, innit? For a snack, he has a single grape, not to eat, just to ponder at. Exotic, that, he mutters before sealing it in Tupperware for next week. After work and a day of hiding his emotions within, it's time for a bit of release. Just like the American healthcare system, we also pay for ours. It's called the pub. He walks in, orders a pint of lager, which inevitably leads to another 7. He's insistent he's not drunk, explaining that being drunk means being completely paralytic on the floor. You know?
Okay, this is the most accurate part. You're not drunk until you've passed out. So true. So true.
Spiritually communicating with the carpet. The place is loud, chaotic, and deeply comforting.
Until
Good
then,
for
you
the
just
soul.
merry.
He doesn't talk about his feelings.
You just
or his
merry.
Problems. He drinks them into a dark pit of addiction. It's tradition. Someone puts on Bittersweet Symphony on the jukebox. The entire pub, regardless of prior conversation or sobriety level, forms a choir powerful enough to summon the ghost of Winston Churchill. He's just two-stepping in the corner next to that little machine that gives you mini...
Yeah, the fucking Pringles machine, man. Bro, I always wanted to use the Pringles machine, but my parents were like, no, it's too expensive. I was like, it's £1! No, you only get like 5 Pringles, Tim. I don't care. I want the fucking micro tin of fucking Pringles.
He then starts to
Probably not
stagger
£1
home,
anymore.
walking like he's a boat on a stormy evening. He apologizes to the red phone box for bumping into it. He has a natter about the footy to the corgi that's guiding him home. He once again complains about the weather, and the only thing running through his mind is the fact that he's absolutely fiending for another cup of tea. When he gets home, his wife greets him with some freshly cleaned chainmail, puts his sword on the holder, which is located on the living room mantelpiece, provides him with a freshly sharpened sword and a ferocious bit of fellation. Oh God. He calls her a good wench.
I knew exactly where that was going. Oh my God. Chance to be a fine thing.
And moves to the dining area. It's tea time, so you know what that means. It's time for the traditional British feast. Fish and chips, beige on beige, served under dinner room.
If you don't like fish and chips, there's something wrong with you, motherfucker. Like,
lighting so dim it feels like he's eating inside of a morgue. Before eating, he performs the sacred dinner ritual, obviously saying grace to Jeremy Clarkson, asking for forgiveness for any sins he's committed throughout the day, maybe some unfaithful thoughts about considering a dentist appointment. He then sprinkles exactly 1 grain of salt into his meal. Any more and the council would have to be notified. He leaves the dinner table and allows a faint trump to propel him into the living room. He sits down, eats 1 more bag of crisps, watches Emmerdale, then Corrie, then EastEnders, and then finishes.
Yeah, this bit not so much. I don't watch live TV or terrestrial television. No, it's just endless reruns of Peep Show.
It all off with a documentary on the royal family. He pretends to hate so he can assert his male dominance since his spouse is present, but he secretly loves every bit of it. He gets into his blue and white striped pajamas, grabs his candle, and starts walking up his wooden stairs, narrowly avoiding the nails protruding through the floor.
This is so true, but of my childhood. But now, unfortunately, I have nice normal stairs with carpet on them, which is a terrible shame because I used to have stairs with no carpet on them and like used to have the little grippy bits where the carpet was meant to be. And if you didn't know where if you're in the dark, if you didn't know where you quickly like learn as a kid, like where to step because you wouldn't want to step on the carpet grippy bits and spike your feet off.
Halfway up, he stops to salute the portrait of Sir David Beckham that every British household is legally required to display. National hero, he whispers. Finally, he collapses into bed. Armour gets thrown on the floor and flies directly through the floorboards, and he mutters, "Oh, I just love being a British patriot. What a fantastic day." Did I miss anything there, or is that okay? You know what they say, 2 is always better than 1. Second channel on the screen right now. Go have a look. Tell your
I mean, that's about basically 100% accurate. I would say. No lies detected would be my take on that. He used to live like Charles Dickens. Please, sir, can I have some more? No, I didn't used to live in Charles Dickens. I didn't used to live like Charles Dickens. It was only for a brief period of my childhood when my parents were doing some renovations to the house. Yeah, no, I had a perfectly good childhood. I feel so called out. I mean, obviously it's exaggerated for comedic effect, but the broad elements are true. The broad elements are true. Yeah. But remember, no matter how bad your life is, could be worse. You could be French. There you are. And if you are French, that's just bad spawn on RNG. All right, what do we got next? We've got a few super chats, and then let's get. We need to do some beef. Colin Walker, thank you for the super chat, man. Also consider no custodies equals higher marine stats. No. I'm going to kill the custodies off and then take the marines back down to 1 wound per guy. But all figured out. All figured out. Colin Walker, if custodians was allies, they would be made shit. And I see no problem here. You are expecting me to be sad about the custodians being removed from the game and made shit. This is... I don't think you're understanding my intentions behind my proposals. Colin Morgan, thanks for chat. Neighbor gets alone time from the fam by mowing. It's not that. He's a bit mental. like sometimes, Colin, the most obvious... Sometimes life isn't that complicated. Sometimes the dude who's mowing his lawn an hour every single day is just a bit mental. Like, there's no deeper thing. There's no bigger thing going on in the life. There's no, like, reason for sympathy or sadness or anything like that. He's not harming anyone. He's fine. He's loving it. You know, he's having a great time. But sometimes it's because the easy explanation is just because he's a little bit mental. There you go. It's that simple. Yeah. You're referring to autism. I mean, probably. Yeah. MP Bros, thank you for the super chat. Drop some thoughts in stream discussion. 07, sir. Let's have a look. Good evening, MG. I have no Heresy Dark Angels update yet. Expect that later, but I have just a couple of thoughts I would like to share. First, I had a sneaking suspicion that the new Commissar Graves is supposed to replace Yarrick just like you, but I thought he was going back to Armageddon, but would die and she would take up the mantle to fight Gaz. Hope she is her own character and buzzes, and I'm buzzing to find her own group of guards with the pest the enemies of the Imperium. I'll still picking up the armored Mercedes-Benz G4, but I'll be kit bashing the models. Secondly, I have a sneaking suspicion. I'd like to hear your thoughts here. I think that soon, maybe in 11th, the Guard will lose our Tempestus Scions and Tempestus Aquilans, but we will be receiving either Krieg or Steel Legion Grenadiers / Stormtroopers. I think they will do it to fill out the Inquisition roster and give them a cool battle line. Look, I'm totally fine with GW mixing things up a little bit, like, hey, these are going one way, but I don't mind GW taking things off if they basically give us something in return. Like if it doesn't fuck with people's collections too much, that's fine. But yeah, it's when they just delete shit and then leave you hanging in the wind. Yeah. Third, it's maybe a bit of a nitpick, but I'm planning to kit bash the Hippogriff AFV and give it some treads. If tank shaped, why no treads? But where can I find treads for cheap? I have the perfect plan. Use the old plastic army tanks and rip the treads off and glue them on the AFV. Then I think I'll make a custom turret, but I don't know which World War II tank to steal it from just yet. Then for the final touch, I'll give it a dozer blade. That will make it like the old Krieg Siegfried Landcrawler-ish. Listen, the Siegfried is an old unit. I mean, I'm pretty certain the Landcrawler existed before Krieg, man. I am 99% certain the Landcrawler existed like way before Krieg was even a glint in GW's eye, because I feel like it was part of the Land Raider, the Land Speeder, and the Land Crawler, which was all discovered by Arkan Land in the Black Library. So maybe, but maybe Krieg did a thing with it to make it a special Krieg one. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, dude, convert the Hippogriff all you want. I mean, here's the thing. It is meant to be an armored car. It is meant to be an armored car. Like, armored cars do exist. Like, not everything that's armored is a tank. I know, saying that to guard players is like absolute heresy. But not everything that is... Sometimes armored things can have wheels. I know. It says Krieg if I recall. I mean, dude, you may be right. I'm not a lore expert. Yeah. But convert away. If you want to convert it, you convert it. A Silent Warrior, thank you for the 45 months, man. Hello, sir. First totem core painted up in stream discussion. Nice. Nice, man. They look really good. Really, really good, man. Oh, you've got the blood and guts. Absolutely nailed. Cool. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right. I'm going to have a quick wee, and then we need some beef. Is it time for beef, chat? I think it might be time for some beef. I have some personal beef with Commissar Yarrick. And I'm going to leave that in the air whilst I dip for a quick wee. Right. Yarek's not even properly out yet. And I'm audience already got beef with him. Right. When I show you the beef, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Okay? All right. Let me have a quick drink. Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but I have some beef. Beef! Beef alert! Beef. And I don't mean to upset any of you, but I have some beef relating to Commissar Yarrick. I know we're all very excited for Yarrick coming back. I'm very excited for him coming back as well. I love Yarrick. He's been one of my favorite characters for a long time for Warhammer 40k in general and with the Guard specifically. I've got every iteration of his model, both iterations of models. I'm looking forward to getting the third one. All right, so I like Yarrick, but I have some beef with him. Specifically, I have some beef with this article that was put out by Games Workshop, because this is the lore explanation for where Commissar Yarrick has been lately. And I'm just saying there better be a better explanation than this in the Armageddon book, because this is some of the worst lore that I've read in a long time. Like, it's nonsensical. Like, it's weird. And it actually contradicts multiple things that Games Workshop has said in the past. And I'm just going to say it right now. This lore right here, beyond a shadow of a doubt, proves that Yarrick coming back was not planned and not intended by Games Workshop. Like, they brought him back due to fan backlash. Just like the Armageddon Steel Legion, we got them to bring... We made them bring them back. We made them bring Yarrick back. I am telling you, this article is all the proof you need that Yarrick coming back was not planned. And I am now 110% convinced that Commissar Graves was meant to replace Yarrick. Now, I'm not overly salty about that because Yarrick is coming back and we get to enjoy the new Graves model and her mini Fortress of Arrogance, and we get to enjoy the new Yarrick model. So I'm not overly upset about that, but I am 100% convinced that she was meant to replace Yarrick, and they've had to basically backtrack. And when you read this article, and when I take you through my other evidences, I think you will see what I mean. So, Yarrick was killed off 3 years ago. For 3 years, GW has convinced us that Yarrick was dead. He's not coming back. That's it. They now reveal that he is coming back. And this is the lore that they have cooked up to explain where he has been for 3 years. How he survived, how he's returned. Okay? For a while, everyone thought Commissar Yarrick was dead. Now we're finding out exactly what happened to him before his shock return to Armageddon. Very cool piece of artwork, by the way. Big fan of that. Hey, look, the Hydra's there. Which is actually kind of cool. Is that a Hydra? That looks like a Rogel Dawn. Maybe a Lehman Russ back there. All of this very cool, right? Those who remember the last time Orcs invaded Armageddon may recall that Ghazghkull Thraka sought to jumpstart a new phase of war and set off across the stars, determined to start the Great War and find an even better scrap. Yarrick followed in hot pursuit with a force of Black Templars. So, this is actually true. I always thought this lore was kind of shit in its own way. Like, Ghazghkull apparently got bored of Armageddon. So you've got a fight. So you've got a fight. It's like a never-ending battle that you can enjoy as an orc. Your guys are getting stronger, 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 but you go, no, I'm bored now, I'm going to wander somewhere else. Like, that I always thought that was a bit weird. Like, kind of they cooked it up because they wanted Gaz to do something else as like a plot device, rather than coming up with like a new orc war boss. Anyway, I think it's a bit weird. Yeah, it makes sense. Orcs now renowned for getting bored of fighting. Yeah, exactly, right? But I'm not an expert on orc lore, so maybe he got a vision from Gork or Mork and was like, they were like, hey, you need to go and, you know, you're being wasted on this one battle here. You need to go and unite all of the orcs so you can have a proper big battle. Maybe. Yeah. I think there's probably more to it than just he got bored. But anyway. That's not the main bit I care about. That's like fine, whatever. Okay, that's been the case for a little while now. The fleet harried the Beast of Armageddon as he moved from sector to sector, constructing a strange device that defied Imperial auguries. I think this is the teleporter, right? Finally, they caught up to Ghazghkul's horde on the world of Ikaria. Remember that name? Ikaria, only to find the planet itself cracking and buckling under the immense power of his insane artifice. A mountain of ramshackle machinery that split the skies with bolts of green lightning. Now, I might be being a little nitpicky here. And again, if I'm wrong, correct me on this. I'm only going off what's in the article. But it sounds to me like the crust of the planet itself was crackling and buckling under the weight of this giant pile of scrap. I read that and thought it just sounded a bit shit. You know, like, what? It might just be figurative, though. It might just be figurative, but it sounds like a child writing it. Like, it sounds like childish, you know? Not under the weight of it, from the power emanating from it. Fine. But but it says that the skies are being split by the bolts of green lightning. So, like, the power's at the top. Yeah. Squawk, we must stop this fiend before he destroys this useless planet out from underneath himself. He could be seriously injured. I mean, yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. This is a lore article that's only got a 3-minute read length. I mean, already that's a warning. And people are like, oh, Mordy, you're just missing, like, important bits of lore that maybe existed in books here and there. Okay, you are absolutely right to say that and to criticize my gap in that knowledge. But here's the thing. I didn't write this article. Games Workshop wrote this article. And I don't mean to alarm you, but web pages can be quite big. So this is, if I'm missing bits, it's because it's not been explained to me in the article. And it's just coming across as weird and nonsensical. Do you know what I mean? Like, it should be, oh, this device was doing this, and, you know, the power was, you know, leaching into the ground. Like, this could be like a 10-minute read. I mean, to be honest, Yarrick coming back, setting up the final end campaign, that lore feeding into the new edition, this could well do with being double or triple the length. But all I've got to go off. If I'm reading, think about this, if I'm reading this for the first time as I am, and I'm learning this for the first time as I am, this just comes across as like fucking stupid. Like it's weird. But it gets worse. And also, can someone in chat just confirm this or not? Is any of this actually covered in a book anywhere? I am presuming there's extra information in a book somewhere that I don't know about. Right? I'm presuming that. But is it actually the case where this is just the sole repository of lore for this particular bit? Because if it's not in a book anywhere, then this is all that we've got to go off. It's actually crazy. But anyway, this is not even the main bit. This is like one little thing which just stood out to me and was like, oh, that's a bit weird. Like it's buckling under like the weight of this big machine. What the fuck? But, right. The apocalyptic forces unleashed upon Icaria left Gazgul stranded atop a rocky mesa, surrounded by warring armies. Whose forces? The ones like the Planetary Defense Force? The Yarrick's forces pursuing him? Orcs fighting over the planet themselves? Like who's fighting? Who are the warring armies? How did Gazgul get stranded atop a rocky mesa? Which rocky? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, we know nothing about this planet except for it's got a big giant scrap pile on it. That's a machine, and apparently there are people fighting on it, but we don't know who. Yarrick made his play, forming up his flotilla of battered vessels, including a single Fenrisian strike cruiser, and plunging into the throat of the Orc fleet. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of interesting they mention a single... Why? But he left with the Black Templars. But now the Space Wolves are getting mentioned? Weird. Okay. A powerful barrage, enough to destroy armies, thundered into Gazgul and threw up a plume of smoke. Okay. Where did the barrage come from? Are we talking about the ships in orbit? Or the ships that... Is this an orbital barrage? Because I'm pretty fucking certain that if you unleashed an orbital barrage onto Gazgul, he's going to die. I think, like, he's actually going, like, I know he's the prophet of the Great Green War and all that kind of stuff, but if he is exposed, like, he's stranded atop a rocky... Right. He is stranded on a rocky mesa. He's stranded. There's nowhere for him to go. He's stuck up there. So, he's at your mercy. He's just there. Apparently stranded, like, there's no one around him. So, why go down there and, like, fight him hand to hand? He's there. Just shoot him. With your ships. Which, apparently, is a powerful barrage. And apparently it's so powerful it can destroy armies. Like, entire armies could be wiped out by this powerful barrage, but to Gaz, he is but wounded. What the? Do you see what I mean? Like, the more you read this, the more you're like, not even this fucking sentence makes sense to this sentence. This sentence doesn't make sense in of itself. It flew up a plume of smoke. Dude, if he's stranded on a rocky mesa, I'm expecting it to do more than throw up a plume of smoke. It's so powerful it could destroy an army. I'm expecting it, to obliterate the mesa he is on. Like, he's crashing down. It's not like, it could destroy an army. Oh, there's been a dust in the air. There's been a smoke in the... What the fuck are we reading? Like, what? The beast roared, wounded but defiant. A conjuration of Stormfrost from the Space Wolves dragged his hulking form down. Like, but down where? Like, is he stuck on the ground now? Is he like, like, where did they who conjured it? Like, only to shatter with a sound like a gunshot as Ghazghkull charged. Is this written by AI? No, like, seriously. When have you ever heard frost shattering that sounds like a gunshot? You would describe it as shattering like a pane of glass breaking. You would say with the crack of a gunshot. Like that's what you would. And who's he charging? Who's he charging? He's stranded on a rocky mesa. Oh, okay. He landed a veteran strike force right on top of the beast. Okay, no, okay. So Ghazghkull is stranded on top of this mesa, and you've hit him with an orbital barrage, and you've landed this. Why are you landing the force? I don't get it. Why are you landing the force? Why haven't you just shot him with the big fucking spaceships you've got? The barrage, powerful enough to destroy armies. I mean, it can only come from space if we're stranded on top of this rocky mesa, right? And Ghazghkull charges this veteran strike force single-handedly, I presume. Single-handedly. And now we've got just Yarrick. Yarrick rose to meet his nemesis, swinging his massive claw and catching Ghazghkull square in the chest with its razor-sharp talons. Yet his foe has survived much worse, and the warlord grabbed the commissar in his own vice-like grip, crushing bones like dry twigs as he lifted Yarrick to face him. Okay, so Yarrick and Gaz getting into a one-on-one. Okay, fine. I mean, why would you? Again, why wouldn't you just shoot him? Why wouldn't you shoot? Okay, fine. Yarrick has now somehow got into a one-on-one with Gaz, despite the fact that he's landed this veteran strike force. So surely there would be a few other people involved in this fight, right? Or have they all just like stepped back? Have all these space marines just like stepped back and be like, go on, Yarrick, you've got this. Mano a mano. You know, I feel like Grimaldus, who went with Yarrick at the end of, I think it was at the end of Hell's Reach, was it? Would probably have had something to say about this. But, okay, let's let the old, we're a bunch of Space Marines. We are the pinnacle of, like, human Astartes fucking military technology outside of the Custodes. All right? But we're going to let the old man solo the greatest war boss in the history of the Imperium. Nah, bro, you got this. Okay. And then Yarrick is... Now, I don't mean to alarm you, but have you seen... Okay, which hand is he getting picked up with? Is it the... Oh, it can't be this hand because that's got a gun on it. So it's this hand, which is the biggest fucking power claw, like, in the world. It's massive. Look at this thing. Like, if you've picked Yarrick up and squashed him, he's dead. Like, he's just dead. Like, you've crushed his bones. Like you've broken every bone in his body. And then a titanic headbutt landed, painting the beast's face with a plume of crimson. So you've literally crushed him to death, and then you've nutted him, like bang. Like Yarrick is dead. Like, what is going on here? Like, this is very clearly how Yarrick was meant to die. Like, if they ever, like, this is a bull, like, this, if they were going to kill him off, this is how they wanted to kill him, right? He smashed Yarrick to the ground and raised an iron-clawed boot, ready to pulp his greatest enemy once and for all, before stopping with a wicked grin. Victorious once again, he withdrew as the planet buckled in its death throes. So I'll just let you live. I mean, weirdly, this is the bit that makes the most sense. Because Gaz is like, I want Yarrick to live, so we've got good fights. But here's the thing. It doesn't make sense. Why? Because Gaz got bored of Armageddon. He got bored of the fight with Yarrick. He was like, I gotta go. So, I mean, but then could that be visions in his head? Okay, maybe this is the bit that makes the most sense. Weirdly, maybe this is the bit that does. But it just seems like, where are the Space Marines? Where's the strike force that he landed with? How is Gaz like, why is none of this being mentioned? Amidst the chaos and scattering Imperial forces, no one saw the black armored form of a Fenrisian priest spirit away what remained of the legendary commissar. Like, what? Like what Imperial forces? Like, this veteran strike force? Why is the veteran strike force scattering? I'm presuming there's a lot of space wolves in this. Are we all just shitting the bed? We want our space wolves to start shitting their pants! Like, what kind of Fenrisian priest are we talking about here? Oh, the wolf priest. Okay. It's weird. Like, why would Yarrick be in this one-on-one fight? Why would the Space Marines be scattering? Why would the wolf priest spirit Yarrick away? Why wouldn't they be like, fuck, get Yarrick? His fleeing forces reported his death, and in time, the Bell of Lost Souls rang out on terror. Like, report A reported to who? And B, like, why report his death? But against all, let me read the whole thing. But against all the odds, the old man of Armageddon had survived. Yarrick lay in the medical bay of the Spatial Strike Cruiser. So why wouldn't the Space Wolves tell people, like, hey, like, why wouldn't the Space Wolves be like part of this fleeing force? And why wouldn't they be like, nah, don't worry, man, we got Yarrick, he's still alive. Like, it's like, why aren't they talking to each other? If you have the ability to report to fucking Holy Terror, I'm pretty certain the Strike Force has the ability to rendezvous and the survivors to meet up and to go, oh my god, Yarrick's dead, and the Space Wolves to go, actually, he's not. Don't worry, lads, we got him. But no, apparently they found it more important to report Yarrick's death all the way to fucking Holy Terror than actually have like a meetup at the rendezvous point. Assuming like that these captains are thinking in any sensible way whatsoever. Like, what is going on? Like, this is like people always say when you ever watch like people like criticize or review like movies or books or video games. There's always this like the example that you've always got of someone of doing bad writing is the characters just not behaving in any logical or sensible way. Like, they're doing things for the sake of, like, the plot. They're doing things with this. If they do this, it pushes the story forward. They don't do things because it makes sense. Like, I can... So much of this I can, like, try and get my head around. Okay, they pursued Gaz this planet. Somehow, in the fight to the planet, they were able to, like... isolate Gaz on this rocky mesa. The ships were like, you know, the ships and a lot of the forces were like watching their backs as they land the strike force to like get Yarrick, to get Gazgul. Gazgul's like super powerful, so he's like ripping everyone to fucking pieces. Yarrick is, Yarrick isn't the first one to fight Gaz, but he's like the last person, like, after all the Marines had the shit battered out of him. Yarrick's like the last man, like, gets into the one-on-one fight. But like, here's the thing. I'm doing all of the hard work and understanding what is actually being said here. I'm having to work it out. I'm having to like try and fill in the fucking gaps of this writing to try and make sense of it. It doesn't make sense itself. I'm having to try and make sense of it. So even if I can try and put the effort in to understand, like, okay, this is what was meant here. This is what was meant here. This is what was meant here. This is what went down here. So on and so forth, right? When you get to like this bit here, it's like, it just doesn't make sense. Why the people here just aren't acting like you would. These are Space Marines. What? It's fucked, man. And why have we made the Space Wolves the big deal here when your most famous book written for Armageddon is fucking Hell's Reach with the Black Templars? Why isn't the Black Templars here? Why isn't Grimalda's here? Like, oh yeah, Ragnar Blackmane. Yeah, but no. Hell's Reach is one of the most popular, most famous books ever written about Armageddon. Probably also in Warhammer 40k in general. It's fucking crazy, man. Though he escaped death once more, he would never be the same. His reconstructed skull forever aching, his broken limbs supported by cybernetic armature, and his skin unnaturally pallid even for his advanced age. I mean that's fine. I mean, you would be pretty fucked up if you had to take Gazgul on one-on-one. Yeah. The Skullhelm priest of the Space Wolves had told him that he was needed on Armageddon, and so to Armageddon they would go. I mean, sure, fine. I feel like Yarrick probably knows he's needed an Armageddon. I feel like he knows the situation quite well. I don't know, man. The only question was whether they would get there in time, or if the speed war of Wazdaka Gutsmech would ravage the planet before Yarrick could even set foot on the cursed world once more. I mean, here's the thing. We have no idea where Ikaria is. We have no idea how far away from Armageddon it is. And why are we having this weird false sense of time? Like this weird false sense of urgency. Like, we know Yarrick's going to Armageddon. We've seen the trailer. We know he's going to be there. We know he's going to be fighting on there. Like, there's no sense of urgency. I don't get it. And here's the thing. And people say, oh, well, hopefully the book will tie all this together. Find out what happens when the Commissar makes Planetfall and Armageddon the Return of Yarrick. The next expansion for the 140k. The book will be available soon alongside a range of Astral Time reinforcements to help Yarrick reclaim the planet from the Orc menace. In the meantime, catch up on the Orc side of the story in the animation Old Baal Eye on Warhammer Plus TV. So, this next book is not going to tell you how Yarrick survived. It's going to tell you what happens when Yarrick went back to Armageddon. And I'm pretty certain Old Baal Eye doesn't cover... I mean, I don't know, but I feel like I've seen lots of clips of Old Baal Eye, and it's not anything to do with this fight that's been explained here. I don't know. Again, I could be wrong. It's just weird. And like, there's some other bits in here which doesn't make sense as well. So I said before, like not only is this article like weirdly shit, but it's also doesn't line up and tally up with what Games Workshop has told us in the past. Like, we were told, like, remember the live stream? Yarrick is dead. He's not coming back. There was a body. If they had the body... so there's two things here. Either... there's two things here, and neither one of them makes sense. Either his fleeing forces reported his death because they didn't have the body, because the body was with the Space Wolves. Okay, so we saw Yarrick get killed, but we don't have the body. Or, so that wouldn't make sense, saying there was a body, right? Or they had the body, but the Space Wolves had the body, so they knew he wasn't dead. So if they had the body, they knew he wasn't dead. Because the Space Wolves fucking healed him. I just don't... it just doesn't make sense. And like the fucking dude is fucking like, who's this? 1 minute, I wonder if it'll be up here. Who's this guy? Like, like, that's Zarek? Like, who's this guy? Because apparently that's his body. And then it's weird because where's the I've got to find this because there was another link here. Have they removed the link? I don't think so. Let me go through. Okay, so no, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Have they removed the link? Oh my god, I think they've removed the link. Oh no, here you go. So here's the thing, right? So there's this one here that says, yet his foe has survived much worse. So, and then it takes you to Ghazghkull Thracker's crumpiest scraps rated by the war boss himself, September 2021. Right, so this is obviously from like 5 years ago, before they even killed Yarrick off, right? So I get this. But if you go through, it mentions Second War for Armageddon, Third War for Armageddon. Shame they hid all their big eye thingies at the end, no fun. Battle of the Haunted Gulf. Shortly after he led Armageddon, Gaz ended up cornered by High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars and Commissar Yarrick. The bloody battle raged on with neither side able to get the upper hand, surprising the Imperial forces as much as the Orcs. An explosion of Weird energy caused the Warbosses' flagship kill record disappear into the warp. So, like, that to me sounds like it was meant to be the Battle of Icaria. But they renamed it. I mean, doesn't that sound eerily familiar? Like, and then you got the battle for Octarius. After being missing for years, Cal eventually reappeared in the Octarius sector, rounding up tons of setting off to unknown once more. Battle of Krongar, sorry. Amassed 1 point of greatest wild into the Orc kind. 2 Titan Warriors reportedly dueled for 10 days. Now it's around the capital of Gaz, but killing the Notorious Ward wasn't going to be so easy. What's next? As the Gaz got his head transplanted into an enormous new body, he continued on his mission, going with mass more orcs, mysterious cause, but to what end? Like, I mean, I guess you could just say, like, this battle came after. Maybe this battle came after these ones. But it just feels like it just feels weird, man. I did this maybe, you know, because it was 5 years ago or something. I don't know, man. But it just feels off. The whole thing just feels fucking off, boys. It feels like record amounts of retconium. Yeah. I agree, Macomb. It's just reading the whole thing. I think the bit that really got me was just this whole bit where like he's stranded on top of a rocky mesa and they decide to like, rather than to like blast him because he's just stuck there, they decide to like go down and fight him. It's just weird. Like it's just such a badly written article where you, the reader, are having to do so much of the heavy lifting. It's like they've tried to leave it vague, but it just comes across as shit. Mordian, your issue is you're missing one crucial piece of the story. Gaz, Makari, and Yak make a forced dyad. Oh. There's no way. So I'm just saying it right now. If this is the only lore we get on Yarrick, on how Yarrick came back, this is as bad as somehow Palpatine returned. Somehow Palpatine returned. Somehow Yarrick returned. The orcs fly now? They fly now. Yeah, like that's what it feels like. I think that Yarrick coming back, this has convinced me utterly that Yarrick was not last minute. It may have been planned in some time, but it feels like he's just come back, and he wasn't meant to come back. It feels like he was meant to die, and Commissar Graves was meant to come back and was meant to come in and replace him, and they've released this model, and then they've just shat out this lore article to try and explain why he came back. I think it was rushed. Like, if now I will cover my ass and I will withhold. I will reserve the right to say that if we get proper lore on how Yarrick came back, this is all forgiven. But if this is the only thing we get to explain how Yarrick died but didn't really die, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. This has the story of Yarrick dying and coming back can be like so, not dying, but like Yarrick dying and then coming back can be like so. There's so many better ways of doing it. Here's an idea. Ghazghkull is gathering all of these forces for the Great War. He's going to get Armageddon. It's going to happen. But he keeps gathering more and more and more forces because he went to Armageddon the first time with what he thought was a big war, and Yarrick stopped him. He went to Armageddon the second time with what he thought was enough boys, like the biggest. I've been re-listening to Hell's Reach, the biggest orc fleet recorded in Imperial history, apparently. Like, and that wasn't enough. So he's like, if Yarrick's alive, the only way I'm going to take Armageddon is if I literally have like every orc like every one of them, not a lot of them. Like, bring me all of the orc boys you have. Wait, I'm worried what you thought I said was bring me a lot of orc boys. But what I said was bring me all of the orc boys that you have. And maybe like Gork and Mork were like, there will be you will get a sign, because he's been getting visions from Gork and Mork, right? Because he's the prophet of the Great Green War. And so they've been like, go and get all the boys for a showdown on Armageddon. And you will receive a sign when it's time, when you've got enough forces, you will receive a sign to know when to go back. And Yarrick and Grimaldus in their pursuit of Ghazghkull, there's going to be times when they just purge everyone. There's also going to be times when they're going to, like, interrogate orcs. Like, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that there's a whole bunch of specialized inquisitorial interrogators who can fucking, or you've got a dying orc in front of you, you can, like, beat the shit out of him to, like, make him tell you some stuff. There's all sorts of ways you could do it. But one way or another, they learn that Gaz is waiting for a sign that he has enough forces for Armageddon. And Yarrick says, if we let him gather any more power, we're not going to be able to hold Armageddon. And once Armageddon falls, not only is that going to be bad in general, because it's a hive world, it's a manufactorum world, but it's also Gaz is going to be able to rampage pretty much anywhere he wants. Like, Cicatrix Maledictum, fuck that shit. Like, this is actually a bigger threat than that. You can hype it up. And so he says, we need to fake. So Yarek's like, we need to fake my death. If we fake my death, Ghazghkull will take that as the sign that he must return to Armageddon, because his greatest foe, his greatest barrier to taking that planet is now gone. And if we basically bring him back to Armageddon now, it will be before he has enough. It will be where he has a lot of orcs, but not so many we can't have any chance of beating him. We might actually have a chance of beating him. So they fake Yarek's death. They send it far and wide so that the orcs pick it up. And Ghazghkull goes, oh, Baelai's dead? That must be the sign from Gork and Mork that I've got enough boys now. Yarek's gone, and I've got the biggest army I've ever had. Right, back to fucking Armageddon. And then Ghazghkull comes back, and Yarek's like, surprise! Not actually dead, but if you run away from me, you look like a massive pussyo, and you're not gonna be, you're not gonna look like a big strong war boss. So now we're gonna fight it out, and this is gonna be the last time that we fight. And one way or another, this is going to decide the fate of Armageddon. I mean, he's like, this is going to be the biggest fight, Gaz. And Gaz is like, well, I can't back down, because if I run away again, orcs are going to think I'm a little bitch boy. They're going to think I'm afraid of Yarek, and I ain't afraid of no one. I ain't afraid of no one. I'm Ghazghkull. I'm not fucking afraid of anyone. So he then commits to the fight, even though he's got a big orc force, but it wasn't all of the orcs that maybe he needed. And that's how the fight, and that's how you set up the fourth war for Armageddon. And that's how you can explain Wazdaka being there. It's one of the war bosses that Ghazghkull has brought under his banner and all this kind of stuff. That is how you can explain how Yarek died, but then came back, and how it's all part, and how it feeds into Gaz's lore about why he's been gathering all the boys, and all that, and why he left Armageddon in the first place, and all of this. But instead, what we got was, there's a planet that's full of a big pile of shit, and the planet has broken under the weight of the pile of shit, and Ghazghkull was on top of a big rock, and they hit him with a barrage that could destroy armies, but apparently that didn't kill him. So, and then Yarek decided to get to a mano-a-mano fight, even though there's a bunch of space wolves there, and they thought that he died, but rather than like the space wolves reporting that he wasn't actually dead, they just didn't, and now the space wolves have healed him, and now the space wolves say to Yarek, it's time to go back to Armageddon. Just like, it's just, it just feels like AI wrote this. Like, it does. You know, some people say, oh, AI is terrible. It's replacing all the creatives. Bro, if it's replacing these creatives, I'm actually okay with it. I'm only joking, man. People get very upset with me saying that. But I'm joking, but I'm not. I'm half joking. It would have been better if they got a fucking AI to write it. If this is what a human wrote, plug me into the Matrix. Yeah. So anyway, that's why I've got some beef on the new Yarek law. Because it seems a bit shit. Yeah. Yarek requested macro battery fire and they loaded smoke rounds. Right, what do we think of the beef then? Was I right to be beefy? Was I right to be beefy, or was I not right to be beefy? I feel like, yeah, Cosmic, you're right, Tim, as the lore guy, I hate it. Dude, Cosmic, you were getting annoyed with me in the Discord a little bit, because you're like, why are you shitting on? I'm like, it wasn't me, man. Like, it wasn't actually me. 100% vindicated beef. This is pure ass. 100% beef. May Kelly direct your game. Should become a new curse for war gamers. It's grade A beef. Like, I used to be really into the lore. I read all of the books on the fucking blood gorgons. I rated them from a library. I used to be a lore guy. GW made me not a lore guy. Yeah. This is banned fanfic levels of writing. Beef confirmed. It's better lore than the Fem Stodies. Honestly, I think it's as bad. It's just that it's less controversial. It's just as lazy. Yeah, that guy. I agree with that guy. It just seems lazy. Yeah. It's just lazy. Maybe they have the actual good people fixing all the bullshit 11th edition. Takes of the hit of copium. I just think they don't care. I honestly think they don't care. I honestly think they're like, this machine is just going to print money. I truly believe we are at the point now where Games Workshop is just like, write whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. It's going to sell anyway. Yeah, I don't think they care and they don't understand why we do. I agree. It's lazy. When has GW ever given a shit about their own lore? When? GW used to give a shit. They used to. But I think Warhammer 40k lore is basically massively held. Games Workshop lore, Games Workshop, the IP and the lore is massively sustained by a huge foundation of legacy writing that was done before the last 10 years. Yeah. Yeah. Like, as much as people hate it, blowing up... The last big lore thing that happened was blowing Cadia up. And basically nothing has happened since then. Oh, the lion came back, what, like 3 fucking years ago? And even then, when they blew Cadia up, there was no Cadians on Cadia. Well, no mention of that. No, that's not really fair. But... No. The lore around the fall of Cadia was, like, fine in some ways. Just the fact that there was no Cadian rules for it at the time was a bit bullshit. I think, yeah. Yeah. It's just... I just struggle with 40k. I just think 40k lore is most... I think 40k lore was... See, back in the day, we used to talk about, like, when some bad lore happened, it was, like, the talk of the town. Like, oh my god, did you hear about the Sisters of Battle that got killed by the Grey Knights? Like, that lasted, like, that was the bad lore of that edition. Oh, you know, when with 4th edition, it was like, oh, did you hear about all Space Marines see Ultramarines as their spiritual liege? That was the bad lore that lasted an edition. And now it's like, we get one occasional bit of good lore in amongst a sea of shite. That's the difference. There was always been examples of not as good lore, but the really, truly bad shit was like, was on occasion. Like, and now it just seems like occasionally we get something that's half decent. Yeah. Oh, Nico, the lore in Festung Europa is... Like, you don't realize how far 40k lore has fallen until you read Festung Europa and you realize, oh, wait, that's what all 40k lore used to be like. That was like the minimum standard. Yeah. It's really good. Right. We've got some super chats. And then we might have... We've got super chats. But I've got 2 more topics to talk about. We've got Custodes / another GW pre-order fuck up. And we've got Age of Sigmar is actually looking like it might be quite good. Which is crazy, like beef / hype hybrid. Yeah. Let's have a look at some super chats first, though. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. We know more about Yarrick than the Rogel Dawn or Femstodes. We know more about Yarrick than the Rogel Dawn. I don't think we... I mean, we know... Okay. Obviously, we know more about Yarrick than the Rogel Dawn or Femstodes because Yarrick's been around forever. We know about the same amount about how Yarrick came back as about how female Custodes were made. Well, always existed. Yeah. It's about the same. The Rogel Dawn, we still have no idea where it came from and why they designed it to be a tank with no bottom. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like we actually know less about Yarrick with that story. Dude, Squark, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat. This whole thing reads like an Imperial Inquisition cover, and that's how I'm treating it. The real questions are, where was Yarrick? How did he really come back? And why did the Order write a cover-up? I like it, Anthony Williams. I do. But here's the thing. If we as the fans are having to... If we're the fans are having to do the heavy lifting... Bro, people get paid money. Dude, Anthony Williams, someone got paid money to write that article. Like, you know what? Comparing Festung Europa to that article isn't fair. Because one's an entire book and one's just an article on Warhammer Community. Let's compare article to article. Okay? Here you go. Let's compare article to article. So the first thing, it's 7 minutes long. This is a 7-minute long article about how the Style Trooper were made for Conflict 47. Just not a hero, not a crazy main character in the story, just how this unit was, how this power armor came into existence. And we're going to read through this and compare it to the Yarrick stuff, and you are going to be, your mind is going to be blown. Even before the opening of the rifts, all the major belligerents of the Second World War had conducted significant experimentation with infantry body armor, seeking to reduce the number of gunshot and shrapnel deaths, particularly from shell splinters and close-quarters fighting. The Soviets had long issued their assault engineers with the simple SN-42 steel breastplate, which was reasonably effective but cumbersome and unpopular, while the Americans had developed the so-called flak jacket for their bomber crews and sailors. None of these designs were truly satisfactory in reducing combat casualties. They were certainly better than nothing, but their weight and inconvenience often led to soldiers discarding them in favour of increased mobility and a reduced load. What was needed was nothing short of a modern suit of plate armour, strong enough to resist incoming fire, but well fitted and lightweight enough to not overly impede a soldier's combat movement. Until the opening of the rifts, however, there was simply no such technology in existence. So, like, we're getting a bit of the history. We're getting a bit about the problem, and now we're getting a little bit about like how that problem was like solved. This is like body armor. With the advent of Rift Tech, Axis scientists foresaw the need for improved protection for the average infantryman and almost immediately began working towards this end. The first experiments were crude in the extreme, little more than steel plates bolted to a crude exoskeleton with a small gasoline engine and hydraulic system derived from light aircraft for motive power. Halting and clumsy in their movement and enormously heavy, they were impossible to wear for long periods of time, but proved the basic concept of an armed man almost completely enclosed in armor plate. The first Rift Tech breakthrough for the program came in the form of a new power plant, smaller and more lightweight than before, but offering far greater power. This enabled the wearer to move more quickly than before, and the first prototype of what was dubbed Panzer Harnisch 44 in reference to the armor of medieval knights. Again, even the little throwaway sentences, like these sentences, like the thing is, I'm reading the words, and the words make sense. Go back and look at this. It's like you read the paragraphs and the paragraphs just don't make sense. You the reader are having to start to like try and interpret what the fuck GW means with half of this shit. You read this and it's like you intrinsically know what it's talking about. Funnily enough, we've gone 3 to 4 paragraphs. I've not gone what the fuck yet. Exactly. As the Commonwealth and US forces began to push inland after D-Day, they had their first encounters with these testing units, and it quickly became apparent that the design had real merit. Though slow, the Axe Heavy Troopers proved all but impervious to small arms, and the sight of their grinding advance through Storm's machine gun fire had a significant impact on Allied morale. By the way, you'll be pleased to know that this random lore article here from 9 months ago actually ties in to the law that infested Europa. So well done, Warlord. You actually managed to get your law continuity done well, done properly. Do you see what, like, it's not like this contradicts what happened in the book. Like, no, it's, we know that the Totem Core and the Power Armor were the first things that the Allies encountered, and then afterwards they started encountering things like the mechs and the monsters. With the field trials a qualified success, the project split into 2 distinct lines, one focusing on designing smaller, lighter armor suits suitable for issue en masse, and the other pursuing the development of even larger and heavier breakthrough suits. The former would see great success, resulting in the Panzer Harnisch 46 suits in widespread use, with the actual Schwertruppen divisions capable of well-rounded formations forming the backbone of many Axis formations across Europe. The latter would follow a rather more winding path and end in something much, much larger. The heavy team, formed as Project Stahl, theoretically had a simpler task than their colleagues. Rift advances in metallurgy enabled armor plate and exoskeleton framing to be made lighter and more effective, while several breakthroughs in the miniaturization of servo motors and hydraulic systems provided a reliable, lightweight propulsive unit. The basic design coalesced into a monstrous suit into which man stepped rather than donned, raising the wearer to almost 8 feet in height and capable of mounting a wider range of heavy weapons. It was considered a highly successful piece of equipment almost ready for the field by late 1945. And so we understand how they made it. And then and this is to me, this is very immersive. We start learning about the bureaucracy of the Axis military procurement process. I mean, you'd think that would be out of place, but it's perfect. Just as Project Stahl seemed poised for deployment, the Byzantine politics of Axis senior leadership intervened. From the outset, the new Schwer Panzerharnisch had been destined for the Panzer Grenadier divisions, to be issued in small numbers to spearhead assaults on heavily defended positions. However, the rapid development of Rift Tech enhanced units in the Axis order of battle had led to a significant reshuffling of military responsibilities, and a bit of power struggle for control of the new units developed between the infantry, the originally intended users, and the artillery. The leadership of the artillery branch advanced the somewhat tenuous claim that, as they were intended for breakthrough actions, they were analogous to assault guns, and therefore should be incorporated into their command structure. Like, obviously they just want the armor for themselves. But, like, it's funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's funny. And this is just, we haven't even got to the power armor itself yet. And yet all of this is kind of like built up to it. It's world building. While Axis commanders bickered over which branch would control the new troops, Project Style had stalled almost completely as funding and supplies were cancelled, approved, and cancelled again. It was not until mid-1946 when the artillery finally won out. The final approval was granted. So the artillery actually won, which is hilarious. That final approval was granted to begin production, with the first units reporting for training and re-equipping by September of that year. By this stage, the other belligerent nations had begun to deploy troops in powered armor of their own, but none had the sheer size of the new Axis suits. And so this is like, and then we get like the description of the first battle. The initial combat deployment of the new troops, dubbed Stahltruppen, came in Poland in December 1946. Advancing Soviet forces expecting to overrun what their intelligence had marked as an Axis artillery regimental HQ. You see, because the artillery won the argument. So if you like find a map on a dead officer that says like artillery HQ here, you think it's just like a bunch of like soldiers that aren't used to fighting on the front lines. We can just overrun that easy peasy, right? We're stunned by the appearance of the gargantuan heavy infantrymen instead. The Stahltruppen counterattacked from concealment in a wooded area, meeting a force of Soviet infantry head on. The Soviet veterans of the brutal Eastern Front were annihilated in minutes, their weapons unable to do more than chip the paint of the massive armoured infantrymen. A follow-up attack by tanks was similarly destroyed, and the Soviet commander withdrew his forces, claiming the existence of a new superweapon. See, it explains how, okay, we're going to advance on this artillery HQ, and suddenly, like, the Stahltruppen are, like, concealed in the wooded area, and if you're outside of a wood and ever tried to look in, you'll know, like, it's like impenetrable gloom until you get into the wood, and then suddenly it all opens up, right? So yeah, but that little battle here is explained more clearly and more coherently than Yarrick fighting Gaz. Do you see what I mean? Compare like this and how this is written and how it just naturally, it doesn't make you go, what the fuck? You just read it and it makes sense and it makes you laugh and you just continue on to the next bit. Compare that to this. The barrage that was powerful to destroy armies, but just threw up some smoke. The Stormfrost, but it just sort of didn't do anything. Do you like the part where Gaz gave Yarrick the Marvel smirk? Oh yeah, yeah, great point. The classic Marvel smirk, yeah. And then we've got more and more and more. Like, we've got more. Like, I mean, just for a random suit of power armor. Following the success, Stahltruppen production was assigned the highest priority by the Green Vault, and more suits were rapidly sent to both the Eastern Front and westwards. The units quickly gained a reputation for brutal efficiency and terrifying attacks, seemingly walking through the heaviest enemy fire with slow, inexorable steps. The men of the Stahltruppen units selected from the finest soldiers across the Axis rightly came to view themselves as a cut above all of the troops, although this quickly manifested as an institutional arrogance and unshakable belief in their own superiority. 1947 sees the Stahltruppen wherever the fighting is thickest, deployed in small numbers to lead the most critical assaults or defend positions that must not be allowed to fall. Their arrival on the battlefield means the fighting is about to intensify exponentially. This, coupled with their often aloof nature, means that their presence is seen as a mixed blessing by many regular Axis forces, but their combat prowess is undeniable. Actual propaganda and enemy intelligence reports alike agree that when employed at the right time in the right place, even a small number of Stormtroopers can turn the tide of battle. Initially jealously guarded by the artillery, the Green Vault leadership appears to have run out of patience with this particular squabble, and of Stormtroopers can now be found bearing the colours of multiple branches of the Axis military. The Schwer Panzer harness chutes allow each man to carry a wide range of weaponry, from the combat-lethal STG-44 Zwei double-barrel assault rifles and the MG-44 light machine guns to the deadly Panzerbuch 45 anti-tank gun. Hefted as easy as a normal man might hold a rifle. These give the Stormtrooper the ability to counter with enemy infantry and armor, and are supplemented by shoulder-mounted Panzerfaust anti-tank rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and wicked tri-edged fighting daggers, as well as the brutal strength of the suits themselves.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Like, do you see what I'm talking about, though? Like, the quality of writing in those two articles is light and dark. It's night and day. Like, the GW one, you're constantly having to, like, reread bits because it's like, wait, that bit doesn't make sense. Wait, that bit doesn't make sense. Wait, what happened here? Like, oh, the ships. No, who's fighting on the planet? The ships punched through. But then, like, it's just too... Yeah, it's just, like... It's really short and shallow and doesn't... Yeah, it's just... The difference is night and day. And I used to just sort of shrug off the bad GW articles. But I have been spoiled by Warlord and their ability to write articles. And also, like, I think there's a really big difference in, like this. I feel like 40k is becoming exponentially childish. Like, this doesn't sound badass. It sounds like a 5-year-old describing the playground battle that him and his friends had, which is cool, but it's like, and then this, and then, and then, and then, and then. It sounds like it's telling you it's badass, but it's not actually badass. Like, maybe I'm just super autistic, but I do not find this badass. But I fucking find I don't find this amusing, but I find the Byzantine bureaucracy of Axis procurement and the petty power squabbles of the artillery versus the infantry to be wholly amusing and very immersive. Because it's real. Not real as in like, well, it probably was. It did actually happen in World War II. But it's real as in it feels real. And like, you've got, I know it's only meant to be a bit of a fun article, but like, Gazgul Thracker's crumpiest scraps raised by the war boss himself. You know, and I mean, I know this article's from like 5 years ago, but it still kind of just feels like, I often find GW articles, someone said before, it's, you know, the Marvel smirk. I often find like GW articles these days feel like they're written by millennials trying to be quippy. It's the same problem that a lot of video game writing has. Yeah. So here, so we've got a few more super chats, but you can see why, like, why it stood out to me is like, this is this 3-minute puff piece that they sharted out onto Warhammer Community is the best they could come up with to explain how Yarick came back. And then you compare that to an article that goes into autistic detail on the origins of a single type of power armor for one faction. And it's just like night and day. So yeah, it just the difference is just ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, we've got some more super chats here. Dizzle McFizzle, thank you, super chat. But Gork and Mork, bro, blah, blah, blah. Ember protects, blah, the old man is back, boom, lol. You know what? That basically sums up the article. You know what? Dizzle McFizzle, you're absolutely right. Why am I worrying about this too much? I should just consume product and then get excited for next product. Oh. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. I see you upset. My lord, your channel was better. Dude, Cosmic Lore is genuinely superior. Dude, think of the lore that we have built up. I say we, you. I've been here for the ride, right? But think of the lore that we built up about the flare. Think about the lore that was built up around a fucking random encounter that happened in a Stellaris playthrough. Dude, you're absolutely right. Miller, thank you for super chat. It looks like one of the writers at their 5-year-old write it. That's what I mean, man. It sounds like a fucking kid explaining. It's just like, I honestly could write a better article. I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer. I did a bit of English. I did English for A-level. But like, if it was my full-time job, if I was getting paid to write a lore article, it would be a good lore article. Do you know what I mean? Like, someone got paid to shit that out. That's not on someone's fucking Tumblr. Someone got paid to shit that out, and someone else got paid to say that was good enough to go on Warhammer Community's website. That's what you. That's what's going. That's what just keeps going through my head. Yeah, Miller, it's crazy. I agree with you 100%, man. Commando HL, thanks for, can it fit the whole piece of paper, bro? I wish it couldn't, because it can't even fit on a piece of paper. I mean, it can fit on one piece of paper. It can fit on one side of a piece of paper. Yeah. Azaleas, thank you for super chat. Hobby update discussion. It's what I managed to assemble during the month of Mars. Have to keep getting rid of the boxes. Then will come the dreaded painting. Have a good 07. Have a good drink on me. Cheers, people. Let's have a look, bro. Let's look at some models to cheer ourselves up. Hey, there we go. Nice. That's cool, man. Nice. You could use that as a defiler. Cool, man. It's a good little force there. Couple of platoons of Kriegers. Nice bit of artillery. Good cavalry corps. Nice. Solid build effort, mate. Solid build effort indeed. Thank you for your generous support, sir. And thank you for showing off your hobby progress. It actually made me feel bad. I was getting wound up. Bruce Oakman, thank you for the super chat. Yahak's Return has more lore than Femstodes, but is equally as lazy, and that's just fucking sad. GW needs to take like 2 seconds to think things through and think about how the fans will react. They literally just... I think Games Workshop's biggest problem is the majority of people working there now just see it as a 9 to 5. It's just a job. It's literally just a job. It's no longer a... I'm sure there's some very nice, reasonably passionate people. But 40k, but Games Workshop feels like the amateur. Every day that goes by, they just feel more like the amateur in the room. They don't feel like they have it. Like, it feels like it used to be Games Workshop was like, I mean, put it this way, I think the best example of this is painting. It used to be every wargamer's dream. I mean, everyone. paint as good as heavy metal. To paint as good as the heavy metal team. Now, GW paints very well. Of course. They're still very, very skilled. But the best painters don't work. The best model painters don't work at Games Workshop. They work for themselves on Instagram or on YouTube. The best battle reports used to be in White Dwarf. Now, Warhammer battle reports are a joke. A bad joke without a punchline. The last half decent one they put out was for Warhammer the Old World. But realistically, what do you think? What was when Old World was popping off? What was the best battle report that was put out on the internet? Was it done by GW? No, it was done by Tabletop Tactics with the Empire vs Tomb Kings. It was amazing. Everyone was super hyped to see it. Like, GW is in no way, shape, or the only way GW is the industry leader now is money. That's it. Yeah. It definitely feels like they went back into that point just over a decade ago where GW went full corporate greed before they got that new CEO who massively blew them. I agree. I think they've regressed. I think they've de-evolved. Yeah. I think it's brain drain. Why look, using painting again as an example, the path from being, I mean, the simple reason, the simple thing is, why would you work if you could do? If you wanted to do hobbying for your full-time job and you were in a position to do it, why would you work at Games Workshop? If you're good enough, you work for yourself. That's not me wanking myself off. I don't mean it in that way. I'm talking about like painters and stuff. Like, people write better, and it's like for lore as well. How much lore is written now by channels like Vox and the Void and stuff? They don't just read stories out anymore. They write their own. Yeah. It's just fucking brain drain, bro. Yeah. We've seen it. Peachy, Duncan Rose, exactly. The painting side is so obvious just via Blanche and how they never gave him a proper go for it vibe set. Like, it took army painters to get Blanche style paint set. So true. Yeah. Ben McCoy, you said in your recent video that it was time for community to take some responsibility for Warhammer. Wouldn't that make the best painters and battle people being independent a good thing? It is. It's a very good thing. It's a very, very... We have given GW too much power. And we need to take some of that back. 100%. I'm a massive, massive believer in that. I think Games Workshop should make the models, make the base rules, and then from that point on, people in the community, if you gave the balancing, the thing is, there's one big advantage to GW having it. It means that we all know where to hate when it goes wrong. Yeah, there you are. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. My music has better lore than this article. Actually true. Actually true, Cosmic. As a lore writer, you should be offended by that article. Yeah. Squawk, thank you for renewing your channel membership, man. Appreciate it. The Legend, thank you for the support. More than discovering the garbage writing, a lot of 40k fans used to say, my dad can beat up your dad about other sci-fi universes, is vindicating. I mean, 40k still has amazing lore, just none of but all of it's from the past. Yeah. All of it is, I don't know, man. Games Workshop's such a funny one. There's such a funny, I mean, because here's the thing, we're going to talk about something else that GW's done. Let me look. Let me talk. Let me level with you. Games Workshop has an infinite capacity to fuck up. But they also have displayed a remarkable talent for being able to right the ship, to turn the franchise around. And an example of this is what we're going to talk about next. Of all the things, it's Age of Sigmar. I kid you not, there's actually some very interesting shit going on with Sigmar, which I haven't said this in like 10 years. However long Sigmar's been around. The more I learn about the new edition of Sigmar, the more I'm like, okay, interesting. So let me... Oh no, please, no, Aeros is fine, leave it alone. Fish with no name, I'm sorry. Sigmar is getting improved one way or another, man. And you might not like it, but it's happening. We've had another big update on The Last World. All the AOS fans are like, no, no, no. And everyone who's not an AOS player is like, yeah. You are being improved. Please do not resist. No, I'm very sympathetic to AOS people who like the way the setting is now, not being happy about the way the setting looks like it's going to be changing. But so I can understand that. And at the same time, I can hold a differing opinion, which is I respect their opinion, but I believe something that's the opposite of it. Yeah. Let's have a look here. I need to get a drink in a second, but I'm going to do the super chat from Bruce Oakman. Thank you for super chat, man. GW having an infinite capacity for fucking up and for them to right the ship just says we are in an abusive relationship with them, TBH. The fact they can't get streaming right when YouTubers at Al can is amazing. You're right. GW... I mean, the fucking stream is the big one, isn't it? The fact that 2 times in a row, 2 huge reveal streams, and they fucked them both up. I mean, once is a blip. Twice is... It's just... Again, it's another thing, like... Did the people who were there say the reveal tech difficulties were mostly venue side? I mean, if Vigo was there, Vigo can confirm or deny that. It's just, here's the thing, it's like, I don't know, man. They're a £7 billion company. They should be getting it right. You don't get to be the big swinging dick of wargaming and get to have excuses like that. You don't get that. I'm sorry. GW, you are the big dick. Or you want to be the big swinging dick? Then you've got to be the big swinging dick. But you can't be the big swinging dick and then stumble around. Right, I'm going to share with you a story now. Bruce Oakman, you've inspired this. I'm going to share a story and I'm going to sound like a massive dickhead. But any of you who've worked an office job or even anyone who's worked a job for any period of time that involves working with other people will find this story painfully relatable. So, in the last place that I worked, there was a guy there called Andy. And Andy was like a nice guy. He didn't have a bad bone in his body. Like he was... Yeah, I don't really have... as a person, I have like zero criticisms of Andy. But the thing is, after working with Andy for a period of time, I lost all respect for him. And it was no like one single thing that Andy did. It was just his entire being. Some people know exactly what I'm talking about already. Everything from his work, the fact that no matter what job you gave him, he fucked it up. Like, guaranteed he fucked it up. So you just give him a bunch of meaningless tasks that would keep him busy. The fact that, if he was talking, he'd be talking a big game in a meeting, and you just knew everything he was saying was just wrong in critical and important ways. Like not only was he unable to do things, but he also talked and was just wrong all that. Like anytime he talked on any subject, he was always wrong. And the problem is, like, this guy's like a manager, but the people that are like working underneath him have no respect for him. Like I wasn't that. He was their manager. I wasn't their manager. I was a manager of a different team, and people would go from their team, come to me and go, "Hey, can you help me with this?" And I'd be like, "You should go to Andy with that." And they'd look at me and I'd go, "Yeah, all right, fine, I'll sort it out." Right? Like, they wouldn't even need to say anything and you would know. And this is where it's going to sound like mean. And this is where the bit of like Mrs. Mordian was here. She'd be like, "No, stop, you're being mean." But, it came down to like, when I say everything, it came down to like everything. We're not just talking his work. We're not just talking his ability to bullshit. We're talking like everything about his being. Like the way he dressed was just off. The fact that he took no care of himself. Like, and once you start picking up on this shit, you can't unsee it. And you realize you're being really mean, but you can't help yourself. The way the guy fucking walked. Like with his, like, little shuffly, like, duck feet walk and his wrists that were always, like, limp. So as he swung his arm, like, his fucking wrist, like, flipped back. Everything about him just exuded, like, floppiness. And I'm not just talking like physical floppiness, like mental floppiness, like professional floppiness. Like there's no other way to put it. Like he was just... Floppy's not even the right word, but I can't think of another word for it. Like he's just... there's nothing that you could respect him for. Flaccid, maybe, is the word. Yeah, he was just flaccid. His entire, and you just looked at him and you were like, how did you get to where you were? How have you, like, bimble fucked your way this far in life and never just thought to do anything differently? Has no one said anything to you? But then you guys like, no, of course they haven't, because that would be mean. And what you realize, that this guy really needed a fucking someone to sit him down and just be like, bro, this is not working. Like, and the guy had been fired from like every fucking job. Because of course he had them. Because you not only would, like, even if someone's incompetent, if you can kind of like respect them on some level, you can keep them around. But if there's just nothing there, like, he wasn't on the spectrum. This is the thing. This is the thing. Grey Knight 1. You here's the thing, right? You explain these things to you describe Andy to someone, and you think, oh, he must have been on the spectrum, or he must have had something wrong with him. No, he doesn't get that because he didn't have that. I worked with this motherfucker for years. Okay? Like, if he had something legitimately not all there about himself, trying to put it politely, you know, don't like say if there's something wrong with him, because people get upset with that. But you know what I mean? Like, don't trip me over my precise words. He doesn't get that because he didn't have that. If he had something that was properly wrong with him, or had a legitimate excuse, I wouldn't bring him up as a topic, because it wouldn't be fair. And it's just like, he wasn't, his only he had no excuse. He had just sort of like existed. And like I said, just bimble fucked through his entire life, never realizing what the problem was. And the thing is, Games Workshop's beginning to remind me of Andy. Like, you can't even do a fucking live stream. You can't even write a fucking article on your website. You can't even release a pre-order without fucking it up. Do you see what I mean? Like, this is why, like, Bruce, your comment just like reminded me. It just triggered. It triggered a core memory. Just triggered a core memory, man. GW reminds me of Andy these days. They can't even, like, GW is just like the amateur. I keep saying they feel like the amateur in the room sometimes. Yeah. No, he wasn't from a super rich family or something like that. No, Grey Knight. Again, I would have told you that. He was just normal. He was just normal. He just bullshitted his way into the job. I worked with him for just over a year, maybe 2 years. He bullshitted his way into the job because he was a nice guy. So this is what happened. He bullshitted his way into the job because he was a nice guy. All of the, like, female senior managers took pity on him, like he was a bird with a broken wing. Okay. Oh, don't be mean to Andy. Don't be mean to Andy. Oh, we'll re-roll him. Oh, we'll find something else for him to do. And we're like, bro, we're giving him jobs that the junior staff can't even, like, we're giving the manager the jobs of the junior staff, and the junior staff are picking up his fucking role. Till it just got to the point where even the most sympathetic, you know, even the most sympathetic person in the management team was just like, he's got to go. He's got to go. Like, it was literally just, he was hired in at a certain level, you know, middle management. He was given an incredible amount of sympathy because he was nice. It just got to the point where it's like, we can't give him anything to do, and we can't just, like, pay a dude not to do anything. Yeah, exactly, Grey Knight 1. But he was like, he was good at bullshitting his way through life, but he wasn't a bad person. He wasn't malicious. He was just floppy. That's it. Like, that's the thing. I have no issue with Andy, like, as a person. You know, I'd have a pint with Andy. I did. You know, I'd have no issue with Andy as a person, as a nice guy, as a friend. You know, I'm not friends with him, but, you know, if you know, like, he was just a colleague, right? But, like, I'd have no issue with, like, hanging out with him. You know, I chatted to him at the work functions, all that kind of stuff. No dramas whatsoever. The problem was that he was just floppy, and eventually, you just can't respect a floppy person. Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, there you are. But yeah, so basically, Games Workshop reminds me of Andy, where, like, even the simplest task they seem unable to do. I mean, how hard is it to just write a good hype article? I mean, did you not see Games Workshop? Did you not see the reaction to Yarrick coming back and how hyped people were for it in your trailer? How hard is it to just write a good lore article to capitalize on that hype, to propel it to new heights? Yeah. Caliber, sounds like you liked Andy. I didn't like Andy, but I didn't dislike Andy. I had nothing for or against him. He was just a guy I worked with. But he always stood out to me as the king of floppiness. He was the flaccid king. But that sounds different to how I meant it. I have no idea if he was really... I don't mean it that way. But yeah, no, I've no, like I said, I have no issues with Andy. I didn't like or dislike him. I just didn't respect him because... I mean, how could, you know, when everyone who's under him is basically coming to you to as their manager, even though you're not their manager, and every other manager, you know, you're just looking at the guy. Yeah. He did give weak handshakes. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, we've got way off topic here, but it's GW is becoming like Andy, and if they and that's something that they need to, I think, address quickly. James Arthur, thank you for the super chat. Accounting not letting models be in 2 games, bro. So annoying. Them siloing everything. Yeah. Goddamn siloing everything. OMG, it's Rob. Thank you for the big super chat. I don't know, guys. I think you're being a bit unfair. I'm fairly recently back. The story's moved on a lot. The models look awesome, and it's more popular than ever. It feels like it's in a decent place. Lambast me. Oh my god, it's Rob. 2 things could be right. 2 contradictory things can be right at the same time, despite what it may seem. I think that Warhammer 40k is more popular than ever before. I think that many of the models are absolutely beautiful. And I think that Games Workshop is reaping the rewards of great success and of having expertly leveraged their IP. And I think Games Workshop deserves an incredible amount of praise for getting 40k mainstream. I mean, I used to say, oh, I'll play Warhammer. People go, what's that? Now I say, I play Warhammer. People go, oh, that's cool. They know what it is. So, GW has done many good things, but at the same time, the prices are ridiculous. The models are fucking awful to build. They're in loads of tiny little pieces. And the lore they write is trash in comparison to the lore that used to exist. And they can't even put a fucking live stream together. And you think the quality of their videos is good. My God, go and watch. I mean, if you like, depends on what videos you're talking about, but I could name a dozen channels that do battle reports better than Games Workshop. I could mention half a dozen channels that do painting videos better than Games Workshop. And I could mention almost an infinite number of channels that do Games Workshop's lore better than they do. So Games Workshop can be, and the thing is, Games Workshop can, like I said, so these two things, whilst they seem contradictory, can actually, two things can be right at the same time, even if it doesn't look like it. So I don't actually disagree with you. Oh my God, it's Rob. The thing with Games Workshop, you might be like, we might be being a bit unfair. The thing is that Games Workshop has burned a huge amount of community goodwill. And they've done a good job of trying to get it back recently. And actually, when we talk about the AOS thing, I think, well, that's an example of they might be getting a slam dunk there. But the thing with Games Workshop is they have no shield to hide behind. Games Workshop likes to talk about how they're the best of the best, the biggest company in wargaming, and how they're the industry leader, world quality, all that kind of stuff. And yet, they can't even run a live stream, bro. In 2026. In 2026, they can't run a live stream. In 2026, they can't organize a tournament without accidentally charging £180 for it before correcting the mistake. In 2026, they can't write a lore article that makes any sense. The thing is, if you're going to be the big swinging dick, you've got to be the big swinging dick. You've got to have a laundry list of things you can point to. You almost have it should be almost it should be once every so often you do a big fuck up that everyone talks about. Not once every often you seem to get something right that everyone enjoys. There's many things like in the same week Games Workshop will release an amazing trailer for Yarrick, and then an amazing trailer for Yarrick. They'll show off some great reveals for the Imperial Guard, new armor, new vehicles. Amazing, awesome. And then they can release a dog shit lore article and a painting video that tells everyone to go fuck themselves. Like, yeah. How, yeah. Yeah, people like Warhammer 40k but hate UW is the best way I've heard it described by everyone who plays Warhammer 40k. Yeah, 100%. And oh my God, it's Rob. The big question you've got to remember, the big thing you've got to remember is how much they're charging for this shit, man. Like, if I get a kit from Warlord Games, for example, and I have to do a little bit of hobbying to make, very rarely happens, but maybe I glue an arm on and it's not 100% flush and I have to like jiggle it around a bit, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck because I'm spending a third of the price. If GW wants to charge me 3 times as much as everyone else, and I get to their kits and they're annoying as fuck to build, I'm gonna have a problem with that. That's the thing. The big thing that there's if GW wasn't charging as much, and there's so many, yeah. There's so many examples. The charging thing is the number one. If they weren't charging as much, I wouldn't expect as much from them. Yeah. If I have to clean Flashy the size of the Great Wall of China, it's not a premium product. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, oh my god, it's Rob. At the end of the day, if you're on top, everyone's coming for you. That's just life. You know, that's just life in every industry, everywhere. If you're on top, everyone's coming for you. GW's on top in their particular corner of the world. Everyone's gonna have something to say. Yeah. All right. What do we got? And like I said, it's important to remember that two things can be right at the same time. GW can release fantastic new guard models and then fuck up the law for them. Why can't we have fantastic new guard models and good law from the £7 billion company? From the company that's worth more than the entire fishing industry, and we're an island. Why is there always, with Games Workshop, like one hand gives, one hand punches you in the cock? Why can't we just have, here's your new models, and here's some lovely lore that we wrote for them, and it's nice, and it's all good. But we never seem to get that. It's, here's your new models, we've taken these ones away from you and legends them, we're charging you twice as much as everyone else, and here's a bit of dog shit lore that we wrote in 5 seconds. I have no issue with the models that GW produces. I have pretty much an issue with everything else they do. Not no issues. I have no issues with the finished quality of the models they produce. They look beautiful. Yeah. Michael Gibson, thank you for the super chat. I have a new passion. Old Orcs and Goblins. Picture in chat. Yes! I love Old World Orcs and Goblins. Are is it these ones? Yes! Nice. Old world, best world, old world, best world. Yeah, baby. Fantastic. Really, really cool. I love to see it, bro. Amazing. All right. Cosmic Drew, thanks for the chat. Last thing on lore, 3 minutes of this versus GW lore discussion. The old, yeah, man. The old audio drama, man. I put up or shut up, but I think 3 minutes of me and MG 2-year Thanos I wrote used an AI voice reading only and pitched at the same time is better than the last few years of GW lore. Dude, I totally agree. I remember that video, man. It was absolutely awesome, and I literally agree 110%. Yeah. Right, I'm going to grab a quick drink, and then we're going to talk about... We've got 2 more bits to talk about. 2 more bits. All right.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Oh, shit, mate. Okay. So. Chicken Detonator. I'll get to your super chat. Oh, I can do it right now. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. The closer trading arc in stream discussion. Had a great intro game for a new guy at the club. He has picked up the new Cathay box and wants to build a 50 model Giga Brick of Peasant Spearmen. Awesome. He wanted to have an intro on how the game works, so I set up a small 1,000 point training game in the forces of the cloister. Nice. A late medieval inspired force with a brick of heavy armor and hand weapons, a brick of heavy armor and spearmen, and some crossbowmen to support, versus an early modern inspired force of 2 bricks of pikes / halberds, supported by handgunners. Overall, it was a bloody good game, with nearly all the infantry being destroyed, a couple of cannon misfires, and a wizard blowing himself up. Overall, a victory for me, but a great game was had. Some pictures below. And Tim, it's been 10 weeks going. It was 8 weeks last week, man. It's 9 weeks. I'm sure. Let's have a look. Hey, look at that, man. So cool. Well, the thing is, though. The thing is, Chicken Detonator. Did you successfully recruit him into the old world? What was it? Did he go, that was amazing, I want to play again? Or was he like, I'm not sure? That's the big question. That's the real question. Yeah. Let's have a look here. What have we got here? Michael Gibson, thank you for the super chat. A message from my son in chat, MG. He loves watching your streams and videos and seeing your tanks. Michael, obviously this is a video. Do you want me to play this like on stream? Or do you want me to just play the audio on stream but not the video itself? Because obviously I'm aware that obviously it's your it's your son. I don't want to put him on camera without you being okay with it, obviously. So I could just literally play the audio, and if that's preferred. So that way you just if that's better. Yeah, I don't mind however you want to do it, man. But obviously I'm gonna check. You put him on stream? Okay. Let me have a look here. Let's have a look. Screen share.
Say night-night, Mordian.
Yeah, close enough.
I like all your cool tanks. And say, don't forget to paint it yellow. Is yellow your favorite color? Yeah. Say bye-bye, Mordian. Bye.
That's cute as fuck. That's so cute, man. All right. Well, night-night, Mini Gibbs. That's his name now. Night-night, Mini Gibbs. And eat your greens and do as you're told. There you are. There you are. You got a cute kid, man. That's awesome. Yeah. Overwhelming cuteness. That's awesome. All right. That's made my day, that has. That's awesome. There you are. What have we got? Lich Fighter General. Thank you for the super chat. My now properly cooked AOS rumor thoughts in stream discussion. That made his night. I'm glad, man. Dude, he made my night. That's awesome, man. Yeah, there we go. And make sure he paints his models yellow. That's the important thing. You got to just paint it yellow. There you are. Let's have a look here. Since we had a few days to cool down, I've had a chance to chew on the AOS rumors. Oh, I've got some more for you. I guess I'm not really bothered if they want to squish the rounds together. There's some interesting opportunity to do it in a neat way. Personally, I'd involve the Great Horned Rat, taking away Archaon's victory as a long game to revenge himself for Archaon rejecting his blessing so long ago. I only want to reserve 2 things about the lore. I don't want the Sigmarites to become the declining worshippers of a dead god king. Get new goddamn material. I prefer Sigmar not to die at all. 2, I want Order to continue to be on the offensive. AOS starting after Chaos's victory with Order's D-Day was the unique selling proposition of AOS lore. The good guys striking out to retake the post-apocalyptic chaos-dominated world was cool and unique. I don't want to go back to Orders trying to hold the walls. Clearly, AOS is continuing to get a ton of new models, so now that I'm not worried about the game's existence and the arm's existence, I'm more than happy to wait and see. So it's a shame to lose something unique for potentially a rehash of the original setting. I do hope it's not that. Well, guess what? Guess what? I got some more rumors for you, and some of them you'll be happy about, and some of them you won't. So we'll see. Why do you think the Gobbo's the yellow people? Ah, cool. Very, very cool, man. I'm literally going to get to them in a moment, Let's Find General as well, so don't worry. Isaiah's experiment. Is there any way to check for how long I've been one of your members? Feel like years. I mean, the badge next to your name is like, you've been a member for at least 2 years because you've got a bolter for your badge. So it's been at least 2 years. You should get a member flex that you can do one a month, and it'll say Isaiah's experiment has been a member for X amount of months. So you should be able to, it's like a super chat, but like a member. It's like a member, like a free super chat you get each month, but it's called like a member flex. Something like that. So yeah, have a look and you might be able to work it out that way. Yeah. All right. I don't mean to alarm you, but we've got some beef. Maybe. I think it's hype. I think it's hype, but it could be beef. But you guys can decide. Once more, we go into the breach. The breach being that of the mortal realms. Beef! Or is it hype? Is it beef or is it hype? Because I don't mean to alarm you, but Mr. President, a second AOS law update has hit the mortal realms. This is new information about the last world, which is apparently the end timing of Warhammer Age of Sigmar and them remaking the game into the last world. Apparently, it's going to be a big thing coming with the new edition. And they've already written like the first draft, and it might be here in 6 months or a year. It's coming, though. It's coming. Now, last time we touched upon this, there was a lot of beef, hype, concern, hope. The AOS community in general was a bit concerned, shall we say. There was a little bit of chit, and dare I say chat, around the preferred water cooler. Okay, they were melting down. They were absolutely shitting their pants. But understandably, because it sounded like their game was going to get taken away from them. And I've maintained the stance for a long time. You've heard me say it before. I don't hate AOS. I used to be bitter towards it because I didn't get to play Fantasy anymore. But the moment that Old World came back, I was like, oh, I like this. AOS, I'm sorry for hating on you. Like, you enjoy your game and I'll enjoy my game and we'll all have a great time. But it looks like Games Workshop has got big plans for Age of Sigmar. And about a week ago, there was this whole rumor coming out about how they were basically going to ends time it and remake the game, which sounded pretty drastic. Time has now passed. Some people have been sitting with the information. And just as people were starting to get to grips with it, it seems like there's been another big leak about this. So let's have a look and see if it's beef or if it's hype. And you guys get to decide. So there's a couple of different bits here. There's, I think this is, oh, it's the same thing, I think. Oh, no, there's more. Oh, there's loads. There's loads. So there's been 2 big bits. 2. One from Ejacutor. Ejacutor? Probably Ejacutor. Probably a wanking joke. And another one from our man on the inside. Codename Deep Throat. I mean, Bull. So, Ejacutor has said, Hi all, thanks to staff who reached out to me with the info about where to look. We found out a series of the last word information that we think is quite solid and worth sharing. So everyone could have a better view of the bigger picture or even create some interaction with the proper rumormongers. We've summarized it in the following bullet points. Archaon will kill Sigmar. Again, our source also said in a way that's disgusting, more than what Bull let on. This leads to the Stormcast going crazy and even fighting a civil war against the cities of Sigmar? What? Are we getting the Sigmar heresy instead of the Horus heresy? It sounds it sounds pretty mental. The Celestant Prime also potentially dies here, and due to Sigmar's death, they can no longer reforge. So we're getting some sort of civil war. We're getting some other big character dying. Sigmarines actually now dying, so consequences for death. Azur is gone, but before his death, Sigmar merged the rest of the realms. 1,000-year time skip. I see someone in Games Workshop is a fan of June. Because if you've read the June books, there's a bit where it just goes, and then 3,000 years passed, and he was a big worm. It's like, what? Mortal characters will be dead. So all of you that were hoping that, well, Gotrek might still be around, to be fair. Some will be brought back. No details on how. Or we will find new characters that coincidentally are too similar. Others will become generic models. Models will be fine. No squatting. Okay, so this is clearly bullshit. This is Games Workshop. They will squat and squat and squat again until morale improves. The game will be called Age of Sigmar: The Last World. Oh, man. It's interesting. I honestly, if there's no squatting, I'm actually okay. I'm kind of interested. Thank you, Jimmy, for the boost. I need to tell my wolves to see. Well, hang on. This chain called it. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. This change is done to make the setting more approachable to 40k /Warhammer Fantasy Battle fans and to sell us new models with the new aesthetic. I called it. I mean, I don't think it was any big surprise. I'm not saying this as actually I am a psyker. I think it's no surprise that Games Workshop. I think it's no surprise that Age of Sigmar's setting was just not right for Warhammer. It was a good fantasy setting, high fantasy with all sorts of mad shit going on, but it wasn't a Warhammer setting. Warhammer games need to be grimdark, they need to be gritty, they need to be grounded. And Sigmar, if it wasn't a Warhammer game, would probably be legit. But it's a good game in the wrong IP, essentially. The Warhammer IP. Previous lore will be largely ignored. It's a hopeless new world, a la 40k. It's not a soft reboot, it's a new world that will coincidentally share armies with the old realms. It's not a soft reboot. So, I mean, not a soft reboot to me sounds like it's a pretty fucking hard reboot. Remember, this is a different guy coming out and saying this now. I think Sigmar people are going to be upset with this. But I think there's reasons to kind of be happy. Like, at least you're not losing your models. It's not 8 realms on a map. It's them all stitched together into something resembling medieval Europe and the Warhammer Fantasy Battle world. Some landmarks will remain, but mostly in terms of name. They're bringing a lot of Warhammer Fantasy Battle-like locations like Nine Peaks, a Dwarden hold overrun by Gits and Skaven. Current Sigmar will be placed on the Europe continent and populated by medieval Germans. Oh. I'm really excited for this. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm loving this. And not from a, oh, fuck you. No, I'm like, wow, this is really selling it to me. Because now it can be like, hey, one's the prequel, one's the current one. It's like, you know, you get to play Old World to see how the world was, and you get to play like New World or Last World, whatever it's called, to see how, you know, and you can point to the map and be like, hey, look, these things, look how things have changed over time. It's no, literally general. What's the ability? I don't want it to be the exact same thing. But what I'm saying is, it's much more. It's much more immersive when it feels like a lived-in universe. If you can point to something and go, in 1,000 years, it changed from this to this. It's like actual history. Like in 1,000 years, you can point to 9 peaks there and point to Karak 8 peaks there and go, wow. Like, I can see how this world that I've come to live, you know, like from a hobby point of view, live in, has grown and changed, and like there's actual history. Like I can look back at the history of Europe in real life and look back at the history of Sigmar and be like, wow. Yeah. That's, yeah, I like the again, I think I'm going to be at odds with Sigmar players. And I know that we're not going to see eye to eye on this, but I am understanding where you guys are coming from, but I'm just explaining why it appeals to me. Okay? I'm just explaining why it appeals to me. Yeah. Stormcast Eternals could no longer reforge, so instead of reforging, they will inject Sigmarite, Sigmar's essence, into highly trained mortals to refill their ranks. Okay, some of this. Okay, I'm starting to be on team existing Sigmar player. It's just Gene Seed. Oh no. They've taken, it's Sigmar has finally it's finally reached its final form of becoming the game in between 40k and Old World. It's Sigmar's holy globules. They may have taken some steps too far. Sigmar is the metal that armor and weapons are made of. Well, apparently, if you inject it into a human, he becomes more like Sigmar. Or maybe that's just the wrong term they used. They will also burn hundreds of wizards every day, but we don't know the purpose. Sigmar is a joke, not an instruction manual. No way this leak is true. This is bad fan fiction. Eternal Rhombus, the worse it sounds, probably the truer it is. When you think about it, if it was written competently, you'd probably find it less believable. Yeah. Every game eventually evolves in, like, every creature eventually evolves into crab. Every game eventually evolves into 40k. Cities of Sigmar is fully Empire / Imperium, xenophobic against all the species, religiously fanatic, and split into Akisha and Gira, who worship Sigmar. He's dead, and Tal, respectively. Deus Tal! I'm a Talist. Deus Tal all the way. Both Cities of Sigmar and Stormcast Eternals will be searching for pieces of Sigmar and Sigmarite. Think Urgold. New Stormcast will have more skulls, litanies, candles, soulfire, purity seals, and loincloths like Grey Knights or Black Templars. Here's the thing, right? It sounds very close to 40k. But what if, and maybe I'm coping. I mean, 40k, modern 40k these days isn't even like 40k anymore. I mean, all the fucking Marvel-esque smirks and quippy shit and all that kind of stuff, right? What if Sigmar ends up becoming more grimdark and more like Warhammer than even 40k is right now? It sounds crazy, but I'm kind of here for it. I'm kind of here for it. I'm not. Whilst I think some hit bits here are potentially on the nose, this does sound a lot more like a Warhammer game. It does sound a lot more like a Warhammer game than the big dragon that shat the realms into existence and Sigmar rode it up to the heavens and all this kind of bollocks. No real mention of Beastmen / Beast of Chaos. The Not Catholic faction potentially evil nomadic snake worshippers who worship an Eastern divine snake. That's kind of cool. Snake people. That said, please don't reach out to us privately or ping us because it's all we know, and it would be hard for us to find something else at all. Also, don't shoot the messenger, please. In the end, we share this because we think it's solid and handy, but rumors are rumors, and the only way to know what's going to happen is waiting for a year until the proper reveal by GW. Thanks. Note the time may not be the best, but this is not an April Fool's joke. So that was the first bit that came from Ejacutor, but there's more. There's more. And this is from Mr. Bull himself. And some of this seems to add more meat onto the bone, fill more gaps in. So let's have a... Brace yourselves. This is a big one. Let's dive into this a bit more. Thanks for adding to the rumors. Happy to fill in some gaps too. Stormcast Eternals still have the ability to reforge, but it works completely differently now. They become more like Crusaders from Diablo. When a Stormcast Eternal dies, their weapons and armor are shattered by a thunderbolt, and the power is transferred into a successor, along with their hopes and legacy. So when a Stormcast Eternal dies, now it's a permanent death. So that seems to be a little bit different to what was said before, but I guess the idea is I guess maybe there was a bit of confusion between like injecting. It's injecting. So basically, when you I think what's being said here is when you die as a Stormcast, your essence is basically, I don't know how they do it. Maybe they bottle it up. Maybe it's like a spirit stone kind of jobby. But your essence is basically transferred into a new host. Maybe it's... there's a couple of cool ways they could do it. Like, your spirit as a Stormcast travels back to maybe a Stormcast like Waystone kind of thing. And there's loads of like loads of hopefuls, a bit like in the Matrix when Neo meets the other hopefuls, right? There's loads of hopefuls like around, like worshiping, like, come on, Sigma, I love you, buddy. I'm a big fan. Praise be to Sigma, all that kind of good shit. And then one of them gets the essence, basically goes into them. They're like, ah, I have been chosen, and they become like a Stormcast. Maybe that's how it could happen, or maybe it literally is like, you've been chosen, brother. Now, lightning bolt into your chest. Yeah. There's a few. I'd be cool to. I would be curious to know how they transfer the essence. Yeah. At some point in the last world, Stormcast Eternals and City Sigma did come into conflict. But after that, they grew closer during the dark time together. Stormcast Eternal are now revered by the City Sigma, mainly because the people no longer fully understand what the Stormcast Eternals really are. They don't live among them, but the Stormcast Eternals act as a shield of order, fighting on every front for the City Sigma and for on every front for City Sigma and for Sigma. I mean, that sounds really Space Marine-y. They fully made them. They fully made them Space Marines. They're like his angels. They fully made them. Yeah, these are fully Sigmarines now. In the last world, the Age of Sigmar is now remembered as the Age of Myth. People barely believe that there were once 8 old realms. After those realms were destroyed, the last world fell under the rule of chaos, a period is known as the Dark Time. So, it's like I actually kind of like that, because if you imagine if you were like, if you go back and read like Viking history, they believed in the different realms like Midgard and Valhalla and all that kind of stuff, right? And reading and learning about it now as like a modern day human, it sounds like ridiculous and fantastical and myths and legends. But what if it was real? And obviously, we you know, if someone was explaining it to you, you would think it sounds like myths and legends. Yeah. So I actually quite like the aspect of like they don't believe there were 8 realms. It sounds like some ancient myths from like, you know, from just sounds like an ancient myth, like a legend. Age of Myth was the time it existed before the chaos came. Fair enough. It wasn't until the City Sigma on different continents established contact and unified again, the dark time came to an end. That's when the Sigmarite calendar began. During the dark time, humanity reforged alliances with the Duardin, the Elves, and the Seraphon, standing together ever since. Oh, so the Seraphon. So the lizard men, elves, and dwarves are all on the same. So that to be fair, that is a bit different to Warhammer Fantasy Battles. Like in Warhammer Fantasy, lizard men are on no one's side. Yeah. Yeah. As a Sigmar's death, that's really just a claim made by Chaos cultists. We've gone back and reviewed that part, and we're pretty sure Sigmar is not dead. The 5th edition core book actually devotes an entire chapter to what happened to him, complete with illustrations. Wait, so the book's already written? 2-year cycle confirmed? 2-year cycle confirmed? Or maybe it's only a year away. I mean, that's very Warhammer Fantasy, where Sigmar isn't dead and one day he will return, kind of thing. It seems like but the guys, it's like pictures and everything. So it seems like it's way further down the line than any of us expected. I mean, this doesn't seem like it's a random notepad that was found left in an executive meeting somewhere, and maybe someone's just doodling some ideas, or a quick photo taken of a fucking whiteboard from a brainstorming session. This sounds like it's written, it's down, it's committed to paper, like they're going through the process of getting it ready to go to print, all this kind of stuff. Sigmar's not dead. He remains in a state suspended animation and is sustained by the sacrifice of thousands of wizards. Maybe that's why they sacrificed the wizards, to keep Sigmar alive on his throne of pure retributor armor. Oh. Yeah. According to Sigmar's followers, he created the last world and then vanished. But before that, he defeated Archaon. There's a detailed illustration of this. According to the Chaos cultists, Sigmar created the last world and vanished, but in their version, Archaon found him and killed him in the most brutal way possible. Also has an illustration. What both versions agree on is this. Sigmar disappeared right after creating the last world. The only thing they confirm is that he met Archaon before vanishing, but in the later part of the books, Archaon is just as absent. He's gone into hiding for unknown reasons. What if they met and then they kissed? And GW is shipping Sig Kaon for 6th edition. Sig Kaon! We're shipping Sig Kaon! Sig Kaon! Sigmar and Argon are holding hands. Great. Oh, man. If we're drawing parallels, though, this is similar to 40k, where the Emperor is gone and Horus is kind of gone, right? But it's a little different, but there's some parallels that could be drawn there. Wait, that's the reason Sigmar fell for Archaon, thus falling for Chaos. Archaon was a girl boss all along. Oh, man. What really convinces us Sigmar's still alive are the events in the book. Multiple times, he directly intervenes through divine miracles, wiping out Chaos forces and protecting the city of Sigmar and Stormcast Eternals. Archaon refuses to show himself whenever these miracles occur. Classic storytelling, sure sign he's still around. The city, so interesting. So Sigmar seems wait. So Sigmar's still out here, like coming in and saving the day, clapping cheeks, as it were. But Archaon is not. So Archaon is scared of Sigmar. Yes. Potentially. Or maybe Archaon is... Maybe Sigmar won the fight. And Archaon is... There's going to be a new Everchosen. What if Archaon is now a title rather than a person? No, they are just making the miracles together. It was Sigmar's love for Archaon that brought him to the light. And now Archaon and Sigma, holding hands, are skipping around the last world, purging the forces of chaos, as Archaon realizes he was wrong all this time. Ever Chosen is the title, right? It's Bellacor's time to shine. I got a better one for you. Archaon was sent back in time. Sigma, in the creating of the last world, knew he wouldn't be able to kill Archaon, but he could send him back to the old world. And so it turns out that if you know the Archaon Warhammer Fantasy lore, that he was a Sigma priest who became corrupted by chaos. When he went to seek out chaos and fight it in the Chaos Waste, he became corrupted by chaos, and then he became Archaon the Ever-Chosen. But what if, how did he become a Sigmarite priest? What if he was transported back in time, but also at the same time was de-aged and was turned back into a baby? And that baby was found outside a Sigmar temple in Warhammer the Old World. And so he was raised by the priests. But he always had this voice at the back of his mind that he must go to the Chaos Wastes. He must go there. Something was calling to him. And so he left, when he was old enough, he left the Sigmarite temple under the guise of a pilgrimage to the Chaos Waste, to fight the chaos at its source. And that's when, as the closer he got to the Chaos Waste, more of his core memories began to be unlocked, and he realized who he really was. And he realized that he had to get back to the future. And the only way to do that was to... Okay, without the Back to the Future, he realized that everything that had happened had to happen again. And this was the time of... This was almost like he had to make the future happen. Otherwise, chaos would not exist in the mortal realms, or I don't fucking know. He realized the only way to I don't know, man. I'm struggling. I think Back to the Future was better. I think Back to the Future was better. Yeah, all this happened before and also happened again. Exactly. That's it. I'm stealing the plot point of Battlestar Galactica. It's another franchise you can bring into this. Archaon's spirit was blasted back in time to Earth, where he decided to not just defeat Sigmar, but erase him by becoming him, live his entire life as Sigmar, and then he fell in love with a goddess. We need the foil hat. We need the foil hat. That's what we... Yeah. There you go. And along the way, somehow he becomes Sigmar's father. He banged Sigmar's mum and became Sigmar's father. He became Valton's... Valton was Sigmar incarnate, right? So he bangs Valten's mum creates Valten, and that becomes, and it essentially becomes Sigmar's dad. There you are. You need a foil hat and I need a puke bucket. All right, let's get back to the actual lore here. The cities of Sigmar are now split into two nations. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to concentrate after my epic plot story. So if that becomes part of the lore, I'll be so proud of myself. The cities are now split into two nations, one of which is called the Sigmarite Protectorates, but that's mostly because they're located on different continents. By the time the narrative of the Last Will begins, the cities of Sigmar have already reunited across the seas, functioning again as a unified faction. They're collectively called the Sigmarite, and both continents are home to many of the cities we know. Some have been renamed, but they're still the same cities. On the continent made up of Akashi, Gura, and Shamon, we have got Hammerhall, Hallowheart, Tempest Morn, Emberguard, Port Misthaven, Sturmkrag, and Ulfkarn. On the continent formed from Shaish and Gyron, we have Wildhome, which was Hammerhall Gyron, Greywater Fastness, and Lethis. Realm Stones and Endless Spells still exist, no changes there. There's also a new resource called Blessed Godstone, which comes from the fratted fragments of Azure. Okay. During the Dark Time, huge amount of Godstone fell as meteors across the last world. Most of it was originally statues of Sigmar from Azure. Now these fragments hold immense power, and cities of Sigmar swarm to wherever they land, mining them and hauling them back to their cities. I quite like that. So did I say fratted fragments? I meant shattered fragments. It's warpstone, but blue. Yeah, but it's something. I don't know. I don't know. I just quite like the concept of it. They see it as proof that Sigmar's world still walks the world, that he's not dead and continues to protect his people. Naturally, every time a new Godstone deposit is discovered, it sparks a war. I don't know. It feels like there's something tangible to fight over. It does feel like there's something. I like more tangible things to fight over. For the enemies, and it's not really related to anything in 40k, and it's not really related to anything in Old World either, because it's not Warpstone. It's something else. For the enemies of City Sigmar, Godstone is just as valuable. It can banish demons and the undead, serve as the core component for rituals, or let a mortal wield powerful magic with just a small fragment. Pilgrim navigators also rely on it. They carve it into symbols they believe represent Sigmar's guidance, using it to lead armies through realm gates without falling to chaos. I mean, I actually quite like that. I feel like it's a tangible resource that people, with a tangible resource with good in-universe explanations for why they'd fight over it. Funny thing though, even though Sigmar is gone, he can still send down meteor showers of Godstone to help the City of Sigmar and Stormcast Eternals push back their enemies. Archaon clearly knows what's going on, which is why in the last world, the Everchosen has pulled back to the 8 points in the Northern Ruinlands, gathering Chaos forces. I mean, that's just very much like the Chaos in the Northern Wastes. Yeah. As for the last world feeling a bit too much like Warhammer Fantasy Battles, there are plenty of differences. For starters, even the humblest peasant can use magic. Oh, ooh. So it's a little bit like Harry Potter in some ways, but that sounds like I'm taking the piss when I'm not. It's like, oh, we need to get those plates washed. Like, click my fingers, they'll start washing them. Oh, okay, we need to, get this fire started. Psh, bit of fire in there. Like, it's like magic has just become everyday part and parcel of life. I quite like how I really like the idea of a world where magic has just become so part of everyday normal life that it could have some like potential like implications in terms of like technological advancements, because it's like why or how it gets incorporated into technology a little bit. And the small spirits of City Sigmar still show up everywhere, helping people with their tasks. The map of the last world also doesn't match the real world. The continents are literally just the original 8 realms, maps cut up and stitched together. Honestly, it's actually pretty cool. In addition to the 2 main continents, there are 3 islands. Olgaroth with the Umbral Vale, Daughters of Cain. Jungles of Ista, Seraphon, and Hyshia. City Sigmar settlers, Gain, and Lumineth. And finally, 4 new factions appear on different parts of the map, each with their own concept art. The Karujin, not Grand Cathay. We believe this is the Yuan dynasty of China. Kingdom of Lornar, not Bretonia. Hanzor fiefdoms, not Nippon. And Ursol chiefdoms, not Kislev. Hey! There you are. You see a lot of those little spirits scattered around all the City Sigmar models. They've been called mascots. Gargoylean up to this point. Little Order Demons, basically. Hey, it's kind of cool. It reminds me, who remembers there was a really interesting series of fantasy novels called, the first one was called The Amulet of Samarkand, and how wizards could basically summon little demons and stuff to help them, and the higher level demon, the more powerful a wizard you had to be, and all that kind of stuff. If they throw some Amulet of Samarkand shit in there, that's kind of interesting. Now, overall, what do we think about all of this? It definitely seems like they're leaning heavily into fantasy and 40k, which I know is going to piss off a lot of people. I think that a lot of existing Age of Sigmar players are going to be vexed. Huge 0 out of 10. It might be, I agree with Macon. It sounds interesting, but it might be too much of a stitch job. It's 30k and 40k and old world in fantasy. Yeah. It sounds, so I agree there's some areas which sound a little too close to the bone. I agree. And if you're a Sigmar player, I agree with that. But on the other hand, it sounds like a much more lived in universe. It sounds like you can, it's I still think I'm more likely to play this than I am to play current Sigmar. Controversial, but Sigmar was just too high fantasy for my little puny brain. And you might be like, but Mordian, this game isn't for you then. And I agree, like, Age of Sigmar wasn't for me. That's fine. I'm not asking GW to make Sigmar for me. Okay, like, I'm not asking GW to make Sigmar for me. I was happy with Old World, all right? I was happy to have my game, if you guys have your game, and, you know, I was happy with that arrangement. All I'm saying is that if this is the direction Games Workshop is going in, then it's a game that I'm more likely to play. Like, if 40k is going through a bad one, and I want to play something a bit different that I might be able to pick up for a much more reasonable price than new 40k army, you know, I might bust out a bit of the old Sigmar. Get a Stormcast army, paint it up fucking silver, you know? So, I do think that it's probably a bit close to the bone, but overall, I think this game is more likely to appeal to existing Warhammer players. But we'll see. We'll see. Look, I'll say this. I'm not sure how I feel about... I felt more into it after the last rumors. These rumors, like I said, I think there's a few bits which just seem too similar to 40k. But it might be the way that it's just being explained via these rumors. Like these leakers might just be saying, hey, look, it's like this thing. It's like this thing. It's like this thing. But when you actually get down to it, it's going to be a lot different. Yeah. This is general, but the worst loss is the Stormcast Eternal lore. Modern SCE lore is so good. The best people undergoing the worst suffering to protect the world until they lose everything. Fate's worse than death. I think new Stormcast lore is pretty good. I think the original one was a bit shit, but the newer one's better. This does sound like a game which maybe someone on high has said, just make Sigmar more like 40k for fuck's sake. That game sells well. I think Games Workshop is turning every game into 40k because 40k makes money. And I don't think the suits upstairs understand. You can't just make every game into 40k and expect it to just make money. I'm still very curious to know where this all goes, but I have to say, I'm still very curious to know where this all goes. I have to say, I quite like the directions it's going in. I can absolutely see myself picking up a bunch of Stormcast Eternals and painting them as Black Templars or something. Absolutely, I can see myself doing that. As long as the double turn goes away. All of this will be for naught if the double turn stays in Sigmar. That's my hot take. You can make the lore appeal to me all you want, GW. I won't get into it unless the double turn dies and doesn't come back. Yeah. You know damn well they're keeping that double turn. If they triple turn. After one person's had a turn, roll off for initiative again. They get another turn. It's just roll. If you keep losing the roll off, you just never get a turn. All right. Yeah. Double turn coming to 40k. I fucking hope not. All right. Let's catch both on Super Chat. See what people think about this. Reginald Kincaid, thank you for 27 months, man. Flexing by example. Bolter, baby! X-Force, baby! Bolter, baby! Yeah, buddy. Love it, man. Thank you for the example, and thank you for the over 2 years of support, bro. Talzun, die an old world or live long enough to become a shitty lore ripper 40k. Batman or something. Here's the thing. I bet a lot of people will... Here's the thing, right? Right. What if 40k lore continues to decline? Right? What if female Space Marines, they come in and it all starts going squiffy. But then you go over to AOS, and it's like how it's been described, but actually well written. As a disgruntled 40 gay player, fucking hell, slip of the tongue there. I mean, it actually kind of makes sense for the joke, but not intended. What if, as a disgruntled 40k player, you're like, I'm going to try out Sigma. What if? But actual word, oh, is that all? If Sigma has got the better... I don't know, I think you can see people jumping. I think you can see people jumping. Now, go K47 and bot action. Ah, yes. But you are not a GW executive. You acknowledge the existence of other games outside of Games Workshop. I think they'd go to Old World, though. I'm over and playing StarCraft Land. And then she ran in and punched Chaos. And then she said, I was the Emperor all along. And I'm the best. And you'll never beat me. And then Chaos threw fucking sand at the Emperor. But she was too fast. And then... Empress. Thank you. All right, what have we got next? Snow Peace T, thank you for Super Chat. Meme and new army in stream discussion. Right. After hearing the rumors, I'm more hyped for the reset. I was already hyped for City Sigmar, but now, oh boy, let's go Feudal Guard. I hate most of the models, but I love their idea, so I'm proxying 90% of it. The AT is just an arbalist. Thanks to the rumors, I also chose my new color scheme. I hope we have Chaos Sigmarines. Games Workshop, you could not live with your own failure. And where did that bring you? Back to me. Hey, they look kind of cool, man. They look pretty... Dude, they look pretty cool. Nice. I love that. They do look pretty cool. Like, Feudal Guard is cool. It's Feudal Guard, guys. Yeah. What have we got next? Limited time AK. Thank you for Super Chat. Cop my homework, but don't make it too obvious. AOS. AOS. Hey, 40k, can I copy your homework? Yeah, sure, but just don't make it too obvious. Oh. Sir Newbie. My reaction to the Sigmar stuff in stream discussion. Oh, one minute. I didn't have the sound on. 1 minute.
Master Dwarf, have you ever heard of Sigma?
I heard of Sigmar.
What is Sigma?
Sigma dick.
I tell you why I'm laughing so much at that. For some reason, I thought this was going to be a like Joker Harvey Dent thing because of the whole like live long enough to be a villain thing that was said before. And it just completely blindsided me. Oh man, I just wasn't expecting it. Oh. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. I was still on one wavelength before I watched that. That was good, Sanubi. I like that. James Arthur, thank you for super chat. It's actually Valton Reborn. This is 100% fanfic. It's Valton Reborn, baby. Valton's coming back. Is Valton even in AOS right now? I feel like he was just a thing for the end. Well, for the Storm of Chaos and for the end times. Because I remember the old Chaos lore that used to be able to get in Warhammer Fantasy, who was like holding up Valton. Yeah. No, that's a shame. Was he a Storm of Chaos thing and then not brought back for end times, something like that? Yeah, that's a shame. Bruce Oakman, thank you for super chat. Hot take: old Stormcast Eternal Law is basically just 40k Marine lore. Dudes becoming more human, losing touch with their base humanity, forgetting their past. Literally the same picture. Literally the same picture meme. Bruce Oakman, I just don't know. More than human, I should say. I mean, they always got called Sigmarines, but I thought that was just a visual comparison. Yeah. But I never checked the lore. The only lore I really knew about the Sigmarines is when they started all becoming hollow. That's the only lore I really knew about it. Which is the latest lore. Yeah. It was. Lore-wise, it doesn't do with each other. That's fair enough. I missed my... You listened to it before that? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Bruce Oakman. So, an MIT study pointed out that a foil hat would actually increase the effectiveness of mind control radio waves. Just an FYI. Dude. I'm not wearing this. I'm not wearing this to shield my mind from control.
When it comes to fighting crime,
I'm wearing this to enhance, to boost the range of my psychic powers. This is my Red Alert 2 Yori-esque psychic dominator. It's an amplifier. It's an amplifier, man. There you are. There you are, bro. Macon, there's a sweet spot between current AOS and this. Yeah, probably. But hey, why half measures? Just go full 40k. Now all they need to do is rekindle the old fantasy lore where fantasy was a planet in the 40k universe. We're good to go, baby. So close. So close to completing the circle. But Mounted, thank you for super chat. Small hobby update and meme in stream discussion. The first of my British are done. Roughly the same schemes I'm going for my infantry mechs. Also C for Calgar. OP Joe Harter. Let's have a look. Hey, he looks cool, man. Hey, I like that. That Palmer guy looks great. And the mech looks pretty decent too. C for Calgar. Oh my god. That's actually brilliant. That's actually brilliant. C for Calgar. The Calgar memes are pretty peak. I love that every new model that comes out is now Calgar. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna send that to Evan. Let me have a look. The cowgirl red terror is horrifying. Something like that. There we are. All right, let's have a look here. That was cool. And then we've got Lichfire General. Thank you for super chat. Reverse hot take. Stormcraft Eternal Law was about the people most worth saving, giving up salvation, humanity, memory, and self until they no longer resemble the person worth saving. The opposite of Space Marines. I mean, Stormcraft Eternal Law, I think, started out as they were kind of like noble, bright. And then as time went on, they became more tragic. They weren't necessarily grim dark, but they were more grim tragedy, which I was okay with. Yeah, like I think it was going places. Yeah. Stormcraft Eternal Law had a sincerity to it that's tragic and romantic and heroic in an old-fashioned sense, but I don't know if that's popular anymore. Maybe that's it. Look, I have long maintained that I think Sigmar it's a good game, just not a Warhammer game. People have certain expectations over Warhammer, for what a Warhammer game should be. And I think Games Workshop very well may have decided that it was time that Sigmar became Warhammer Age of Sigmar, not just Age of Sigmar. Rightly or wrongly, I think that's the decision they've made. I think it's as simple as make every game like 40k because 40k sells money. That's it. Makes money, not sells money. I think that's it. I think it's the explanation for them doing this is really simple. 40k makes money, so let's make every game like 40k. Yeah. I mean, the old world wasn't all that grim dark, was it? Just chaos? Yeah, old world wasn't all that grim dark, but it was very grounded, and it was a lot of like traditional fantasy things ripped off, like 40k, a lot of sci-fi things ripped off, and it was quite extreme. Like if you compare, I mean, it was just a rehash of Tolkien-esque fantasy, but with like guns and shit, which people was more. It was just a more grounded, grittier version of Tolkien-esque fantasy. And there was some really dark shit, but occasionally there was some really dark shit. And I think fantasy was one of those games that on the surface was pretty relatable. An elf's an elf, a dwarf's a dwarf, a human's a human, an orc's an orc. But the more you delved into it, the more rich the universe became. And the more you delved into it, the darker it became. Like, dwarves are not just dwarves, but the history behind them is very tragic. An ancient race just too... an ancient race that really should be ruling, if they wanted to, ruling everything. But they're just too bloody stubborn, and now they're being overtaken by younger races. Like, a lot of the factions aren't that... A lot of the factions... I think okay. I think the difference between Tolkien-esque fantasy and Warhammer-esque fantasy is in Lord of the Rings, typically, factions are defined by their strengths. And in Warhammer, their factions are defined by their flaws. Like, the flaws are what are more prominent. So dwarves are master craftsmen. That is a strength of theirs. But they are defined by their stubbornness. Their unwillingness to change. And that is what is causing the decline of their people. Like high elves, elves in Lord of the Rings are incredibly powerful beings. Although there is an element of tragedy to them, but they're just leaving to go to the distant isles. But they're not all like dying out. But in Warhammer Fantasy, you know, elves are just dying out. They're not going to other islands somewhere else. They're just fucking dying. And they're yeah, exactly, and they're grudges as well. So I think that's the difference, and that's why Warhammer Fantasy is very relatable, because it's got similar concepts like an elf's an elf, a human's a human, a dwarf's a dwarf, an orc's an orc. But then it does its own things, like really leaning on the chaos side of things, and it sort of flips the script on how factions are defined. Yeah. Tolkien's fantasy was about finding something that was lost and actually finding it, I guess. Maybe in Warhammer things don't work out. I think that's it. Yeah. And, you know, it's also, you got to think about, like, if you've ever read Lord of the Rings, I mean, fuck me. There's no Tom Bombadil in Warhammer Fantasy. If he ever existed, he's dead as shit now. Yeah. The Legend, thank you, Super Chat. I just want a Balthazar Gelt model. Come on, GW. Balthazar Gelt is pretty cool. But he does not... If you want Balthazar Gelt, you go and play Warhammer Total War. Such is the way of things, I suppose. He won't come back to Old World because he's not even born yet. And he won't come to the Lost World because he's... The Last World because he's dead as shit by that. I don't know what... I actually don't know what happened to Balthazar Gelt in the end times. I presume he died. Yeah. Now, it's been quite a beefy stream. Get the Stormcast now? That's kind of cool. Balthas Arum. Oh, fair enough. It's been quite a beefy stream. I didn't think that Sigmar stuff would be quite as beefy because I was reading it and I thought it was all right, but it turned out to be more beefy. I was meant to go hype, beef, but it has gone hype, beef. So I do apologize. But there is a last little cutlet of beef if you guys want it. And then that's all the beef that I have. Not drag it out over the rest of the week. That's all the beef I have. So it's kind of up to you guys if you want to do it or not. If you want to leave it, we can leave it. It's a little beef cutlet. I don't even know if it's worth making a big thing out of. What do you guys think? I'm going to... 1 minute, it's going to refresh the live stream 1 second. Just want to see if we've got any... Stream's being a bit fucky. Oh, no, that's better. No, there we go. It's not K47 hype. I could do... Okay, we could do some K47 hype at the end, but that would be an extra long stream. Or you can save the K47 hype for Warlord Wednesday. It's your call. It's kind of your call, chat. I'm willing to... put it off till tomorrow. K47 for Warlord Wednesday? Alright. Alright, fine. This is only a littly. It's only a thing is, I don't think this will ever be the last beef we do, because remember, GW's more things will come out. But this is the last little bit of beef that I wanted to cover. And I do think it's worth... It's funny. I don't even know if this is worth... I don't even know if it's worth covering because it's become such a common occurrence now. But I'll cover it as a quick one. As a quickie. Should we have a quickie? There you go, have a quickie. All right. It's not price hikes. Well, I don't even know if I've got that yet. You guys are insatiable. You love the beef. People love the beef. All right. Gentlemen. There's been another fuck up. I don't even know if there's any point in reporting on these anymore. They've become so commonplace that it's just like when there's like a bit of scrolling text happening at the bottom of the news page. It's like it's not even worth the presenter talking about the main thing. It's just a little update on the bottom. But Games Workshop has managed to screw up another pre-order. I'm surprised we haven't heard more people going on about this. This is the third or fourth pre-order they've messed up. We had the Eldar Corsairs one. We had the Dark Elder one. And now we've had another one for the Horus Heresy Adeptus Custodes. In fact, this is kind of like a two-parter because there's a bit of beef on the what happened with the pre-order, and then there's a bit of beef on what the new models are like to put together. So this genuinely may have just flown under the radar because people are just so done with the whole Custodes, Femstodes, bollocks that they're just like, I just don't even want to talk about it anymore. That may be the case. I'll be honest, I kind of feel like that. But what happened was last week, a bunch of stores in America, so it seems to have been some kind of logistical error. That's what Games Workshop is saying. A bunch of stores in America did not get their Custodes pre-order boxes. Now, it seems like stores in the UK and Europe were fine, but that stores in America have been mostly affected by this. And the first store that reported on this was actually a store called Warpfire, but others have joined in as well. And basically, it says most stores cancelled pre-orders, logistics errors from GW. So I don't know if there's any more detail on this, but it seems like some boxes have gone out, some boxes haven't. Some stores got double what they were expecting. The full update here is Warpfire update. We just got a phone call from Games Workshop that they had a logistical error, and instead of receiving all the Custodes Battlegroup boxes that we ordered and received confirmation numbers for, so they actually had confirmation from GW on this, we're instead going to receive a grand total of 0 Custodes Battlegroup boxes. All of the other items for the weekend are shipping like normal. They had no real... So that's interesting. Because if it was like a shipping container fell off a ship somewhere, then you'd think that that would affect more than just one box. But it seems like this is just one box. It's just the pre-order box that got messed up. Everything that wasn't pre-order was fine. It's just the pre-order box that got messed up. They had no real explanation of why, said it's affecting hundreds of other stores, and that there's no way to get any more of these boxes. They're working on the error on their end and say it won't happen again. I fought them on it, escalated it to the higher-ups, and at the end of the day, we're just getting screwed. So, obviously, we're taking this from Warpfire's own perspective, We don't know if this is true or not, but just taking it at face value for a moment, it said it's affecting hundreds of other stores. So this isn't, oh, just Warpfire got diddled by it, or maybe a dozen stores got diddled by it. Games Workshop said it is affecting hundreds of other stores. I mean, I bet that it's affecting them all across the US. It's a simple process, which makes it actually newsworthy, which I'm surprised no one else has mentioned it. It's a simple process with them for pre-orders. We submit numbers on how many we want. They reply back with confirmation of how many we're going to get a few days later, and then we receive that many. We've done this every week, mostly without issue, for years now. So for them to get something this wrong is mind-boggling. As a small business, losing this chunk of sales, paying processing fees both ways, and most importantly, just letting everyone down super sucks. And I'm really sorry, everybody. We're generally giving it our best down here. So something like this is just a total blindside that's out of our control. That sucks, man. So because it's business to business, there's payment processing fees. And so basically, not only have they, even though they've received a refund from GW, it's actually cost them money. I mean, that could be, I don't know, like hundreds of dollars, maybe more, maybe thousands. That's you don't even see. I really appreciate getting these updates from stores because I think that so much of Warhammer is seen through the lens of the player and the hobbyist, but actually one of the biggest communities in Warhammer that basically just sort of poodles along under the radar in so many ways is the store owners, the friendly local gaming stores. And that this is potentially costing them. This is potentially costing them a lot of money. And they're already working with super tight margin with the hobby store. Yeah, exactly. But what can we do in a bad situation? I'm going to go through this weekend and process 4 refunds to everyone who ordered a box. And in addition, I'm going to add $55.25 store credit, the price of other custodians boxes, to your account that you can use towards anything on our site to try and make it right. This isn't the normal from GW. It shouldn't happen again. And just know that I'm equally as bummed. I'm very sorry that this happened. I mean, you say it's not the normal for Games Workshop, but this is the 3rd pre-order that they fucked up. They fucked up the Maelstrom Dark Elder pre-order. They fucked up the Maelstrom Eldari Corsairs pre-order. And they fucked up this Custodians pre-order. Something is, and that's all happened this year. That's all happened this year. Not even this year. All happened in like the last 2 months. The last month. Has this all happened in March? Way too fast a release schedule. Quality control falling through the floor. I totally agree, Jargoj. I totally agree, man. I think GW's... I don't know if they've skimped on quality control or if they're just releasing too much stuff too quickly, or if it's a combination of both. Look, they've skimped on quality control and they're asking the QC to do much more. But it's like every other week it seems like we get a story of a pre-order getting fucked up. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, it's only a little bit of beef, but it's another point on the graph that the Games Workshop quality control is all over the fucking place. And people are might be saying like, oh, I don't know how much we can lay at the feet of, oh well, they're saving their best for 11th edition, because This is just not... This is nothing to do with rules writers. This is nothing to do with balance team stuff. This is just everyday models being made and shipped, made and shipped, made and shipped. What? People in chat are saying it, and I agree. What if they fuck up the 11th edition pre-orders? Perish the thought. Perish the thought. But yeah, this is just another point on the graph of just Games Workshop, like, of big Games Workshop fuck-ups. And the fact that it's become almost commonplace is, I think, the weird one for me. Like, the fact that if this had happened... If this had happened a month ago, 2 months ago, this would have been talk of the town. Oh my god. The Femstodies haven't made it out the door and all this kind of stuff. And now, no one even gives a shit. Because, oh, another day, another dollar, another day, another GW fuck up. Yeah, yeah. Now, there is actually a second bit of beef with the Custodies, which I feel like we should double package. A double bill? A double bill of beef? A double beefer? It's like a beef slider. So I don't think this is massively worth going on about. I think this is more par for the course. Again, I think this is... It's kind of mad that it's gone this way. But the new models are apparently not very good for kit bashing. And also, there is a little bit of beef here, re-Femstodies as well, which we'll mention in passing, which is you can't just build the models. So there was a whole thing when the Femstodies were announced and the new models came out that you could just not use the female heads and you would be okay. You could just build them all as males. That's not actually true. The bodies are fixed, so you have to build, I think, per squad of like I don't know how many you get in a box. It's 6 you get in a box, something like that. You get 3 male and 3 female bodies. So you have to build some of them as male and female anyway. So there's not a case of just use the heads that you want, which is it's a little annoying, I guess, because if you're someone that just wants to be like, look, I just want to collect the male Custodies, like, whatever you do, just give me the new models, fuck your law kind of thing. But I guess, again, I don't play Custodies, so it's not going to bother and affect me, but it's definitely a point against the people that defended it. Do you know what I mean? It's a point against the people that defended it. The people that are like, I don't know why you guys are making such a big deal out of it. You can just build them and then just not use the female heads. It's a point against that particular bit of cope. So it's worth mentioning in passing, but not making a whole thing out of it. The other thing that's worth mentioning with the new kit is that the kit is not flexible. The arms are in 2 pieces, plus the spear and cape, which is 2 parts on the pauldrons it's on. It's a bit of a nightmare for kit bashing. You have to put spears with specific capes, which are specific to each pose. Most of the legs have divots. That mean you have to use the capes or need to be competent with the green stuff. Gorgeous models, but it's a huge shame you can't mix them up. For such overly complicated kits, the fact that they are monopose to this extent is a huge shame. I mean, we've seen this a lot with Games Workshop models, but I think this is probably, again, another sort of evolution of what we're talking about with them getting increasingly more monopose. Like, they started out a bit monopose, and then as we go further and further down the evolution of Games Workshop kits, more and more things are becoming very monopose. And what's kind of funny is with models like Custodies, it's very, very glaringly obvious. When you've got models which have all got similar poses, in a horde army, you don't notice it because you take a brick of like 20 guys and put them all together, and it just becomes like almost one thing. Well, it almost was like the horde almost becomes like one model, and the repeated poses, you don't see them. I know this from having so many metal monopose guardsmen, and you see it a lot with not Age of Sigmar, with Warhammer Old World as well, where look, these models are fairly limited in the poses they can get. In fact, they're all basically stood there with the spears, like that. But because you've got a big brick of them, you don't notice that they all look the same. Actually, that it fits with the aesthetic because they're all meant to be ranked up and that kind of stuff. But looking at just this picture right here, I wonder if I can make it a bit bigger. Looking at this picture right here, it stands out instantly. Like it really, like instantly you can see like this guy and like this guy are like the same. Like the poses are really limited and you can just see it straight away. Like this, the way this spear points up, this spear points up, this one's across here, this one's across here. So them being so monopose is actually a big problem for an army like Custodes, where you're going to have relatively few models, so the monopose nature of them, they can't hide behind each other. Yeah. So you can see, like, I think it's to do with, is that the female models? Wow. They're a lot more, they are a lot slenderer. So I think, or maybe the cape's just not on that one. I don't want to, oh no, the cape's just not on that one. That's what it is. So I didn't want to, see, I don't want to be presenting false information, or anything like that. And obviously everyone makes mistakes, but I don't want to be doing it. Like, if I can see that is just one without a cape. Yeah. So you can see there's a big chunk missing from that leg. So you can't mix and match the bits because that leg needs to have the right cape going with it. They definitely do look a lot more slender, though. Like, you can see. I mean, that looks like those arms might be kit bashed, to be fair. Yes, no, they are. Okay, yeah. So the models are a bit less chunk. The models are a bit less chunk, but I think they're just better proportioned in many ways. Like the shoulder pads, I think that what makes the current Custodes look so chonk is the shoulder pads. They're just slightly better proportioned. That's definitely kit bashed. I mean, it definitely is. But you can see, like, it stands out that it's kit bashed. Like, it really does. Or maybe the shoulder pads just haven't been put on yet. Yeah. But someone also put a picture here. Portion of the same arms are molded into the capes, and each arm has a notch that is supposed to align to fit cape. While it is possible to trim the small notch off the arm to make it fit, dry fitting the arms against cape will save you a lot of time and confusion. Just be sure to remember the arm number so you can get the proper weapon or shield to go with it. So let's have a look. Yeah, so you can see you've got to have... It's the capes. Look, oh, you can look at that. Yeah. So the arm notch going into the cape. Yes. So the shoulder capes is where the problem is. Because if you look at the bodies, you think, oh, that's just a nice flat surface. I can glue any weapon on that I want. But the shoulder capes are what fuck it. And you need the capes because the back of the legs are molded into the capes as well. Ah. So if you could just leave the capes off, it wouldn't be such a problem. But you can't leave the capes off, otherwise your legs look fucked. Right. Even then, there's a big chunk of that arm missing as well. Yeah. So yeah, a little bit of double beef there. I mean, it looks like the Custodes pre-order been fucked up. And it looks like the models are... You have to build some as female. And they're exceptionally monopose as well. And one other thing I've just noticed. Look at that fucking mold line right there, boys. That's a big fucking mold line right there. I don't think that's meant to be like that. Look at that mold line down the back of the leg there as well. Don't know if I can... You can look at that. You can see it from a fucking mile away. And down here as well. Yeah. And again, mold lines are a big problem on detailed models like this. Because there's relatively few of them. You see them from a mile away. Obviously, you can scrape them off and everything. Of course, you can. But you don't worry about mold lines when you've got a horde army, because the mold lines just get obscured by the horde effect. Yeah. Yeah. So, overall, a small, yet I thought noteworthy bit of beef re the Custodes. It's almost like a triple whammy. You've got 2 model issues and a big pre-order fuck up. And as Eternal Rhombus says, remember, this is a premium product. I mean, that's the biggie, isn't it? Games Workshop wants over $10 per model for that. Yeah. Oh, Morden, I heard that the box is exactly 50-50 for the male/female body, so GW kind of lied where you can build either or. Yeah, it says that here as well. I wonder if it's worth... I wonder if they actually said that in the Warhammer Community article. Let's have a look. Warhammer Community... Let's have a look. Because sometimes there's a bit of like the Mandela effect that goes on, where actually GW never said anything, but people think that they did. So, perhaps the biggest reveal in the New Year preview show was the unveiling of the all-new plastic Legio Custodes miniatures. Haven't seen them yet. Feature your eyes. By the glory of terror, they're good, aren't they? A host of new miniatures for Legio Custodes players. The York Legio Custodes released a spearhead by the mighty Legio Custodes battle group box, essentially a small army in its own right, and a perfect way to begin a new Custodes force. Unless, of course, you don't get them because your pre-order fucked up. I mean, you can see the monopose nature of them. But anyway. The new Custodian Guard of the quintessential image of the Custodians we all know and love. Stop saying that, GW. Every time you say it, it's wrong. Tall Guardian Spears, High-Plumed Helmets, and Glorious Golden Armor. The kit for these contains options for bear heads and command staff, including a Vexilla. The 140k fans among you may have noticed that these would also be perfect representing the Custodian Guard in Adeptus Custodian's army. Custodian Sentinels are much like the Guard, but instead of Guardian Spears, they carry Sentinel Warblades and Presidium Shields. Otherwise, they have all the same options. And yes, you're right. They would also make brilliant inclusions as a Custodian Guard in 140k Adeptus Custodians Force. Wait, did they repeat themselves there? Wait, what? I feel like they repeated themselves there. Wait, I didn't even... Wait, grammar beef? They would also be a perfect representing Custodian Guard and Adeptus Custodians army. They would also make brilliant inclusions of Custodian Guard and a Warhammer 40k Adeptus Custodians force. Yeah, they definitely repeated themselves there. New tanks. Okay, and then I'm just looking. That's all through the Dreadnoughts. All Custodians are incredible warriors, but the greatest among them are raised to the rank of shield captain. These warriors stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest fighters of the Imperium. Of course, if you watch the video, if you caught the glimpse of the other Legio Custodes kits set for release 2. So I don't think they've actually put them in that article. What about the new Custodes? Your question's answered. Let's address the Telemon in the room, shall we? Yes, some of those awesome new Custodes miniatures are female. Is this a new thing? Well, yes and no. Up until this point, those few Legio and Adeptus Custodes miniatures we've seen without helmets have been obviously male, and the rest have been so armored that it's hard to tell. The new range has a mix of both male and female Custodes. Have you changed the law? I thought all Space Marines and Custodes were male. Space Marines, yes. Law-wise Space Marines. There are no female Adeptus Astartes. Custodes are not Space Marines. Other than the obvious point, they are both towering, G-enhanced warriors, so I pretty much stop there. Custodians take as influence and recrafted by ancient science. The process... I always hate this bit. They've missed the fucking space there. The process is arcane and bespoke to each individual. The Emperor himself retained oversight of the process, at least till the whole Horsehead thing went down. Arxo is made for the sons of Terra noble houses. Some of them, yes. The Emperor is all about symbolism and authority. So those purification pedagogical houses pass their kingdoms down to their firstborn sons, had those sons taken. Not the only source of recruitment. Other methods might have been equally overt, others far more secretive. Noble daughter schools have been taken, and at some point you run out of noble houses. Even after you've conquered all of Terra, the inexorable war machine of the Imperium still requires a constant churn of recruits. How different the male and female custodians? All custodians, male and female, embody the pinnacle of genetic and cellular engineering the Emperor employed when creating his armies. They are flawless creations, pushed beyond the limit of human potential. There's no difference in combat efficiency between a male custodian and a female custodian. Can I be a custodian when I grow up? No. If you can read this, you're already too old. Sorry. So they never actually said that you could do a head swap. It just said a mixture of male and female. So I'm not taking GW's side here. But they never said that you could just build them all as men if you wanted to. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think player choice should be there. I think you should have the ability to build all 6 as female or all 6 as male. And so the player can choose if they want to engage with it or not. But I don't think you can... But I don't really like the fact that you just like... I just don't like the lack of player agency. Yeah. But I always, I feel like that with pretty much everything, every Warhammer kit these days with the whole monopose and stuff like that. Roma's flawless creations. That means the mole lines are perfect. Oh, man. Anyway, the point is that the new Custodians models have had a bit of a bumpy start. Pre-order, a bit balked. Lack of posability, huge next level monoposeness to the stuff, to the kits, and no player choice. You're building half of them as female, whether you like it or not. There you are. So, a bit of beef. Not only a double bit of beef, but a triple bit of beef. But they're all like, you know when you get like you order like sliders rather than a full burger and you get like 3 little burgers? It was 3 little beef burgers. There you are. But let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. If you're watching this live or live chat. If you're watching this post live or live chat if you're watching it right now. There you are. No more beef. Oh, man. There you are. Gustavus Johnson, I've never understood why people get so fussy when a model happens to be female. It's not nothing to do with them being male or female. It's to do with change. It's to do with Games Workshop retconning the law, which generally people get very shirty about, and then and then there's the reason behind the change and the laziness with which it's explained. Like, there's a female custodians could have been changed and done with in a way that I think people would have accepted, but the way they went about it, I think, is what caused the beef. Yeah. We've got a couple of super chats here. Isaiah's experiment. Mordian, stop with the beef, please. I'm trying to vie with Yarrick and build my POS. Piece of shit. At this rate, I'm never going to be done with 20 plus boxes. What the hell is the POS? That's alias. Trying to build my Pile of shame. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I've never done 20 boxes. Well, I got some. I think I did do your super chat before, Cosmic. I'm pretty certain. I've been pretty. I don't think I've missed any. I've been pretty good at being on top of them tonight. Yeah, I definitely did it. The last one I did, I definitely did it. Right. What have we got here? Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. I have beef. The stubble on Timmy's chin. I actually shaved yesterday. It just grew. I just did. If I want to do a nice smooth shave, I do like a wet shave. If I want to do just a quick shave, I'll just use my electric razor. I just used the electric razor yesterday, and so it's just grown back and just gone back. Right. I'm pushing for the burn. I'm pushing for the burn. I promised you guys I was going to give you this. And I promised Cosmic I was going to do this. And I respect the covenant, the sacred covenant of the super chat. We cannot end on a negative note. We can't. We must have hype. Hype! We must have hype. So we need some K47 hype. Because, the last thing I was going to talk about tonight is the K47 stuff. Let's fucking do it. I've done all the Warhammer stuff first. Got that all front loaded because I know that's what you guys like. But now we're getting to the rift. And we're getting to the hype. All right. Andrew Hughes, I don't think the Sigmarites consider their beef side. Oh, no, that was big beef. That was big beef. So, yeah, what's your opinion on the K47 picture from Adepticon? Well, we're going to go through it. And then we're going to go through it now. We're going to go through it now. All right. Let's fucking do this. All right. Let's end on a nice positive note. To be fair, I thought the 40k changes looked pretty... that were coming with the 11th edition looked pretty good. We're top and tailing. We started with some 40k hype. Then we had some... What was the second beef? So much beef tonight. I can't even... Oh, then we had the Yarick Law beef. Then we had the AOS, what I thought was hype, but everyone else thought was beef. And then we had the Custodes beef. So we've got to fucking finish off with some hype. All right. I might go for a quick wee, though. Oh, there's so much to go through. Yeah, I'm going to go for a quick wee. And then we're going to get into the hype.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. Man, if we get my K47 music video after the K47 news, it depends how long it takes us to get through it. If it takes us a bit, if we end up getting into a bit of speculation, I might not cover it. I might not play it today, Cosmic, but I could always play it as the outro song. I could always play it as an outro song. And then we can watch the music video tomorrow in the hobby thing. Yeah. We'll see how long. We'll just see how long we take. We don't want to rush the K47 hype. So, we'll see how we get on with it. Yeah. Hype alert. Oh, I've been wanting to talk about this all weekend, and it's finally I've got an opportunity to let my hype spill all over the place. It's coming out of every orifice. We have got some sneaky teasers for Conflict 47, which was revealed at Adepticon. You see, Adepticon was a big time. We had the 11th edition announcement for 40k, lots of stuff from Games Workshop in general, but there's a lot of other things that happen at Adepticon. Lots of other companies that are there showing off lots of stuff, including my beloved Warlord Games, who not only did they do a big new pre-order tranche, whatever you call it, with the new British robots and everything coming out, which is amazing, but they also did a big FAQ. But on top of that, they also did some big reveals for Conflict 47 as well. So I'm really excited for this, and let's get into it. Now, some of this stuff, you guys can only guess at what it is, but I know. So it's another episode of Mordian wiggling his eyebrows at you as he goes, "Ooh, that looks interesting. Ooh, wonder what that could be." All right, so let's have a look here. Warlord have put an article on Warlord community, not Warhammer community, Warlord community. So let's go through that and have a look at what they've been showing off. So our intrepid crew are heading back from the wargaming extravaganza known as Adepticon, and as they crossed the pond, we thought they'd share some of what they got up to over the weekend. Of course, first and foremost, we'll say a massive thank you to everyone who stopped by to say hello, see our stand, and get their hands on the newest Conflict 47 book and miniatures. I mean, that's a cool. If you see that stand at Adepticon, you are stopping by. I mean, look at they've got a mud skipper dropping down. That's awesome, man. That's so cool. It's kind of like the difference between CGI and practical effects, you know? Yeah, practical effects always just feel great and stand out. Look at how many Wotan they've got there, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Wotan? That's a lot. And then, of course, the big Sturmreiser. And we can... This what's interesting, this is actually a bit of a different display from what we've seen from Warlord in the past, because this has got the Americans on the defensive and the Axis actually storming forward. Also, what the hell is that thing? If you look at this picture, you will see some new... Wait, hang on. There's some leaks in here. Leak! Okay, so what is that? That's not a Puma. That's not a Panzer IV. It's not a Vogel spinner. The Vogel spinners are elsewhere. What is that? It's got a guy sticking out the top. Is that wait, I think it's a converted Toldy. Can we enhance? Oh shit. 1 minute. Let me open image a new tab. Enhance. Okay, I think that is a Hungarian Toldi, which has been combined with the Vogel spinner legs. Let me check. Yes. Okay. It's not a new unit. I can show you. Right. It's not a new unit. So it's a Hungarian Toldi. And you can, when we go back in the picture, you'll be able to identify it from the two circles on the back there and the round bottom. So it's a Hungarian Toldi, and obviously by the turret shape as well, this long bit coming off the back, which someone has stuck some Vogel spinner legs on. You can recognize their Vogel spinner legs by the circles, big circles there. So if we go back here, you can see now it's got that same long back bit on the turret, the same two circles there and there, the same round bottom, and the Vogel spinner legs. Oh my god. For a second there, I thought that it was a new unit that had been revealed, but Warlord Games just showing off their kit bashing potential. However, I do think I may have spotted another new unit, potentially. Enhance. Who is that? I don't recognize that model. I mean, that kind of looks like a new Gross model. Maybe. Maybe it's the conversion. Who knows? Cool dude, how dare they show a kit bash model they don't sell as a single kit? I know. You'd have to convert it yourself. How will people know how to do that? Is that new Hauptmann Heinrich Gross? Or is it a kit bash? It's looking around this board, you might... Warlord loves to hide things in plain sight. They do it on their open days, and they love to do it... Like, they'll do it on their open days, and they love to do it on their articles as well. With the clamps? No. Next to the clamps. Here. This guy here. This one. Could be a kit bash. Could be new. Yeah. So already, just off the first picture, we're already seeing things, potentially. With the launch of that's not even the main bit. With the launch of Festung Europa falling on Adepticon Weekon, naturally the focus was squarely on Conflict 47. And as such, we saw a lot of heroes, horrors, monsters, and mechs stomping about the place. With so many great models on display from the community, particularly our raiders who came together to make a fantastic display board, complete with their very own Sturmreiser. Wait, so wait, is that not even Warlord's own display board? Is that someone else's display board? Is that a community display board that's a community display board that Warlord Games has featured on their website? And that is a homemade Sturmreiser. That's a 3D printed Sturmreiser. And Warlord Games has featured it on their main website. That's cool. That's very cool. It was the perfect place to head. It was perfect place for head of product and Conflict 47 project Supremo, Pete Gosling, to give a little presentation about the future of the game and universe. After a recap of the progress Conflict 47 has made so far, spoiler, it's been great. They have done a lot in a short space of time, to be fair. Pete looked forward to what the future holds. Some of it we've already shown off, such as the roadmap, but with Festung Europa release and Invasion America now beginning to loom on the horizon, we got a chance to see some extremely cool some things. We're keeping our cards pretty close to our chests as to exactly what they might be, but given that Invasion America features the United States and Imperial Japan, I know what the name of the third book is, but I can't tell you. If I told you, it would give too much away. We know about Invasion America. We know about Festung Europa. But what about... Sorry, gonna have to blue for you a little bit. So did that Mudskip have a Tesla on it? It did. It did have a Tesla on it. That's interesting. Yeah. But I think it's just kit bashed. I think this is a kit bashed board featuring some Warlord models and a lot of community models. Yeah. So we've got here. Now, I think these look like new Ghost Warriors. These look like new Ghost Warriors for the Empire of Japan. But they have got weapons and different head designs than we've previously seen. I mean, that looks like it's got a hood. They don't look like the big diving suits. They don't like the big diving suit guys. They look like something else. But they've got the armor. It looks like they've got the armor of the Ghost Warriors. Could these be new Ghost Warriors? Maybe. Oh, when I say Ghost Warriors, I mean Ghost Attack Squad. That's not me giving you guys a hint or anything. Assault Ghost Warriors, Melee Ghost Warriors, Shinobi. I mean, we know there's plastic Ghost Warriors coming because that was shown on the kit, on the roadmap. But the roadmap only shows plastic models. When I saw and I'm going to be honest with you, when I saw these outlines in passing, I didn't look too closely at the weapons that they have. But now that I am looking close, I just presumed that these were going to be the new Ghost Warriors, the new Ghost Attack Squad. Looking at them again, I feel like this might be something entirely new, something that not even I've seen. I thought this was going to show more stuff about the Ghost Warriors, but this is something else. I know what this is, and I think if you look closely at this outline, you might be able to discern what this is as well. It looks quite big. I suspect this isn't an infantryman. And if I were you, I would direct my vision to the rear of the model for maybe an indication of this unit's capabilities. And if you think, I mean, there's some people in chat that have absolutely got it. If you think it's some kind of ghost tech mech, well, I couldn't possibly comment. And if you think that sounds pretty good, a mech that could possibly ghost dance, and that might have some great tactical capabilities on the battlefield, I couldn't possibly comment. I'm busted, Cosmic! I'm busted! Oh. Yeah. Now, this one's interesting. I actually don't know much about this one at all. I mean, I knew nothing about the last one as well, of course. I think if we look at the roadmap, it did say there was a new Japanese hero coming. So maybe that's this. It looks kind of interesting, though. It looks like it's almost... It almost kind of reminds me of like a genie. But I suspect it might be a someone going through the spirit walk process. I think it's someone who's sort of entering the shadow realm, as it were. But they'll probably play up to it a little bit. I mean, this looks like a blade here. You see the outline there? That looks like a blade there. That looks like a blade there. So it could be some sort of melee-orientated ghost warrior ninja kind of, or samurai kind of thing. Yeah. But it looks really good. So we've got what looks like these are either ghost warriors with different weapon loadouts, like melee weapons, or an entirely new unit. I'm not sure, to be honest. We've got definitely not some kind of ghost mech. And and some kind of hero that seems to be maybe either swirling with smoke or maybe going through some sort of ghost spirit dance process. It could be either or. I'm not sure, to be honest. So already that's already huge, right? If you're a Japanese player and you are looking at everything that you've seen there, you might be like, okay, our faction is very high skill level, aka we're a bit underpowered. We're a little underpowered, a lot underpowered. I think so. But the thing with the Japanese is like every time you're about to give up hope, Warlord's like, we got something for you. Like, oh, please. Warlord is edging the Japanese community, the conflict Japanese community, I should say, to an insane degree. And every time I think about like, oh man, I should do something like Renegade Rules or something for the Japanese, I think, well, just let them cook for a little bit. Let them cook for a bit. Yeah. Now, the next one we've got here is, there's also another silhouette on display, but what is this one? Only time will tell. So, this is interesting. I mean, it's all interesting, right? I think I know what these are. But I don't know for sure what they are. I feel like maybe this is just one model that's being shown from different angles. So it's not a squad. It's the same model that's been turned round multiple times. Does that make sense? Because you look at the posing, and I have no idea what this is. I have an idea what this is, but I don't know what this is. So it looks like that's if you look at the sword arm is the giveaway. So that's it facing forward. That's it facing sideways on. Now I think I'm 99% certain it's the same model, just spun round. I mean, the big giveaway is for me is the big, like, this thing on the back here and this thing on the back here. It kind of looks like the serum from the Ursus. It could be New Drugov, but I don't know. It could be New Drugov. I don't think this is for the Japanese, though. I think the basket hilt on the sword is too much of a giveaway. So I don't think this is a Japanese model. I think this could be New Drugov. And he's got his big, strong hand. And he's got a sword over here. But the thing with the Soviets is a lot of their technology is stolen. So you don't know if it's a Soviet model or if it's a non-Soviet model, but the reason why you've got that sort of Ursus tank on the back is because the Soviets stole that when they were making their own guys. So I'm not entirely sure what this could be, but I'm pretty certain it's not for the Japanese. The basket hilt's a big giveaway, and it's too big and bulky. It doesn't like that big strong arm doesn't fit for me. Thing is, it's not got the serum going down. If this is a Ursus and this is like side on, the serum isn't going into the guy's shoulders like it is with the Ursus. Like if we look at the new Ursus, you can see the serum is like, no, maybe not. I thought it was getting directly injected into the back of them, but it's not. It's going into a backpack, isn't it? Yeah. I reckon it's new Drugov. And do you know what's funny? That's not what I thought it was when I first saw it. I thought this was a squad of new guys. But if we look at Drugov here, you can see single tube coming out the back here. Single tube coming out the back here. If I go big screen for a second. Single tube coming out the back here. Big meaty arm. Big meaty arm. One arm meaty, one arm not. And then that's the normal arm holding the AK. And then you guys can't see, well, you might be able to see that, but that gold bit there, that's a saber with a basket hilt. No AK is true. But it might be slung around his back. It might be slung around his back. Like we can't, obviously we can only see the silhouette, so it might be slung around the back somewhere. But I think, I thought it was something else when I first saw it, but looking at it now, I think it's new Drugov. Which is cool, because I love Drugov. He's great. But wait, there's more. We also got to take an exceedingly rare glance at the desk of John Heaney. John's absolutely legit, by the way, top bloke. One of the design studio sculptors, familiar to those who have been on our HQ tours. John's workspace is a treasure trove of concept work, prototypes, pre-production samples, and more. This is a fraction of the goodies scattered about the station, but we reckon every Conflict 47 fan will find something of interest in this snapshot. I can't say too much. But what I will say is not everything in this picture got left on the cutting room floor. I won't say what is merely a prototype, what was merely the bit of fun that isn't going to make it to production, and what is very much progressing forward, shall we say. But I will say this, not everything in this picture is a prototype. So, there you are. Care to speculate a little bit, chat? What do you think's going to make it? What do you think's not? Anything that catches your eye? Such a tease. Ooh, ooh. All I say is study this picture most carefully, and you may find some not so hidden gems. All right. Yes. All right. That mech on the bottom looks most likely. I mean, that mech down there looks like the current Scorpion mech. Yeah. So there you are. Lots of interesting things on this desk. Lots of interesting things indeed. I can't say... Well, I can leave it on screen a bit longer. I can't say much more than that, though. Unfortunately, because I quite like my working relationship with Warlord. Damn this NDA! Damn this NDA! I would reveal it all to you. But yeah. What do we got here? Got a bit of the artwork stuff as well. Now, I was going to skip past some of the artwork because I'm a bit of a Philistine, but actually, I really, really like the artwork of Conflict 47, and I want to take the time to actually go through and appreciate how this kind of stuff comes together, which is really cool, seeing the different layers come together bit by bit. Yeah. That's so cool. Like, even when you think, oh, that one's done, but it's not. There's still more going on up there. I think that might be the final picture. Yeah. That piece of artwork. That piece of artwork here is the artwork that got me into Conflict 47. Like, instantly. I saw that and just went, that is so damn metal. You know, the guy getting wrenched up off the ground by the Style Trooper. You know, you can see this guy's been like shot to the fucking head from this guy here. Like the Vogel spinner being crushed by the linebacker as it absolutely mashes the side of that building, probably taking out that Style Trooper there. Yeah, it's very cool. Very, very cool indeed. And then we got Dr. Zergling here. That's so cool, man. Starts off like that. And then bit by bit it all comes together. Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's very, very impressive stuff. And I had to say that I think it's important to take the time to appreciate this kind of artwork, especially in an age of AI. I'm not overly anti-AI. I know there's some people in the community that use it to make songs and stuff. But I have to say, I do just appreciate seeing a human artist, a master of their craft, showing their process and being on display. Yeah. We also treated to look behind the curtain in the process of how legendary artist Stefan Kopinski created the iconic artwork that launched the new edition of Conflict 47. Swipe through to see how it went from bare bones sketch through numerous revisions and additions to the finished piece. Finally, we also got a look at the development of the sinister image of Der Untermann, again seen through Steph's art. Not bad for a weekend away. We're incredibly excited for the future of Conflict 7 and can't wait to reveal more of the mysteries of the Rift to you all in due time, of course. There we go. Yeah, I think Stefan Kopinski did the... I can't remember if it's the Inquisitor art or if it was the 6th edition Warhammer Empire artwork, but he has done some incredible artwork over the years for Warhammer and for war games in general, and I know his brother does. I think it's him and his brother do artwork as well. And some of the most iconic artwork that you have seen in tabletop wargaming has been done by these two brothers. Yeah, and it's very, very, very impressive stuff. And I think artwork, like I said, sometimes it can be easy to just like rush to the rules and to the models and all that kind of stuff. But I think you take a moment to appreciate the lore and appreciate the artwork, because that's kind of what builds the universe and takes it from just a game to a world that you can immerse yourself in. Yeah. But getting back on track, I think there's a lot of stuff to be excited about in here. From Warlord showing off like a community board, to new ghost warriors and ghost mechs and heroes, to maybe a new Drugov model, to some hidden goodies and everything. Really, really cool article. Really enjoyed going through that. And it's just, I have to say, it's got me fucking hyped, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! I am never going to financially recover from Conflict 47. Every time I'm like, it's okay. I've got all the armies into a good spot now. Warlord comes up with something else, and I'm like, oh. I'm starting to think maybe rushing to collect every army in Conflict was a poor financial decision. Because now I've got to keep all the armies up to date with all the new stuff, and I want it all. I want it all, man. Because like, I'm already $1,000 off, bro. I don't know how much. I mean, before the end of last year, I think I crossed 1,000. I think I'm well past that now. Well, bro, I think I'm well past it. Oh my god! And I get freebies from Wall, and I'm still spending the money like no tomorrow. Oh man. I've come to terms with the fact that I'll be buying my way into each army with each lore book dump. Yeah, man. Yeah. I agree, Macom. Like, it's just so much to be excited for. And look, I don't think it's any secret. I don't think it's any secret. The game that I most look forward to hearing news about and to hearing updates about and new stuff that's coming for it is Conflict 47. I play a lot of war games. I enjoy them all, but Conflict 47 is just every little tidbit of information that I get. I just have to devour it and dissect it and know everything about it. Yeah. There are a few bits that and let me just tell you, I know a few of the little bits that are coming down the pipeline. Well, to be fair, I know quite a few bits that are coming down the pipeline. I said this at the end of last year. I said this with the previews to Festung Europa. And I'll say it again now. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You think you're hyped now? You think you're hyped now? Guys, you've only seen a fraction. And I've only seen a fraction. I've only seen what's coming in for this year. Not even all of it. I've only seen bits of what's coming for this year. We got fucking 4 more years of this. 4 more years of world building, of lore dumps, of new models, of hype upon hype upon hype. Oh. 4 more years of our wallets getting utterly obliterated. And I'm here for it. Oh, man. Bust a rift every day. Because every day is a conflict day. There you are. I'm sorry. I can only be sorry right before I lose my brains. Oh, man. All right. And on that note, we ended on a nice big hype note. let's wrap this bad boy up. All right, we got a few more super chats, and then we've got to wrap this bad boy up. Alexander, thank you for the super chat, man. When 11th comes out, will you do an intro to play the guard? I've been in retirement since 7th. Love your videos. You've got me back into 40k. Absolutely. When 11th drops, I will be doing so let me just make it clear. I am ready to unleash the full operational capability of the Mordian Glory content machine onto Warhammer 40k 11th edition for the Guard. I know I've not been doing as much Guard content recently. A bit here and there, ticking it over. I know I've mostly been covering like news, essentially, like wargaming news. I know, and I know that we want Guard stuff. I want Guard stuff as well. You guys want Guard stuff. I want Guard stuff. We all want Guard stuff, right? The moment that 11th edition drops, I am going to be doing all the unit reviews. I'm going to be doing all of the detachment reviews, all of the introduction to Guard, beginner's guides, veteran guides, tournament reports, everything. Everything. It is going to be like a non-stop Guard production facility. So, and I'm going to be doing that whilst maintaining my personal commitments. Nothing to do with, don't get the word twisted. Personal commitments and personal desires for Conflict 47, Bolt Action, and Old World. So don't you worry your little cotton socks off. We've got loads of content coming. It's only just started. It's only started, and this is just, again, we're all just covering news at the moment, but the moment we get the new edition, it's going to be unit review every day, tactic videos every day, combos every day, combined different detachments every day. It's going to be, stream highlights and traditional recorded stuff. We're going to be covering it all. And not just for I'm probably, obviously focusing on the Guard, but probably also doing it for some other factions as well, like Tyranids stuff, because I love the Tyranids. So yeah, we're going to be doing lots and lots of good stuff. Unit reviews, list reviews, everything. Live, it's going to be crazy. Yeah. And hopefully we can do all of it. And my number one hope is to be able to do all of this without having to worry about the beef. I would like it if for a few months I could just like not have to worry about beef, even if there's beef like happening, just like touch upon it here and there, and then just focus on like the classic Guard content. But if GW only gives me beef, then I can only serve beef. Yeah, but hopefully that won't be the case. All right. This is what his break time. He's going to be knackered in a few months. Well, I'm knackered right now. I'm always tired. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always tired. But I am going to be having a big holiday. Well, it's kind of a holiday. I do have some big news. I haven't told anyone. Well, I haven't told many people yet. I do have some big news. I'm working a lot now because I'm going to be away for 2 weeks at the beginning of May. So not this month, next month. I'm going to be in America. And I say it's a holiday. I mean, it is a holiday, but it's actually going to be a honeymoon. Hey! So me and Mrs. Mordian have been together a very, very long time. And finally, we're in a position where we can... I call her Mrs. Mordian, but technically she's Miss Mordian because we're not actually married. But that is all going to change at the beginning of May. So we're jetting off to Florida, which is Mrs. Mordian's favorite place in the world, and we are going to be finally getting finally getting married, and we're going to be having our honeymoon there as well. So there you go. Thank you to everyone saying congratulations in the chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of those funny ones because we've been together like 16 years. Been together a very, very, very long. But you can see no ring on the finger, right? We've been together a very, very long time, but we've not ever been married. We've not. It's just been one of those ones where we just did it when it was right. There's no negative reasons to why we weren't married. It's just now is the right time for it to happen. So yeah, there you are. Been engaged for a couple of years. For Jacob, you never looked at my Discord message. I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's obviously it's going to be leave it to Mordian to be 16 years late. It's one of those where it's funny. You'd think after 16 years getting married would be somewhat of a formality, but actually it's not. We're both really, really, really excited about it. I think that, one of the big things, I think my favorite bit about it is that it's not, some people can get married quite early on and they can have jitters on the wedding day. Cold feet, it's very common, right? But I think what's really fantastic with myself and Mrs. Morgan is there's none of that, because we've been together for such a long time that there's no cold feet. We're just both just really excited to, finally get married. We've been looking forward to it for a long time. So yeah. What do you think about Warhammer? She's played Warhammer a little bit here and there. I think the best way of describing it is she more than tolerates it. Yeah, it's not a big deal to get married. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, we're both very, 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 very excited, and we're really looking forward to it. And so that's why when people were saying, I sort of mentioned a few months ago, I'm coming to Florida again, and people were like, oh, are you coming to Florida? You should do like a Mordian meetup you've done in the past. And I was like, well, maybe I might do, but I think it's going to be probably just me and Mrs. Mordian time. Probably. Maybe there's a day towards the end, because it's actually normally we go to Florida with friends, but this is actually just us going, just me and Mrs. Mordian, so it's actually kind of special. It's our first time going to somewhere that we are familiar with, but it's going to be quite novel because it's just going to be me and her. And that's going to be good in its own way. It's nice going with other people, but it's also nice just going with just your, with my wife. She's fucking hates. I keep doing that. She's fucking sick of it. She's like, you've got to say it properly. I'm like, okay, wifey. Well, I'm allowed wifey now. She doesn't really get bothered by it. She's very like me, faux anger, but not really put out. Yeah. Mordian Mio at the airport bar on the way out. There we go. Yeah. There we are. You should be excited to wait. Super symbolic and great memories. Exactly. Yeah. No, so we're really excited for it. So I'm getting as much work done now, and I'm getting as much work done now because I'm going to be away in 2 weeks. Well, not in 2 weeks. I'm going to be away for 2 weeks. I've got to try and get ahead on the content. It's funny, I think maybe this is, I don't know. It puts things into perspective. I think one of the reasons why I've become way more chill about all the 40k beef is because it feels not that bad, or it doesn't feel as important next to getting married and the future and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, that's how because we had the big discussion over Christmas. I was like, I really want to get fucking mad. And she was like, I really want to get fucking mad. And I was like, should we just get fucking mad? And she went, yeah. And I was like, how do you want? And I was like, should we just fucking elope? And she was like, yeah, I want to fucking. She was like, I really want to elope. And I was like, let's fucking elope then. I said, how do you want to get married. And she went, I want to elope. And I said, well, let's fucking do that then. Yeah. So the moment that we got that locked down, it's like, oh, GW's fucked up again. Doesn't really, like, okay. Like, it's important, but it's not as important as other things. You've evolved beyond a Warhammer nerd. Yeah. You've evolved beyond a Warhammer nerd. Yeah. Mad Larkin. Oh no, what getting married means kids finish. No, hang on. One step at a time. Come on. I spent too much time busting into the rift. I'm sorry, Mr. Morning. I ain't got any left for you. Exactly, Jenny Rats. It's important, but it's not the end of the world. Exactly. There you are. Yeah. But no, I wanted to share it with you guys. But I just wanted to. I don't know. It's kind of nice. It was kind of exciting having it as a secret a little bit. But yeah, no. There we go. Someone's got to inherit the vault of armies behind him. Yeah. There you go. So no, I'm really excited, and so that is the ultimate hype to end the stream on. It's the ultimate hype. There we are. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, Timmy, 2 kids. I think we'll take it one step at a time. There you are. Why did you have kids? Chat said I had to. Oh man. There you go. Damn, that means I have to take my MD shrine and get rid of my dreams of marrying you. Congratulations. Michael Gibson, you have a son. I feel like you've already got priorities. Oh, there we are. All right. There we go. Morty Jr. Oh, God. You guys just got to start putting thoughts in my heads. Well, technically heads if it's involving kids, I suppose. 40 Death Strike donation streak, and you have to have a kid. Oh my God. Little Yar. Oh my. Look, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, and we're joking. All right. But if I can, I'll do my best to get a Warhammer name under the radar. I'm pretty certain. What's the stretch goal for naming your kid? Yarring middle name. Let's go. Sebastian. That's an interesting prop. That's an interesting. Sebastian or Ursula? Can you dress your kid in still Legion colours? Look, right, guys, I've not even got married yet. Stop it. Anyway, this is it. Wargamers are like, go. Oh man, this is the wargaming mentality, right? We don't commit to, This is the guard mentality. We don't commit to buying like one box. We commit to the entire army. There you are. All right. Calgar. Oh my God, I love that. Calgar. Oh my God. I love that. Baby Calgar would be amazing. All right. That would be amazing. Middle name Calgar. All right. I'm not calling my hypothetical, not even on the horizon kid yet. Fucking Calgar. Yeah. There you are. Are you wearing a morning uniform? No, I just have a nice normal. I bought a suit. I just bought a nice suit. Very normal. Yeah. I'm very basic when it comes to this kind of stuff. Yeah. Horde family, 20 kids. Jesus Christ. I might have to run that one past Mrs. Mordia. There you are. Quite a few teachers who are old 40k guys who get a chuckle. That would be hilarious. Yeah. I'll try and get. I mean, the thing is, I'm quite traditionalist, so I would probably. I would probably name my my future child after one of my grandparents or my parents. Either first name or middle name. Yeah. I'm quite traditionalist on that front. So I don't think a Warhammer name's going to make it in. Yeah. Unfortunately, I know. Look how I've changed. Look how I've changed. Don't give a fuck about 11th edition going down the shitter. Don't give a fuck about about Warhammer. I'm all about being a grown-up now, apparently. There you are. There you are. Is your suit available in Steel Legion colours? I should have got a yellow suit. I nearly got. So I nearly went completely left of field. And I nearly got a British Racing Green double-breasted suit. But I was reliably informed it was too jazzy. Name the kid, chat. Oh my god. There you go. That's an oddly specific green. Oh, British Racing Green's amazing. I might get that suit, but just not for a wedding. If I ever have to go for a job interview, I'll turn up in the absolute Giga Chad suit. There you go. All right. All right. Hey, chat, can you take out the trash? Imagine it. Okay, yeah, I'll try. I'll try and give it the nickname chat. It definitely won't have in this again, this nowhere near on the horizon hypothetical situation. I will try my best to give my kid the nickname chat. There you go. There you are. There you are. Sun Spriggs. Oh my god. Call the baby roll call. Roll call, baby! Oh man. Alright. There you are. Alright. Roll call, baby. Oh. It's popping off, baby. Oh man. Oh no. Right. Mods, put him in timeout. 24-hour ban. Oh my god. Right, I'm going. Well, I've got some more super chats to do actually. Simple Logic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. And Branson, thank you for becoming a channel member. Amazing, man. Thank you for doing your part. And Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat. My guests in stream discussion. All right. All right. My guess, hero on mech horse. I mean, it could be. It could be. I mean, yeah, that could be a tail. Maybe. However, I don't mean to alarm you. I do think this is the new mystery unit. Calgar. Calgar with proletariat serum. Calgar and Ursa's armor. Oh, man. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Good job, Snowpiece and good job, Squark. Amazing. There you are. Cosmic Drew, thanks for chat. Baby chat hype train for the number of kids you have. Maybe another time, but I've got to go to sleep now, Cosmic. I've got to go to sleep. All right, gentlemen. Cosmic, do you want to send me that song that you made? Put it in stream discussion or something, and I can have it play us out, man. Yeah, let's have a look. It's on YouTube? Oh, I'll just find it there then. That's fine. All right. Let me get my headphones ready so I can enjoy listening to it. Ladies, gentlemen, small for a creature with Alpha Centauri. Thank you so much. Fun Jacob. Thank you for the chat. Last meme and stream discussion. Chat before you take out the trash. Is this suit too jazzy? It was way too jazzy. It was too jazzy. All right. All right. Thank you so much for all of your support today. Thank you to everyone who joined today's stream. And thank you to all of you who enjoyed the 40k leaks and the 40k beef and the Age of Sigmar beef / hype and the Conflict 47 hype and the Custodies beef and all that good stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you to every single one of you crazy, beautiful bastards. Thank you for joining, for liking and subscribing and for chatting away. And like I said, all of this will be chopped up into stream highlights coming out over the next few days, over the rest of the week, basically. So thank you so much for all your support and for the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff. Massive, massive shout out. Massive thank you. Massive shout out to all these people that went above and beyond the Call of Duty. But it's time to wrap this bad boy up. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And for those that stayed to the end, thank you to all of you for your congratulations and your kind words as well. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Seconds to drop. Approaching target war zone, directly above enemy armor and entrenched positions. Hot drop, heavy contact expected. The president expects greatness. Give them hell. God be with you. Flame of freedom, guide our fall. Cleanse the wicked, burn them all. By his will we take the sky. FDR's angels sent to purify. Burn, 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 burn. Burn. They will. From the heavens we descend in flame. Warriors diving in freedom's name. Killers of tyrants refined by fire. Falling like wrath from a burning sky. Bringers of judgment, destroyers of will. Protectors of freedom, we strike to kill. Empires crumble and lines collapse as hellfire rains and thunderous blasts. Wings ignite, now hear the sound. Judgment falling to the ground. Fire rains, no escape. This is cleansing, this is fate. We will burn, 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 burn. They will burn, 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 burn. They will. Holy light and hellfire flash. Enemies of freedom turn to ash. Every trench and every line breaks beneath disruptive eye. American troopers strike to kill. Steel in heart and iron will. Fascist, tyrant, empires lie. All will burn beneath our sky. Firefly actual. Drop, drop, drop. Engines hot. Ignite the flame units. Enemy armor in sight. Burn it down. Let the wicked burn and die.